Friday in Barcelona, Spain. And as week 2 winds to its conclusion, there's still 3 more weeks of the first series of the year here in Spain. Well, today, Group C returned to the stage as the Bangladesh Kings with a big day with 3 matches on the calendar. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right now. Well, good morning wherever you're watching around the world. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to another day of Fancode European Cricket Series action. It's day 10, the final day of week 2 here in Barcelona. Of course, we've got 3 more weeks after this in the first series of the year. Well, we're going to have 5 T10 matches today, as always, and the first match is match 46. It's between Karia and the Bangladesh Kings. Let's hand it over to the match referee, who's with the 2 captains.
Head is the call. And head is there. So Kings have won the toss. What would you like to do?
Bowling first.
Bangladesh have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Well, there you go, the Kings captain, Moshe Rahman. I called him the King of Kings earlier in the week, and he's decided to bowl first. And we have seen teams doing that first up in the morning. And the Kings, they're a very good chasing team, so they'll fancy their chances bowling first. And Shakil Mia and Mohammad Masood are likely to open innings for them in the second half of this match. Look, it's a big day for the Kings. They play 3 times, so you'll see them in the first, third and fourth games of the day. Well, Karia, they were very impressive, and they had a boil-over win, you'd have to say, in match 38 against Minaj, holding on 149 to 148. They're likely to rely heavily on their captain, Adil Ahmed. He was not too upset with having to bat first, I can tell you that. He was planning to bat first if he won the toss. And I think himself and Kaiser Zulfikar at the top of the order will be very destructive. They'll look out there to get out there early in this match, match 46, and put the runs on the board. So a lot of T10 action coming your way on ECN today, the first of 5 matches. Rico Full is in the commentary box. It's over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, Vinny, and good morning to you, our viewers, wherever you are, wherever you're tuning in from, our global cricket family, and welcome to the Fancode European Cricket Series here in Spain, Barcelona. And what a day we have in store for you. We're welcoming back some big teams who've already put in some big performances in this series. But first, a little look back at yesterday, and again, what a fantastic day we had. Some of my highlights: the bowlers, Hardeep Singh Jr. of the Punjabi Warriors, he took 3 for 8 in his 2 overs. Adil Ansar, 4 for 8 for the Trinidad Royal Stars. And then it was Faisal Aslam, well done to him for the Hawks. He took 3 for 27 in the game against Falco. Talking to batsman, Mohammad Faiz Haider, well, he batted very well. Trinidad Royal Stars against the Punjabi Warriors, scoring 70 of 32. But well, it all came to one game yesterday, the match of the day, the last one, match number 45, where a superb 91 of 37 balls from Adil Sawa rescued Falco and enabled his team, the team that was unbeaten, that played 3-1-3, rescued his team to score 130 runs. But the Hawks came into this European Series only having won just once in their previous European Cricket Series. The only other time they'd made an outing out here, but they came back yesterday strong. They won 2 of the games, and that last one that they won, well, their captain Cameron Zia, 63 of 26 balls, gave Hawks a victory with 3 balls to go. Well, if you're over the weekend, if you still want some cricket to watch, well, my tips would be to watch match 38, Minaj versus Korea, and also match 45, Falco versus the Hawks. But anyway, let's turn our attention to today. It's match day 10, the first match, match 46, where we have, as Vinny told you, the toss. The Bangladesh Kings, they're coming back. They've got a marathon of a day today, playing 3 games, so it's going to be a big Friday for them versus Korea. And we just mentioned them. They had a superb victory against Minaj. They'll be on a high, and well, we know the way they bat. This man out there, Zulfikar, he's a very, very good player. He's an excellent wicketkeeper, and I'm sure we'll see him doing, putting his skills to the test today and showing us his brilliance behind the stumps. But at the moment, he's got to do it with the bat. And you know what? For me, he's made starts, but hasn't gone on to score big runs. So maybe today is the day where we see the best of him. And the Kings, well, they're led very well by their captain, Monsieur Rahman. He's a key man. He keeps this unit together. Well, they know that the strength of Karaya is they do play their shots. Their captain, remember, who's opted not to open with Zulfikar today, so there is a slight change there. But he also, so they're very similar, this team, to those of you that watched that fantastic match yesterday, Hawks, bat very much the same way. And I would say Karaya here, the Hawks, and the Trinidad Royal Stars are three teams that just go out there and play their shots. Very explosive, and if they can get going, I tell you what, the ball goes all over the place. I think this morning we're going to have a run feast. We're going to start with one the same way we ended with one yesterday. And it's time for me to welcome back my friend and colleague and partner in crime, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning to you, and bienvenidos otra vez to this commentary position where we're set for a fantastic day, I think.
Muchas gracias, Rico, and good morning to you, and good morning to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network here for day 10 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. You have Moinul Islam bowling the first ball for the Kings. He'll be bowling to Kaiser Zulfikar of Karya.
That's a very good start, first up. Now, Vinny, tell me what the conditions like out there today. Still a little bit damp, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit, and look, a bit foggy in the mornings. We've seen the last couple of days in Barcelona. Current temperature is about 11 degrees, and we're heading for a maximum of 15. We do think the clouds will probably clear a bit later in the day, much like yesterday, and should have some sun out, which will be very nice. But at the moment, a little bit murky, a little bit damp around the outfield, and a little bit on the surface as well.
Missed out on that one, I think. No, Vinny, I can guarantee you. Okay, we are going to have sunshine. We're going to start by the second game. The sun will be out, and we are going to have a nice sunny end to this day 10. Week 2, believe it or not, the end of week 2 of this Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and we've seen some amazing cricket so far. I mean, that last game last night, as I'm sure you mentioned earlier, Rico, was something to see. Here's Moinul Islam. Yeah, we picked the Hawks yesterday. They'd only won one game of their previous series, and they had twice as many wins in one evening, didn't they? In the last couple of matches of day 9. So it just shows this European Cricket Series. There's always a surprise around the corner and some action, and I hope we get some close games here on day 10 in Barcelona.
It's flicked in the air and just wide off the man, backward square leg, and nothing authentic about that, but it ends up being 4 runs. There's runs on the board, and they're off and running.
Yeah, I always wonder if some of these bowlers have a TV, Rico, because we've seen anything on the pads get punished, and especially in these early overs where you can only have 2 outfielders. It's difficult to protect those boundaries and shorten on the legs. It's asking for trouble, and trouble's exactly what Moinul got on that occasion.
Yeah, well, he's got you can see there that the ball is being given a little bit of a wipe before it goes back to the bowler, so it is very dewy out there. That's nicely played.
Yeah, I like that shot, and there's value for it early, because if the ball does get on that off stump, we've seen batsmen trying to hit on the leg side all the time, but I think there's value in this one, because rarely you see a third man employed in this format of the game, and again, 4 runs, and well, you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Rico, that Zulfikar looks capable but hasn't really gone on to a big score. You just wonder if this is the morning where he might break out for Karya.
Pushing that one out. Clever batting. He wants to stay on strike, obviously. It may not be too pleasing for the non-striker, Umar Wakas.
Yeah, it's the end of the over, so 9 for no loss at the end of the first. And just welcoming all our viewers on the YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you're watching, please say good morning to us, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full in the commentary box, and we welcome all your questions and comments. And we hope you have your company. We've got 5 matches today, so it's going to be very exciting. Here is the captain, Moshir Rahman of the Kings, to bowl the second over.
Good start from the captain. Just what we were saying yesterday in some of those games, I mean, especially particularly that last game, when Falco were bowling and being hit all over the park. Just needed the bowlers to bowl a better line. They were too short. And when you pitch the ball up, it's very difficult to get away. Single taken. He was trying to guide that one down again. He was successful in finding the boundary last time around, not this time. Now, what a strike rate Zulfikar has. He's strike rate of 263 coming into this match. Scored 71 runs off his 3 innings. But like I say, he's yet to really score big runs, which he's capable of. Always getting himself out. Just getting a bit carried away in most of those games, going across the line and getting bowled. So he's got to try and bat 5-6 overs. And in those 5-6 overs, he will score big runs for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that one shot too many, isn't it, that he's played. And it's been unnecessary for him because he's a good player. And you can see he can play strokes all around the wicket, Rico. So you just think that he gets going, could be a big score. But the Kings, well, they've shown in the past they can chase down the big scores as well. And chase scores in excess of 140 before. So very interesting matchup here, first up on day 10.
That one was shorter, and Waka's trying to get hold of it, unable to do so. Good backing up there. Mr. Rahman, I mean, you all remember the 3 wickets he took against Skyways. He's always in the action, the captain, one way or another. Very useful batsman as well.
Yeah, I like the way he's clever in these early overs. He's not really straying down the leg side and just occasionally rolls his fingers on it in an off-cut away. So he'll just break away from the right-hander. So it's not an easy ball to contend with in these conditions early in the morning.
Well, there we go. That's exactly what we're talking about, Vinny. But what a lovely ball that was. But once again, Zulfikar wanting the big shot, and he's not happy as he takes what will be a very long and slow walk back to the dugout.
Yeah, and this was one to pay some respect to. It's just what I was talking about. They're just rolling the fingers on it ever so slightly. And you had to pick your ball if you're Zulfikar. He's an important player for Currier. But this wasn't the one to go after. Needed to show a bit more respect to that delivery. It crashes into the off stump, and those sticky wickets, well, they've had some punishment this week, haven't they, in Spain? But the first wicket goes down for Currier. And an important one, the Bangladesh Kings breaking through. It's 11 for 1.
Yeah, and that's your just rewards, bowlers, and those that are learning the craft. You stick to your guns, keep bowling at the stumps, pitching the ball up, and sooner or later you will get a wicket. Especially in this format when, well, you only got 60 balls a team, so you got to go after it. And so far, well, seeing a few of those dots, the pressure was on the batsman to play a shot. He did. He picked the wrong ball and finds himself back in the dugout. New man in.
Yeah, and it's the captain, no surprises there. Adil Ahmed coming out, and he struck the ball sweetly in his last outing for Currier, so he'll have even extra responsibility with that early wicket going down. Here's Moshir Rahman.
Captain to captain. Hit in the air. And maybe if the fielder was in the ring, well, no, definitely if the fielder was in the ring, that was a catch.
Yeah, and look, Adil Ahmed is coming off an unbeaten 68 off 30 balls. And that set up that total of 149, which proved to be just enough, wasn't it, in that last game against Minaj. That's the end of the over. It's 12 for 1, so the captain will retain the strike, but a very good over from Moshir Rahman. 1 for 3 off that over.
Yeah, and we said that he's a man that leads by example. Well, he certainly does indeed, and he always sees himself thinking one step ahead. He keeps his guys on their toes. And we remember, I think, Vinny, the last time we saw them, we were having a chat, and we were asking the players, is he a hard man? Is he a hard captain? Well, 1 or 2 of them were brave enough to answer, but not all of them. But he,
Interesting that, wasn't it?
but he does demand 100% from his players while they're on the pitch, and yeah, that's captain's prerogative.
Oh dear. Oh dear. That's going all the way through, and I tell you what, from bad to worse for the Kings and the keeper, Mohamed Masood. And this is a little bit of a trap for keepers. I think he thought this was going to hit the stumps, but you got to act like it's not going to. You see that he just was amazed that ball didn't crash into the stumps, and it might look a bit average at home, but this is just a little trap for wicket keepers. Sometimes they stand up expecting that ball was going to crash into the stumps and create a wicket, but it was too late for him to react once it missed by a coat of varnish.
Yeah, but look at that. I mean, I don't know if you get a chance to see it again. It also disturbed the bird's breakfast there. The ball going down there, and we may not get to see it all the way there, but just watch this. The ball's going down and say, hey, I'm having my breakfast. Leave me alone.
Well, disaster all around then. So 4 valuable runs to Carrier.
Oh, and he's lucky again. This time he decides to come down and getting, well, a little inside edge, and it's gone down in more or less the same place again. 4 runs. So we've had 4 byes, followed by 4 inside edge, and that's unfortunate. Bangladesh Kings, well, 8 runs there in 2 balls, and they'll be thinking, how did that happen?
These are little things that can just change a game as well, Rico, and saw the wicket last over. And if Adil Ahmed goes, well, Carrier going to be in some serious trouble. Just a good morning to Nate, who's saying hello from the USA, and please say hello if you're in the YouTube chat. Rico and I would love to see where you're watching from and talk you through this game, the first of 5 this morning on ECN. Here is Sofiqul Islam.
That one's too short, and unfortunately for the Kings, at this time of day, it is a little bit damp out there. Normally, normal circumstances, the ball races down there, Vinny, so
yeah,
only a single.
It's a bit of dampness in the field at this point to be expected, even on that baseball infield side of the field. Morning to Simon Cavell, who's watching from England, I believe. It's great to have your company, and wherever you're watching around the world, we welcome you to this broadcast.
Swung at that one, but it's to the fielder, who gets the throw in. It's good work.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding. Tahir Ahmed attacking that ball, and yeah, we always like to see who's watching around the world. Of course, we have over 1 million viewers across the world in all platforms, but particularly in the YouTube chat, it's interesting to see what is on people's minds, and it's wonderful that so many people are enjoying the broadcast.
Short and punished. That was a Gandhi ball, as they say, and that's food and drink for the batsman, especially a batsman who likes to play that shot across the line, and bang, thank you very much.
Yeah, and again, they'll never learn, the bowlers, will they? You can't put it short and on the legs, you're going to disappear. The batsman saying thank you very much, especially a batsman like Adil Ahmed, making no mistake. And a counter-attack from Carrier in the last couple of overs since losing that wicket hasn't slowed them down too much.
No, I mean, I know that sometimes Monsieur Rahman, the captain, doesn't bowl. He's 2 overs straight out, but I think it'd be a good idea for me if he was to bowl this next one, because I think the line he bowls, he'd have Adil Ahmed in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Here's the last ball to power play.
Just being pushed out to the offside, so oh dear. And the captain himself doing some shabby work. Well, he won't be happy with himself there. Gives 2 runs away. So that's going to take the score to 28 at the end of the over. So that's the end of the power play. It's 28 for 1.
Yes, Rico, and a bit of an arm wrestle in that power play, you'd have to say. Yeah, just for these conditions, something like 100 on the board will play a bit bigger, so even something like 80 or 90 might play a bit bigger. These conditions early, not as easy for batting in my opinion. Got Akshaya Singh saying, hi Akshay from Nepal. Have you seen the IPL auction? Well, I didn't see it, but I did read a little bit about it on the way to the ground this morning. Of course, got quite a few friends and former teammates playing in the IPL or they're up for auction, so it's always nice to see which ones go for big money, because you can make sure that they're buying the drinks next time you go out with them, I'll tell you that much. But I saw Nathan Coulter-Nile's been retained by Mumbai Indians, one of my former teammates, and a couple of others. Saw Finch, just concentrating on the Australians. Finch didn't get sold, neither did Alex Carey, which surprised me slightly, but Again, it's great that people that are watching from all around the world, enjoy all types of cricket, can enjoy the ECS as well.
Attempted Yorker there, ended up being a full toss. And, well, Wakas hasn't had much of the strike. That was only his 4th ball. Takes him to 3. Now, this is the contest for me. I think full and straight. The off stump, similar delivery that he got his first victim with, Kasazulfika.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting to see how Adil Ahmed deals with it.
Captain to captain, as you said. Here it is.
A bit of fingertips on the way through. Is the ball going to escape? No, it doesn't. The fielder does enough. Just a single.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work in the end. It's very slippery conditions, and Moynell, well, I think his heart was in his mouth down here. He was hoping for the best. We did everything right, and look, he got the body behind the ball and just cutting it off. We've seen some lackluster efforts in the outfield with some of the fielders just throwing a boot at it, but that was nice work, and you can see why he's down there in a key position for the Kings.
Well bowled. I mean, you talk about efforts in the field, Vinny, but this time yesterday, Punjabi Warriors, weren't they on another level? They were in these conditions, and we were talking about before the start of the game, you don't really want that ball coming to you. It's very hard, it's cold, and did they take some catches?
Yeah, and it makes all the difference, doesn't it, in this format of the game, especially if you can remove 1 or 2 of the more dangerous batsmen in the opposition.
Oh, it's gone full. It's gone in the air. Fielder is coming across. And, well, he's gone over like a sack of potatoes. He's tried to stop it from going to the boundary, trying to push it back in. And in the end, not able to. It's 6 runs.
Yeah, and again, the full toss, a gift from Moshir Rahman. And you did mention Umar Wakas. Well, I don't know if he'd paid for a ticket because he was a spectator, wasn't he, in the first couple of overs of this match, but now getting in on the action with his first Maximo, he moves to 9.
Yeah, and the 2 balls that he's had from Rahman have been full tosses. First one, he just managed to get out for a single. That one, he's got the Maximo from it. So he's got to get his line right here. This one was shorter. He'll take the single, so get a chance to bowl the last delivery of this over number 4 to the opposition captain. So captain to captain once more. Can he get a good one in to finish? And you just get the feeling that this is the big wicket here. Adil Ahmed, we know what he can do.
He's only got 1 more ball, doesn't he? Moshir Rahman, here he comes.
And he's dealt with him well. Oh, well, there was a thought of taking the second ball. Well, the captain ends up on his butt. Just look at this.
I'll tell you what. Watch out and strap yourself in and feel the G's here. If you're Adil Ahmed, well, down he goes, but luckily he's safe. And we've seen it is a baseball field. He's just sliding in the home there. So in the over, it's 38 for 1 at the end of 4.
Well, we thought there's a battle of the captains, but there was a knockout blow there. Did you see it? Well, I didn't see it. No, a little bit of fun there, and nice there to see the 2 captains staring at each other there. One on the deck and one standing, hovering over him. Anyway, the end of the over. It is 38 for 1, as you said, Vinny. What do you reckon? So far, I think the Bangladesh Kings will be quite happy with their work. They know how explosive that Karia can be.
Dead even for me after 4 overs, Rico. I think something even around 95, 100 will be a very even contest, and that's exactly what they're on target for. Me, Hussein Aminul to bowl some of his spin. We've seen spin employed very effectively so far in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here he comes to bowl the 5th over of the innings.
Sliced away, and well, fielder maybe a chance of a diving forward catch. We'll see this again. It was in the air for a while. It's a question of how early he saw it.
Yeah, look, it's a big wicket if he gets it as well. You can see what he's thinking. Fielders often just back off slightly. They've got a defensive mindset in this form of the game. Don't want the ball going past them for runs, but again, if you get a chance of Adil Ahmed, you got to do everything to take it, but that one just falling short.
Hits this one out. Once more, there is the fielder out there. He'll do the job nice and tidy. Tiki-taka at the moment.
Yeah, tiki-taka, but I think Adil Ahmed, he'll fancy the spin of Aminul. I think he'll be thinking the boom boom.
Yeah.
Rico, as you would say.
I think so. You know, look, we're approaching the halfway stage. He'd like to see his team around about the 50 mark. Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball. That's a gift. I don't know what happened there. That's obviously come out completely wrong out of Aminul's fingers there. It ends up being a gift is wrapped up for him, saying hit me, and hit it he did. He doesn't need invites like that to hit it. He hits it pretty well in normal circumstances.
And attempting the leg spin at that time, and it's not that difficult, so not that easy, I should say, at this time in the morning, and these conditions, the ball hard, the ball slippery, and he attempted the orthodox off spinners, the left to right spin earlier in the over. This time, again, we've seen this with leg spinners in the first match of the day. It's very difficult to land them, and now he's going to have to be on the fence, isn't he? Hussein Aminul, because this will be a free hit, which means the batsman cannot be dismissed, more or less, except for run out.
Yeah, I think you see the umpire just going over to the captain and saying, right, okay, just letting you know, he said he's first and final for that one. It was straight at his head, wasn't it?
I think if you're the batsman, though, I'd say bring him on. He can bowl as many of those, especially at that pace. I think they're just nice, easy putaways. But anyway, this is a crucial delivery for me. See if Karian can up the ante. No risk, free hit.
Oh, down the ground, 4 runs. And, well, we were saying that he would like to see his team around about 50 something at the end of this over. Well, the 6 and a 4, that's 10 of them. The extra ball as well.
Yeah, I think anything over 100 is going to be a bonus for Karia. Anyway, good thing it's ball in your hand. He has a chance to come back now. Aminul. Oh, he almost does. And again, we've seen Adil Ahmed riding his luck and still playing the big shot. Again, that was one which might have deserved a bit more respect.
So close. We've seen that so many times. Swing and miss, an inside edge. This time hits his foot. Sometimes we've seen him go on and hit the stumps. Oh my word. He's just having the rub of the green at the moment. Excellent work there. I think that's the captain, Rahman, getting his foot on the ball before it goes over the boundary. But once again, the prize wicket they want. Gets the luck. Twice he's got that inside edge on it. Just watch this. Oh, how close is that?
Wow, unfortunate, but that brings up the 50 for Kania. They're 51 for 1. Last ball of the first half of the innings here.
And wow, he's put that away, dispatched it, it's gone out of the ground. 6 carreras, and what a big finish to the over that was.
Oh, that's the understatement. He might have mishit the last two, but there was nothing mishit about this one. It was right in his zone, in the wheelhouse, and it disappeared. So a big Maximo to finish the first half of the current innings after 5 overs there. 57 for 1.
Well, captain answers what the team wants and what he wants. He's doing it by himself. Wanted to be in the 50s. He's in the 50s. So with just the 1 wicket down, 5 overs to go, I think he's going to be fancying 120, 130 here. The 100 should be a walk in the park, really, unless Bangladesh Kings can come up with some quick wickets. But the way he's hitting it and knowing he's got batsmen to come in, he'll be eyeing up 120, 130.
Moinul Islam to bowl the 6th over for the Kings. They need something to turn it around, don't they, at the moment?
Oh, that's clubbed away. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. And well, Umar Wakas, he's seen most of it happen from the other end. He gets his chance with his 9th ball of the innings and smashes that over for 6 runs. He moves on to 17.
That's a very good shot as well, because the ball was climbing on him all the way, but he just seemed to still get enough under it, and it disappeared. So back-to-back 6s off consecutive deliveries. And Karian, they're up and away.
And that's going to just drop. 1 bounce 4 in between the 2 fielders there. Just got to go a bit fuller, a little bit too short. And Wakas is making the most of it here. That's 10 runs of 2 balls, the first 2 of the over.
Yeah, and again, too short from the bowler. And Moynell has to try a different tactic, I think. I'd be attacking the stumps. Those balls weren't going to hit the stumps. That's what he'd be aiming for, I think, at this point.
Short again, and he's got away with it. Gives the batsman the evil eye as he goes through, but you know what? He was lucky there. Got to get that ball pitched up. I mean, just look at what they did the first 2 overs.
You know, it's a high-risk strategy, digging into the wicket, as we've seen. But that time, Moynell getting away with it. Let's see if he gets away with another one.
He does indeed, and well, that was more the doing of the batsman. Waqas moved too early, giving himself room down the leg side as he's come down the pitch to try and smash that away. Just need to stand and deliver, as they say. We know he's got what it takes. He's got the power. Just trying to do too much now after those first 2 boundaries. It's well played. It did climb on him this one, and he just guided it down to point. Takes a single, so a ball to go.
Yeah, we should see what Adil Ahmed does here, because the last ball of the over, I'm sure he'd love to be facing up next over, but I also am sure he'd like to make this ball disappear and not come back. So I think he'll probably try. Moynell, if he digs it in, I think it'll be game on.
It's in the air. I don't think it's going to go the distance. There's 3 men. Oh, he's taken it. That's well done indeed. It's hit him hard in his hands, Islam. Popped back up. It's, as he was running, popped in front of him, and he just continued running and completed the catch. Big wicket at a crucial stage.
Oh, we've talked about some luck, and Adil Ahmed, he's had some luck with the bat, hasn't he? A couple of balls just missing the stumps by a coat of varnish, and this was luck for the fielder. Safiqul Islam bouncing out, but bouncing out in a good way. It bounced up just comfortably to take on the second attempt, and isn't he happy? He's up and he's dancing around. He's happy with that effort because he knows that it's not just a wicket, but it's the wicket of the important player, Adil Ahmed, the captain of Karya, who was batting very, very nicely and looking dangerous. In the end, he goes for 31 of 15 balls. He hit 4 fours and 1 Maximo in his innings. And after 6 overs, Karya, they're now 68 for 2.
Yeah, and that's the end of the over. So that one in the scorebook will be bowled Islam, caught Islam. And, well, a very important combination there to get rid of the big man, the captain. So, is that the wicket that is going to try and dry up some of these runs? Well, we shall see, as it's Tahid Ahmed coming on to bowl to the new batsman. Outside the off stump, he's answered the question and he's got him. Well, he played the shot and planted his feet. He got rooted to where he was. The wicketkeeper, very good work from him, from Mohammed Masood. Saw the opportunity and takes the stumping. Just watch this. Well,
I'm sure we'll see it again, but see if this foot lifts just when it comes in. And you will see, well, the batsman just half asleep, and the keeper saw an opportunity. We'll see this in a second when the ball crashes into the stumps. You see he's out there and his foot's in the air. He's thinking about it, and then at this and it's the perfect timing, wasn't it? That foot just lifting and a stumping. And again, well, it's early in the morning, but the batsman, Ehsan Hussain, well, he was still fast asleep, and he goes for a golden duck first ball. And again, the Kings, they're roaring back into this game.
yeah, I mean, Dave, we've seen some strange decisions with that one. He's still sleeping. And that foot, you're quite right, Vinny. Foot goes in the air, doesn't matter if it's over the air, over the line. If it's over the air, it's not planted, and you're out. And this could be another one. It's in the air. Yes, it's taken. And that is a hat-trick, I believe.
Wow, we saw there. It was that team hat-trick because there was 3 wickets, consecutive balls, but it's a new bowler. So Tahid, now he has 2 for 0 of 2 balls. But you're exactly right. It's a hat-trick for the Kings as a team. And, well, I tell you what, now he's personally on a hat-trick, and this would be a very unusual hat-trick if he's able to do it, especially with the manner of the first dismissal. But, well, again, the Kings taking their chances. And there's Mohammad Rahul down there on the square leg boundary who made no mistake. So now, Karya, they fall to 68 for 4, 2 balls into the over. And new batsman Mirza Rizwan Baig, who has come to the wicket, but he is at the non-striker's end. It'll be Umar Waqas facing the hat-trick ball. So Tahid Ahmed on a hat-trick.
Will it be 4 and 4? Oh, it is! He's got the hat-trick! Chakale Fateh! Wow! The hero for the Bangladesh Kings puts it on the money and knocks them over. Congratulations to you, Badayan. Chakale Fateh style hat-trick time.
Wow, then strap yourselves in. Wherever you're watching around the world, you'll see it all here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We had a wicket off the last ball of the last over. Now 3 consecutive wickets. A hat-trick to Tahir Ahmed. And it was the established man on strike, Muhammad Umar Wakas. He can't believe it. It was a full toss on the legs. Watch this. He misses out. Bit of back pad onto the stumps. And celebration time at acceptable distances for the Bangladesh Kings. Tahir Ahmed, congratulations, you've got a hat-trick.
Wow, this is fantastic. 4 wickets we've seen in 4 balls. So we've seen the team hat-trick. And then that man there, Tahir Ahmed, completing his own hat-trick. And what a moment this is in the Fan Code European Cricket Series in Spain, Barcelona. Wow, it makes players' dreams come true. Can he get another?
Well, Mohamed Naeem on strike. Good luck to you. He's able to keep this one out and stop the bleeding. But tell you what, there's some serious injuries to this innings of Korea as they've fallen from 68 for 1 to 68 for 5 in the space of 4 deliveries. So, wow, can you believe it? And Tahir Ahmed, I think he owes a big thank you to Mohamed Masood for starting that off with the stumping and the alertness of the keeper at the first ball of the over. But Ahmed on fire on a frosty morning here in Barcelona. Here he is again.
Ball slightly shorter this time. The batsman having a swoosh at it. This is just fabulous stuff.
Oh, can you believe it? And second hat-trick we've seen, like you said, Rico, and what an over. No runs scored off this over whatsoever. There's been 3 wickets fall. So you wonder now, current after looking to be cruising to well over 100. Going to struggle to make 90, you'd say.
Wow, this is just fantastic. What a piece of bowling. And, well, take a bow, that man, because, well, a hat-trick is an amazing feat in T10 for me. Remember, a bowler, maximum of 2 overs only, so you only get 12 balls. And his first 6, not only has he taken 3 wickets, but they haven't got a run off him. So it's a triple wicket maiden with a hat-trick.
Triple wicket maiden. We saw a double wicket maiden earlier in this tournament, and now a triple wicket maiden. Now, I tell you what makes it even more special is it's the first 3 balls he bowled of the match as well, and he took a hat-trick. So congratulations, Tahir Ahmed, and these performances, well, they can really help your team, and that's the main thing as well for the Kings. They've roared back into contention. It's going to be Mohamed Saeed Usman to bowl the 8th over. And he comes now.
Yeah, probably starting, a little bit too wide. It's not even on the pitch, so it's been a no ball. A very important phase this here now for the Kings. You know, at one moment, the captain of Korea, he was very, very happy after the end of the 5th, 57 for 1. He accelerated. They continued to accelerate against Munin al-Islam, but the last ball of that over getting the wicket, and since then they haven't scored another run. So you can't give them any freebies. Got to make them work hard here now.
Yeah, and they're finally off the 68, of course, the no ball, and then there's a free hit. So they'll move along to 70 now. And some comments on the YouTube chat, of course. Osama Butt saying, hats off to these guys playing competitive cricket so early on a cold morning. Well, couldn't agree with you more there, Osama. This ball's a swing and a miss. Yeah, but please keep those comments coming in. Let us know what you think. What a hat-trick. I mean, I've never seen a hat-trick like that. It's definitely a stump. Mark Love is asking, is it a run out or a stumping? No, it's definitely a stumping because there was no attempt to take a run from the striker, and therefore it's definitely a stumping. I'm not just saying that because I'm a wicket keeper. But anyway, wicket to the bowler.
In the air, shadow catch. It's going to be a tricky one. And he's taken an absolute juicy catch out there on the boundary. They are not easy because, one, he would have seen it a little bit late. The ball is a little bit damp. And how about that? That is superb. Another man is out, and, well, they're falling apart here, Karaya.
Well, when you're up, you're up. And I tell you what, the Kings, they're right on top of the throne right now. And another one goes down, so it's a horrific collapse for them. Again, we said slippery conditions, and these catches aren't easy, but sometimes I think the confidence of your teammates around you taking the catches, obviously that's contagious. I don't know what they put on their hands this morning, but everything's sticking for the Kings, and it's making a huge difference to the target that they're going to need to chase in this match. It's a great catch by Shaquille Mia out there on the deep point boundary.
Well, you know, you see some amazing things, some amazing turnarounds in matches. We've seen teams who look out of it come back and win it with the bat. And in this case, Bangladesh Kings, it looked like they were going to be chasing something around the 120, 130 mark, possibly even more, the way the captain was batting. And all of a sudden, a little bit of genius there with the stumping.
Yeah, and some conjecture about the stumping as well, and about whether it's out. But it's absolutely out. If the wicket keeper, he's made an immediate attempt to break the stumps. He's within his rights to do that. We'll discuss more after this ball. Here, Rico. So in that case, the wicket keeper, he hasn't held onto the ball, and if he holds onto the ball and acts like the ball's dead, well, then the ball's dead. But he's made an immediate attempt to throw the stumps down, and with the striker out of his ground, it's stumped. As simple as that. And yeah, sometimes that rule causes some confusion about dead ball and things like that. But the ball's only dead when all players recognise that it's dead, and keeper definitely not recognising it was dead, and throwing down the stumps and getting the stumping. So again, you see the difference, having batsmen at the crease that have just arrived, and they're trying to push the issue, but they're struggling a bit at the moment now. Karia, after 8 overs, they're 72 for 6.
Yeah, and struggling to find runs from anywhere. And from 68 for 2, they've moved to 72 for 5. And those 4 runs, well, one of those 4 has been an extra.
For 6 even. I know.
6?
Losing
Sorry,
track of
6, yeah, of course. They've
it,
lost another one in this one.
I'm running out of ink. There's so much going on in front of me. But look who it is. It's Tahir Ahmed. He has 3 for 0. And he's going to be coming in now. He's bowling to Junaid Ali, the left-hander.
And that's the first runs of that. The 7th ball he's bowled. And no chance has been taken of him from Junaid Ali. Just pushing that out, taking the single.
He's already got one hand on the man of the match trophy, doesn't he? And he's only bowled one over. Tahir Ahmed. He's been very impressive. And again, just the impact. I'll read you in a second. Last couple of overs, what they've gone for, but here he is again now.
Had a swing and goes basically in the same place as where the last one went from Junaid in that area. And at this moment of time, I don't think the Kings are going to be too worried about these singles. You can see them, they're concentrating more on protecting the boundaries. And that's hit well. Is it well enough to go over the player? Only just. That's 6 runs, 6 very valuable runs. And Junaid Ali hitting that well. It goes all the way over the top. And this is the start of a fight back late on.
Well, again, that could have quite easily gone to the fielder. Just crept in a bit, didn't he? On the boundary, Mohammad Saeed Uzzaman just going over his head. So again, is that another momentum shift with Karia? Trying to get some late runs to carry them to that total somewhere in the 90s.
Well, he'll get a chance here, will he? And it goes down, diving forward. But at the end of the day, you know what? Yeah, he would have loved to have taken that. But diving forward, it was difficult. But what he did manage to do is stop the ball from going over the boundary. So he has saved 2 runs.
Yeah, and it was good effort. Again, we've been spoiled for some of the catches we've seen this morning, but this is a very difficult catch, hit flat. Very, very hard ball, cold conditions and slippery, but again, saving 2 runs for his team, important runs.
Ooh, now that one, we've seen that a few times in this innings. The ball just missing the stumps.
Yeah, and I was just going to read out earlier. Here's the overs so far. 9, 3, 16, 10, 19, 11. That's the first 6 overs. And since then, 0 and 4 off the last 2. And so far, off this one, now there's been 11. But you see those 0 and 4 overs coming the 7th and 8th, really halting things. And of course, the 5 wickets as well going down in those 2 overs. So Tahir Ahmed bowled very well. Last ball of his spell.
And finishes with a dot. Well bowled indeed. So 83 for 6 with 6 balls to go.
Yeah, now you see the difference it can make, and that's what we love about this T10 format. It's such a short game, but the fact that you can have so many momentum shifts and swings within a game just makes it so fascinating as a spectator sport. And we know that people all around the world are tuning in to watch the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We welcome your company, of course. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And we hope we have your company all day here on the final day of week 2. But we do have cricket every day, Monday to Friday. 5 matches every day on ECN, beginning at 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India. And we're going to have Safiqul Islam, who took that magnificent juggling catch earlier. He's going to bowl the 10th and final over.
Into the pads. And yeah, that's good, that's good. Everybody's shouting, saying, look, hold on to it, hold on to it.
Yeah, very animated, aren't they, the Kings? One of our favourite teams to watch as well, to be honest. I still remember the first time I fell in love with the Bangladesh Kings when they chased down 145 for victory in a memorable match against Badalona Shaheen. That was a game in which they conceded, well, 51 off the first 2 overs and 74 in the power play. I went to go get a snack. I was watching, I wasn't at the ground, and came back. They held Badalona Shaheen to 145 and then chased it down. It was one of the most memorable matches we saw in 2020. Here they are again.
Got a hand to it. And well, got to keep an eye on it. Keeper goes down. Good job. It's well done from the bowler, because I think it was hit firmly enough to possibly split the 2 fielders that are on the boundary here straight. So again, all these important stops.
Yeah.
Valuable runs that they're saving.
Definitely, every run can be important. We saw that yesterday. And Nate asking, are the runners and batters required to run on a certain side of the pitch? Well, actually, not necessarily, would be my answer, Nate. And the batters are not really meant to run straight down the middle of the pitch or on the pitch, and that's just because it does damage the surface where the ball bounces. But generally, you'll find that the batsman not facing the ball will be on the opposite side to the side the bowler is delivering the ball from. You'll often find that the batsman will run on the opposite side.
It's hit well from Junaid over the top, just over that man inside the ring. So that's 4 runs. So he's going along nicely. Junaid Ali, that's 14 of 7. So these are all very valuable runs for his team. And so if he can get them with a few more shots like that into the late 90s and close to that 100, that certainly would put a little bit more of a smile on the face of Adil Ahmed, their captain.
Yeah, nice little rearguard action from Junaid Ali here. And he needs to keep going. Then 89 now, 3 balls remaining. So I think they will be running for everything here in the last couple of deliveries of the innings. Will they come back for 2? I'm not going to try.
Well, the screams from the dugout was do, 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 2, 2, 2. But, well, it would have been suicidal, and I think perhaps they just wanted to try and get Junaid to get to the striker's end.
He might be in a bit of strife with his leg, Junaid Ali, but he's going to stay out there. And his job's to run this ball. He'll try and get him back on strike, but I think they'll be going the big shot. Mirza on strike.
Bowled that well, just took the pace of it. Once again, a lot of calling and shouting. Oh, how unfortunate. But he should still be out, I think.
Well, it was worth a try, wasn't it? And it was a shame because Junaid Ali was the man who I thought was the best man to face the last ball. This one hitting the edge of the pitch. Again, one of the quirks of the ECS. I like this because it makes it more exciting. But of course, I tell you what, it was an interesting moment as I felt that perhaps Masood just knocking the bails off with his pads before it came in. But actually, to be fair, the stumps were knocked out of their base. So even if he did, that's out, Rico. This is 100% the rule, and you're looking at me like I'm crazy. But if you knock the stump clean out of the ground, even if the bails are off, then it's breaking the wicket. So it's a correct decision. So there you go.
Okay,
100%.
We'll talk about this.
I'm going to get another beer off you there because I'm an expert with this rule. As a wicket keeper, I know them all. And we'll come to that in the break, perhaps. But anyway, here's the last ball of the innings. The score is 92.
That's well hit. Once more, you'll see them going 2. It's a throw. It's a very good throw.
They're going to try anyway. Oh, I love that. That's the old fake out. It's the old fake throw and smart work from Mohammad Masood. And they finished with a wicket, 1 and a wicket, so they'll finish at 93. Rico.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the score first. I mean, 93. Well, at one point when they were stuck in the 60s, it looks like they were going to struggle to get to maybe even 90, but they did, thanks to Junaid. They played some good shots, 15 of 8. And as we see the highlights there, the early going back to that stumping there, I mean, you're right in terms of if the bails, say, are dislodged by mistake, then what you can do, either as a fielder or the wicketkeeper, is as long as you've got the ball in your hand and that ball is touching the stumps, is lift the stump out the ground, right?
That's one way to do it.
But I think with these stumps that are not in the ground, I mean, they're going to fall over anyway, aren't they?
If they do, they do. They have to be removed out of their base.
Yeah,
the
but
base, the base was...
Do you believe...
The base was out of where the base
Do you honestly
goes.
believe the wicketkeeper knew that at the time? That's why he was doing it?
No, I don't think he knew that. But he did it anyway, and that's what matters. I don't think it's what he... I never said it's what he meant to do. I just said it was the correct decision. So people think
this is a full toss.
Yeah,
I mean, at this stage,
Come
go
back
back to that a little
Yeah.
bit. It was all about Korea, wasn't it? It was all about that captain playing those shots. But there was a little bit of the rubber green finally going Bangladesh team's way. They had inside edges and everything that didn't go their way. Took that catch, and after that, it was just plain sailing for them. They got it right, and well, we're going to focus on the highlights because you're going to see something we don't see a lot of, and that is a hat-trick by a player.
That was the second one. This was the hat-trick ball. Oh, and wasn't he happy about it? Zahid Ahmed bouncing off the pads. And with the established batsman, the big wicket as well, Mohamed Malwakas, that had to go. High drama here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Match 46. And we saw some very good fielding. This one was a good effort. We mentioned it's very difficult conditions. Not exactly a summer's day in Barcelona. But an amazing comeback from the Kings in the middle overs has seen them restrict Garia to 93 off their 10 overs. So it'll be 94 to win. Just confirmation. The best performers for Garia. Well, Mohamed Malwakas with 22 opening the batting. Adil Ahmed, well, he looked good while he was there. He struck 31 of 15 balls. A nice little cameo from Junaid Ali at the end, 15 not out of 8. And you just wonder if that might be consequential in the context of this game. The bowling, well, no surprises who the star was there. Tahir Ahmed taking 3 wickets off the first 3 balls he bowled. He finished with 3 for 10 off 2 overs. Also singles for Monal Islam Moshir Rahman, the captain, as well as Mohamed Saeed Uzzaman, who took 1 for 4 off his solitary over. So it's all set up here, Rico, for a very interesting chase. These kinds of totals, they make for great cricket matches, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. I think any scores, I mean, we get excited in the commentary position when the scores are between that 80 and 100 because we know that they're going to be close games, and most of the time, in fact, I think all the time, Vinny, they always been close. There's going to be plenty more drama here today and plenty more runs. And one thing I like to say, a lot of people like to ask me about if I've done my stats on the scores on the board so far in this Banco European Cricket Series. Well, yes, I have. I can tell you that we have passed 8,000 runs scored, 8,375. But the big thing for me was yesterday with that final game where 130 was chased down. Well, we also, because the sixes were flying all over the ground, we passed 500 sixes, Vinny. 535. We're already only in week 2, so well, the batsmen are having some fun when they get in.
Well, could we hit 1,000? That'll be unbelievable if we do. Well, please join us. In just a few minutes, we'll be back for the chase. It will be the Kings chasing 94 for victory here in match 46. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool, and you're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain.
And, well, we've got a very interesting run-chasing prospect here. Karaya. Well, they were looking strong at the halfway point. And then with the moment of magic with the ball from Tahid Hamid. Taking a hat-trick, the second one we've seen in this fan code European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. Well, then the runs dried up a little bit for Karayan, but thanks to a little bit of rear guard batting at the end there from Junaid Ali, they managed to get themselves to, well, a reasonable score. Is one that they can defend, 93. So the target 94 for the Kings to try and get. They need a good start, they need to be positive, they need to try and keep wickets in hand. Remember, they have 3 matches today, the Bangladesh Kings, and those are all very important for them to get results. I mean, this group at the moment, it's Minaj sitting at the top, winning 3 out of their 4 games. And then you have Raval Sporting, we'll see them later on today on 6. And then Karayan, they're on 4 points. They've won 2, lost 1. They would desperately want to win this one. That would certainly make it interesting. With 3 teams, they'll be in 6 points. And the Kings, well, the Kings have won 1, lost 1. They're on 2 points, but they've still got more games to play. And if they can pick up wins from one of those games they've got today, well, that certainly would make this Group C, very, very interesting indeed. But the first thing they've got to do is negotiate the bowling of Karaya. They're not going to make it easy. And they're going to be hungry to fight back the same way that the Bangladesh Kings did in their innings. So we're ready to go. The umpires, Abdul Khan, Rauf Zaman, the man at the bowler's end now. Let's see the start of this innings. It's going to be Junaid Ali to open the bowling, the left-hander. Starting outside the off stump. And played well by the batsman, but only finding the fielder. Be interesting to see how they go about this chase, whether they try and time it and pace it. But we always say that it's very important to make the most you can out of the power play. Shakil Mia facing his second ball, and it's too good for him. He's on his way, and well, look at the noise levels here around this ground from the Krayan team. That is a big wicket. So Junaid Ali strikes with his second ball, and it's a big strike as well, because Shakil Mia is one of their key batsmen, and he's on his way back, clean bowled. Well, liking that indeed, and so he should be pumped up. They needed a big start, and they've got one, and you just saw there in the picture as well, the wicketkeeper, Kaiser Zulfikar. Now I think he'll have a big part to play in this match as well still. I know that the runs certainly didn't flow from his bat, but we've seen some excellent work from him behind the stump, especially when he's standing up. He does give them that little bit more depth, I think, taking those stumpings. Very good hands indeed. So, well, a disappointing start for the Kings. That wicket going early. So they find themselves in the position of 1 for 0. So no runs on the board, 1 wicket down. And it's going to be Sufiqul Islam who's going to come in now to bat. He'll be joining Masmood at the other end. And well, the two of these now, Mohammed Masood and Sufiqul Islam, have got a little bit of work to do. They've got some rebuilding to do. The good thing is, and we said this yesterday, myself and Vinny, that when a wicket does go so early, well, the only advantage of that is that you still have loads of time to get the runs. Is sometimes we see this delivery. It's well bowled. Good bounce there. And the first runs for the Bangladesh Kings. So 1 for 1. 3 balls gone. yeah, sometimes it's worse when you have a batsman that's scratching around, hasn't really scored any runs, and then the wicket goes as well, because not only have you lost a wicket, but you've lost time, you've lost balls which you need to try and capitalise on in a run chase. So if there is any good, well, losing a wicket early that's the plus side. You haven't lost balls. That's wide, very wide, and signalled as so. So the score is doubled. There's still 3 balls to come. Well, we'll be joined shortly by Mr. Maximo himself. He won't be surprised coming into the commentary station to know that there's 1 wicket down. I mean, it certainly has been the trait, certainly this week, that whenever he's on his way back, quite often as he's coming through into his seat, the wicket has just fallen. That's going to race away, and it bobbles over the boundary. 4 runs. They were scratchy, but hey, works both ways. Karaya themselves. There's a few from them. Little edges, inside edges. We saw very early in the first over. The captain himself, Adil Ahmed, apologies, getting an inside edge and the ball going to the boundary. So, fairly fair and square, that's what I say. So, the first over. Let's come to an end here. 1 ball to go. Score with that boundary. Moved on to 6. Pushed outside the off stump, and very good running indeed. You saw Sufiq al-Islam, he wanted it straight away, and he went straight away. Takes a single. Of course, there is 1 to come because there was the wide ball. Very, very good running indeed. That's what they've got to do. These runs are not going to be easy to come by, so if they see the opportunity, they've got to take the singles. 7 for 1. That's nicely played. Oh, that is quality. That is top draw for me. What a wonderful shot that was. Mohammed Masood just finding the gap. Pure placement, and that ball, even with that amount of dew on the ground, finds its way to the boundary. So a good recovery from the Kings. They're 11 for 1 off the first over, as we welcome back Mr. Maximo. Well, not quite yet. He's found somebody to have a discussion with there, and no doubt he's saying, I think I'll just stay here and do a favour for the Bangladesh Kings. Stay away from the commentary station. Well, it's Ahmed coming onto bowl now, the captain. Full delivery once more. Good running. Sufiq keen to get to the other end. Well bowled, and once more good running. It's almost tip and run, and well, Adil Ahmed, the captain, saying, come on guys, what are you doing? There should never be a single there. Well, the answer to that is bring them in a little bit more. I mean, they are right on the 30-yard ring, and maybe what he's saying to them is, look, you've got to start from where you are. I want you walking in, want you on your toes. Well, let's see what difference this will make. Very competitive man, Adil Ahmed. And the cross line this one, and this time no single. Sufiq backing up well, but realising that well, also Mohamed Masood playing that one on the back foot. Wasn't going to set off straight away. 2 singles from the over so far. And, well, that's better. The fielders there this time coming in quick, attacking the ball. And when the batsmen see that as well from the fielder coming in attacking, it puts them in doubt as well. So that rate required is 10 and over will do it. They managed it off the first. And this one's gone for the big shot and he's hit it well. It's going to go all the way. 6 carreras. Well, that's the first 6 of this innings and it's come from the bat of Mohamed Masood. Well, he just felt it was coming. This over was coming to an end. With that 1 ball to go. You just thought, the batsmen are probably thinking, okay, we know what we've got to do. We've only got a couple of singles of this over. We need something. And that will help. 19 for 1. Last ball of the over. Pitched up and that's a beauty. He's liking that. He's taken the pace of it. Full and straight. He's played right round it. Done him with the flight. Big wicket. So another batsman goes. He just played a nice shot out for 6 runs. Just look at this. Very clever bowling. Rolls his fingers round the ball. And well, Mohamed Masood disgusted with himself there, you can see that, but this is very clever bowling from a very good all-round campaigner, the captain leading by example. So the end of the second and it is 19 for 2. Masood bowled by the captain. New batsman now coming in. Zulfikar Islam. Probably, yeah, you can see that having a chat with the new batsman and saying, look, come on. It's wickets that's important at the moment. The required rate is still under 10. So it's Saqib Mohammed. It's a new batsman. He will be at the non-strikers end. Once more, making adjustments in the field. A bit short, and well, that's the difference you see. You see a good example there of what happens when a wicket goes down and a new batsman comes in. Mohamed Masood and Zulfikar Islam were batting so well together. Running well together. And you see that change, new batsman comes in and the understanding is not the same. Pitched up and hit well, 6 carreras, over it goes. Kinna Badda Shaka, that's more like it, that's gone right out of the ground. Into the practice areas there. Big shot and nicely played, it was full. Turning that into a full toss and hitting it nice and straight. A good example of how to play those balls. Many batsmen would have tried to play it across the line. The risk of playing it on or getting bowled. Well, that's a good reply. Good bit of bounce there from this man, Abdul Wadud. And, well, you remember him. He took an... See this delivery. Hit high over the infielders, out to the fielder there, fielding in the deep. And we'll take the single. Thought about 2. Yeah, Abdul Wadud, he did some fantastic fielding. Boundary the other day. Direct hit. It was awesome. And it was a game-changing moment as well. And Karaya going on to win the match from there. What can he do with the ball for him today? So far they've been picking up a wicket every over. 26 for 2. And that's wide, and Zulfikar thinking about turning the 1 into 2 wides, but Sagib Mohammed quite happy to stay where he was. Pitched up, thumped away. There is a fielder out there, and it's gone down. Well, that's what he's there for. That was a trap set up. They pitched that one up, get him playing there. Well, difficult one again. We saw one earlier today, this morning, but that one was taken very similar. He just saw there, just as he was going to the final moments of taking that catch, took his eye off the ball, turned his head. And a good comeback from the bowler. And that's a good finish from him. Really tidy, but the score does move on to 28. No wicket off the over. That was the key for the Kings here. The rate still under 10, which is good. That's where they want to be keeping it. It looks like the captain is going to bowl himself out. So 28 for 2. With this the third over. The end of the power play being signalled by Abdul Khan, the umpire here. So this the second over of the captain. It'll be interesting to see how the Kings decide to negotiate this. Will they just play normally, or will they say, right, okay, let's try and see him out? Well, it probably looks like that's well played. I mean, if they do, even if they don't get, say, the 10 runs of this over, but still pick up the singles, 4 or 5, that won't be the worst thing that could have happened, because he is the key player for them, Edu Ahmed. The end of this will be the end of his spell. They won't see him bowling again. That's short, down the leg side, and, well, it's a wide ball, so that's 1 run, but really, with nobody there at the square leg boundary, just the man sort of backward square, he's sort of in between fine leg and backward square leg. It's a free hit really. If you could get bat onto that, it races down there, but they'll take the wide. The ball will have to be bowled again. The score moves under 29. Pitched up. Beats the infielders, goes out into the deep, fielded the man on the extra cover boundary, 1 run. Pitched up and just pushed out to the off stump. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. It certainly seems like the 2 batsmen here, Sagib Mohammed and Sifkul Islam, have decided, look, we're not going to do anything suicidal against Adil Ahmed here now. We know he's a crafty campaigner. He's a good bowler. And the loss of that second wicket. Some clever bowling from him, the slower ball. Let's just see him out and then let's go from there. Keeping the pressure on here. I think this is sensible. Just waiting to see if there is a bad ball that they can latch onto, otherwise just trying to push out. Maybe the chance of a single. Ooh, that's very well bowled again indeed, and want to come in the over. Been very tidy so far, just the 2 runs from it, one of them a wide. And there we go, launches into that one. Very good batting indeed. Was waiting for the bad ball, and when it came, well, Sifkul pushing that away easily up into the sky it went, and it's 6 runs. Not really trying to hit it too hard. Lovely cricket shot that. So 8 of the over. Score moves on to 36. And it just goes to show, you know, there's a run chase on here, but these two batsmen, Sufik Islam and Saqib Mohammed, they've had to talk about it, they've had a chat, they know what they're doing. You saw there, well, we haven't seen really, I don't think I've seen that at all from any batting side, where they've respected and played the bowler on merit. There were good balls there, just quite happy just to push at them and not take any chances at all and wait for the bad ball. And when the bad ball came, well, boy, was it put away in style by Sufik Islam. So he's batting well. He's moved on to 19 of his 12 balls. Mohammed at the moment only had 3 balls, 2. Quite happy just to support him. And they've gone to spin. It's chipped over the ring. Chase on for the fielder. Doesn't get there. 4 runs. Well, Ashgar is not happy about that at all. And you can see there he's got his hands out wide to the fielder saying, what are you doing? How could you not get to that? And you just saw there, obviously hitting that one-handedly. Saqib Mohammed. Well, it's important that he supports Sufik Islam, and well, if he can play a few more shots like that, certainly will. The bowler still not happy, and the fielder is finally being replaced. So he's come inside the ring. That will stay a little bit low. Take a single. 5 of the over. Halfway there, what they want to be trying to get at the end of each one. And if they could get a magical over in somewhere along the way, then they really should be home and dry. You just get the feeling here that the Bangladesh Kings are determined not to lose any silly wickets. And well, there's some discussion going on here now between the captain and the umpire. Obviously the umpire spotted something, probably just giving him a quiet word and say, look, you do realise you're behind time, which they probably are, and you need to pick it up a bit. Too many changes in the field, too many discussions, and that is important because in a game that could be tight, remember the teams must get their 10 overs in 45 minutes. Obviously umpires will allow for certain things that may happen, perhaps balls going out the ground, and that's why we use spare balls as well, so that you can't use that as an excuse that a lot of time was spent looking for a ball. And if you go over that time allowance, then they are penalised and penalty points come into play. So the umpire's doing the right thing here, very early on, talking to the captain and saying, look, you're in danger of that. You need to get it together. You need to be a little bit quicker. So no excuses for Adil Ahmed after the game to say, well, you never told me. Oh, just get the feeling that a little bit of pressure is being applied here to Saqib Mohammed. He's trying to, you can see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to push the ball out and take a single. But the fielders are much sharper now than they were at the beginning of the innings. And Sufik Islam is left stranded a little bit at the non-striker's end. Will there be a big shot coming here? A bit of pressure. No, just pushing it out. That's good. And they've, well, taken 2, and this time Ashgar is having a chat with the captain, because it was the captain himself. You just see this, the ball. Well, that was the ricochet that went from Adil Ahmed to the fielder in the end. There we go, we see that here. It did bobble a little bit, but well, it should have been straightforward. Took his eye off the ball, was looking more at where the fielders were. So the over does come to an end. We're on 44 at the halfway stage. 2 wickets down. Now, you would say they're just a little bit behind the rate, but it's exactly 10. So they're not going to be too worried about this at the moment. I think the Bangladesh Kings, the most important thing is that they've they've built this innings now, these two batsmen. They're under pressure. They've gone now 3 overs together. They've kept up with the rate. And, well, it's, if anything, it's Korea that are getting a little bit agitated. So, 5 overs gone, halfway stage, 44 for 2. Oh, balle, that is out of here. That is a Bizzaway super 6. Well, that's been hit well and hard, and you can see the importance of Sufiq al-Islam. He gets his chance. He was stranded at the other end for a long time, but he's not bothered about it. He's timed that beautifully. It's sailed out of the ground, and Junaid Ali coming back to bowl his second. Smashes it away. Ooh, we missed out on that one. It would be a wide. But we would have liked to have put that away. Like I say, you can see there, it's behind square leg umpire there. There's nobody there. Big gap between the man there and the mid-wicket boundary and backward square leg. But it's already 7 off the over, courtesy of that wide. And this one's chipped, but he's got enough on it. I think he's given catching practice. He'll be disgusted with himself with that wicket. And would you believe it? It's right on cue. Vinny, you've done it again. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. He was batting so well.
Well, I thought I would take a few overs to gather my composure because, you know, a few people are offering me all sorts of incentives not to come back into the commentary box in the first over because it tends to create a wicket, although it might have created one this time as well. But, yeah, the 6th over, come back to the second half of this one, and it was delicately poised, the game, wasn't it? I saw there were 50 required off the last 30 balls. Of course, the big Maximo starting the over, but then the Gunner team fighting back with a great catch. And, geez, I tell you what, these scores between 80 and 100, like we said, they make for great finishes. And we could be in for another great finish here in match 46, Rico.
But, Vinny, what about this? I don't know if you saw this. He's been batting so well, and then this one, he didn't even hit it, did he? Look, he just sort of chips it, almost like...
Yeah, I think it didn't really bounce as high as he thought, so it forced him to adjust his shot slightly. And just in there, it was all wrists, wasn't it? It was all just wrists, all just hands. And he thought he did enough. And look, he probably would have been fine, except that it went straight down the throat of that fielder. If it was a few metres either side, it's probably 4 or 6. So, well, it was the end of a good knock, wasn't it? But tell you what, Rico, Friday is going to bring some close games. I just got the feeling, I feel it in my spine. And this is an absolute banger to start the first of 5 matches today here on ECN. It's great to be with you. And if you're in our YouTube chat, might just go check it now and let's see who's watching.
What's been interesting, Vinny, is that the Kings, the chase has been very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just, they know what they've got to do. They haven't taken any chances. They weren't not been afraid to play out a few dot balls. They're not being panicked, you know. They're just taking their time. They look very relaxed, maybe too relaxed, going by that shot there. We saw the end of Sufiq al-Islam. So, well, let's see where they go from here. So, it's the hat-trick man, Tahir Ahmed, who's now got to do it with the bat. And he's just managed to get enough on it. It's over the fielder. 4 runs, important runs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the way he just goes with this. It was short outside the off stump. I tell you what, he's already probably got one hand on the man of the match trophy after that hat-trick. And this is clever batting. Not trying to pull across it, just getting enough bat to get it over that man who's in the circle at third man. And, well, 4 runs, and they're all useful at this stage, aren't they? Hello to Mike, who's watching. He's watching from South Africa from memory. Simon saying still any result equally possible, and probably quite true.
It's well played, staying a little bit low, that one. Did well, kept his eye on the ball.
Mark Lovell saying, here for the golden ball. And also Mark Lovell with that last dismissal saying 8 iron, needed the 7 iron. Well, if you've got any avid golfers in the chat today, then they'll know exactly what that means. Here's Junaid Ali again. Well, this is turned away nicely, and it's just delicate enough to beat the fine leg fielder. It was Abra Hussain who's positioned there at about 45 degrees. But he didn't quite get the angle right because this one to his left and it raced away to the boundary. And again, despite losing that wicket, run still flowing for the Kings.
That's a beautiful shot. Just goes to show you don't have to try and muller the ball. You don't have to batter it. Sometimes you can just give it a little kiss and it responds just as well. 4 more runs.
So although there was a wicket that over Rico, there were 15 runs and valuable runs for the Kings. The rate was about 10 and over. They got a few bonus ones there. They're 59 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, just keeping under that 10. And that's the most important thing for them at the moment. If they can keep going away, they're going along the way they are, keeping it under 10. They're still waiting. They haven't had that magical over yet. But, well, they're being patient. It will come. Well, change up here. So Asghar is coming back on. This time decided to keep his cap on. Oh, no. Decided not to take the single there. Tahid was backing up. So interesting to see how Saqib Mohammed now bats. He batted quite sensibly when he was there with Islam. Just giving him the strike, but now probably thinking he's got to take over and play a few shots. Goes for it, it's in the air, this should be caught. Here's the captain underneath it and takes the catch. And that was simple from him and Asghar.
Well, it's seen some ice cream cones, but this was a crocodile special. Watch this one. Not sure about the technique from the captain, although it was an effective dismissal for him. Watch this. Yonk. Straight down the gullet, and well, he doesn't drop too many. Actually, we've seen him catching pretty well. And an important wicket, and he could be set for a blockbuster finish here. Again, ebbs and flows of the innings, you see. The runs were flowing, but now the wickets coming back into the equation. And Jahandab Asghar, well, he's their leading wicket taker in this format last season. You can see why. Just tends to ask questions of the batsman, force them to take risks, and very useful wicket for his team there.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. You just got the feeling that Saqib Mohammed was going to probably try and play a few shots now. Maybe he just felt that he had to try and take over. And that's flighted up. Nicely played, but well, through one fielder, but backed up on the boundary. It'll just be the 1 run, so that was the batsman did cross. So Tahid Ahmed plays the single, goes back to the non-striker's end. So the new batsman will get a chance, and it's the captain himself.
Yeah, and what a man to come to the crease, and you feel like he may have just planned this a little bit because he's got a cool head, Moshir Rahman. Famous last words, of course, but he's going to face up now, left-hander. And he tries to hit first ball over the fence, so as I was saying, he's got a cool head, but I tell you what, the captain, it's the man you want out there at the moment, I think, in this pressure situation, a couple of wickets falling. See this one, well, this was headed for the stumps if the bat didn't intercept it. Luckily got a little bit on it. Here he is again.
Wow, he smashed that. It's up, it's going towards the same man again, and it's going to be 2 and 2. It is indeed. Crocodile Dundee strikes again, and there's another wicket.
And it was, and I was thinking, wow, maybe this is the way to catch. The way he's holding him, it was Adil Ahmed down there, and this one again at the height. And I said the captain was the man for the job. But this time the jaws were slammed shut, and 2 for the over. 2 catches, 2 wickets falling in the same manner. And Moshir Rahman, well, he goes as quickly as he came, and oh, that's unfortunate. And tell you what, this is going to be very interesting with these wickets falling. I mean, the rate's under control, but the wickets are out of control.
Yeah, it's the first time, Vinny, that the Kings have, well, panicked themselves. Up until now, they've been pretty cool, and then just going for those 2 big hits, and the wickets have been taken.
Last ball, the over. He pushed down for a single, so I came in just at the right time for some action. That will be the end of the over. So 7 overs down. In fact, they don't even get a run in the end. So it's 60 for 5 after 7. And looking ahead to the next game. It's not that far away, of course, on ECN. Just about half an hour's time. And that game, I got some toss news just to share with you as well. I can tell you that it is Garia who are returning. And they're playing Skyways. So Skyways still searching for their first victory. I can tell you Garia have won the toss and elected to bat in that match. But first, they've got some business to do here in match 46.
Yeah, what an important partnership is required here now. Ryan would now fancy themselves here, having taken those key wickets and the wicket off the hard-hitting Monsieur Rahman, who, well, departs without scoring any runs. So, giving that a swing will just be the 1 run. They're going to find runs a little bit hard to come by now.
Yeah, and so you see the 3 dot balls, including the wicket, of course, finished that last over. So it went from 34 off 21 to 34 off 18. You can see how quickly the game can change at this stage. So again, first ball single, so 33 off 17 now.
So Junaid Ilyas, and he comes in again. First ball goes for a single. And that's a wide, and how many will it be? It's a question. Will it be the maximum? Oh, he's decided to thump it in the back of the net as well. That's 5 wides.
Goal! And 5 of the best here, and this is where you don't want your you don't want to be too fast here. Watch this. He just tries his best, just getting there, and he's not able. It's already hit the rope, to be fair.
It has, yeah.
And so 5 wides, and again, the momentum swings are happening. They'll make you dizzy here. So 5 free runs. That won't even count as a ball. So Ilyas struggling with the left-hander on strike. Can be difficult to adjust as the bowler.
Yeah, crucial runs as he comes in again. And it's wide again. And are we going to get a repeat? No, this time the fielder is in the right place. Does bobble it up. So the 5 wides followed by 2 wides.
That's right. So 7 free runs, really. It doesn't even count as a ball. And we talked about the 3 dot balls. Went from 34 off 21 to 34 off 18. It's gone from 33 off 17 to 26 off 17 in the blink of an eye. And see how important those extras are in the context of these games, especially when there's fairly average kind of a total on the board.
Yeah, so really with those wides, it's been 8 off 1 ball. And now is he going to put this in his hands this time? He doesn't. They take a single. I'm just wondering if the height was okay. Doesn't seem to be any signal yet. The square leg Abdul was saying no. He thinks he was happy with it.
Yeah, 50-50 I think, and has to be above waist height. So if it is at waist height, it's technically not no ball. But I do like to see the batsman getting the benefit of the doubt on those ones, because you shouldn't be bowling them that high. But in the end, it's 1 run again. This game very tight at this stage. 25 off 16 balls.
Yeah, once more that one full toss. Rather than hitting it, they're just trying to place it, aren't they? Hit the thing. That's going to be wide more. 1 more wide, I should say. Or wide more will do as well. At the end, it does the same. It's another extra.
9 runs in extras, Rico, and that's about 10% of the total when you think about it and giving it away. Not even counting as a ball, so just need to do whatever he can to get the radar right here, Ilyas.
Yeah, and the key thing for the Kings is they don't have to go silly here now, because the required rate has already been achieved in this over. So anything else they get in this is bonus runs.
23 off 16 then.
That's another one, and they should, yeah, they will as well make it into 2. The wicketkeeper, well, I did say that Zulfikar, he probably will play a massive part in this game still behind the stumps, but at the moment he can't get his gloves to them.
Yeah, it's almost like 12 runs off 1 ball at the moment with these wides, and he really needs to do whatever he can. You thought maybe with the right-hander on strike that he'd be able to get it right, because they were all missing behind the left-hander's legs, but tell you what, anything can happen though, and again, another wicket goes down. It'll be very interesting here.
It's going to be another wide. It was closer, but the rules state that anything down the leg is a wide, and you can see the wicketkeeper, he's not impressed. The body language is not good. Problem is, that will rub off on the rest of the players. Very important. The wicketkeeper has to stay upbeat. He's the key man, isn't he, Vinny?
Yeah.
In the field.
We do just having a word with the bowler as well. They're saying, don't worry about it. Just worry about the next one. That's all you can control. So in he comes again. He's overcorrected, and this will be a wide outside off. So now this is a disastrous over. Almost back to a run of ball, as it's gone from 33 off 17 balls. It's now 19 off 16 balls. So a feel for the young man, but again, he has the chance to come back and perhaps take a key wicket. That could swing the game towards Currier once again. Better bowling that time, you like to see that, but you see the batsmen now, they know they just need to score off every ball. Don't let a bunch of dot balls come in and put them under any pressure. The smart batting, we've seen a bit of a flurry of wickets, haven't we, from the Kings, as they've tried to finish things in a hurry. But now's the time for cool heads and Tahir Ahmed, well, he's my man of the match already. Getting the job done for the Kings.
That's a better ball, wasn't it? Pitched up, and it's probably, I tell you what, it's a very deceiving ball as well, because with the batsmen, they've seen all these balls being wides. All of a sudden, to get one that's pitched up and full, well, you still got to keep your composure about you and play it well. It's
a concentration thing as well, Rico. I think you can kind of just lull yourself into a false sense of security, but ball's on target. You still got to hit it with the bat. Here he is again, Ilyas.
Oh dear, and it's gone through for buys, and well, it's all happening there. It should have been just one buy. It's turned into two. Everything is happening this over, and well, Karaya and the wicketkeeper there, well, you know what? His head went down halfway through this over, Zulfikar's, and well, you can see here, he didn't get, you always say, you've got to be low down, haven't you? And then the mistake there, and watch, I don't know if you see when the ball does finally come to him, his reaction.
Last ball of the over then, hopefully.
Oh, he's hit it high in the air, but there's nobody there this time. He's come inside. If he was there, he would have had a hat-trick of catches with the captain. I thought he was going straight down his throat, and when I had a look, he's not there. It's 2 runs, 2 very valuable runs.
Absolutely, that's the end of the over. So absolutely everything happening here. End of the over, 81 for 5 off 8 overs. So there's 13 required off the last 12. And we saw Karyan guys, some good fielding brought them back into the game. Adil Ahmed, but tell you what, he'll be ropeable about that because they let a few slip. And looking ahead, guys, Karyan will be back in about 25 minutes, starting the next match, match 47 against Skyways. And the confirmation of the lineups out there. And Skyways coming back, well, they're 0-4. They'll be chasing their first win. Karyan, well, we don't know how this game's going to go, but you can see the players to watch in the dashboard there. You can always get that dashboard at European Cricket. And for all the previews, go to our website, europeancricket.com. Back to live action. This one is up. It's high. It's very high in the air. I don't think anyone's going to get near it. The bowler, well, he tries. And now's a chance for a run out. It's Wadood. He's got a good arm. Fires it back, but in the end, well, there's 2 runs, and it only ever got a few metres away from the pitch, Rico.
Yeah, we saw one like this yesterday. He went so high up that the batsman had almost completed the 2 before the ball came down. That's 2 runs.
So here we go. It is 11 off 11. And Wadood, well, we've seen him produce some magic for Karyan before. But Adil Ahmed, the captain, I tell you what, he would be a bit upset with some of the runs they've given away. He himself has been pretty solid in the outfield, but with the wides and also some discussion about the over rate.
Well, that was very good calling from the non-striker Tahir Ahmed. He saw the danger straight away. Good, firm, loud call. And batsman getting in. Zulfikar did make a direct hit at the stumps, but batsman was in.
We heard the official just saying 1 minute behind to Karyan because if they don't start their 10th over on time, they'll be penalised 10 runs, and they'll be penalised 5 runs. So hopefully they can make that minute up here, and well, the final decision will be with the match referee as to the allowances. But anyway, for now, here's Wadood, 11 off 10.
He's hit that well. Will just be a single. Well, I say should just be a single. Well, Karyan have made even that difficult. The amount of extras they've given in the field, as well as extras. Well, just look at that. Buys 2, wide 17, 19 extras.
Here's Wadood again. Well, this no ball, I think it's going to be too high, and it's called. Again, indisciplined bowling, and also it's an extra ball he'll have to bowl before the time, and the clock's on him. And you hate to see it become a factor, but everyone knows the rules with regards to the time allowances, and we haven't actually seen a time penalty so far in the 45 matches we've seen completed. But Wadood, he's going to have to rush.
Free hit. Straight to the fielder. And, well, fortunately for the Kings, the fielder not able to take it cleanly. Therefore, the time it took him to find the ball and get it in, single's been taken.
Yeah, so 7 off 8. You see the difference those 5 runs will make. If Karyan give him away, it'll only be 2 off 8. In fact, the game could be over. 2 balls remaining in this one.
Oh, that could be another one, could it? I'm just looking at the umpires. Yes, the signal is there. It's another no ball. And you know what? Not only is it extra runs, an extra free hit, is the time going to come into play here? You know what? I think it might.
And you know what? He might have to be replaced as well. Wadood, the second fast full ball at the batsman, and he's just motioning that slipping, but we're going to have to see if he's allowed to continue. He is actually. That'll be his final warning. So now 5 off 8. And I think they can be in some serious trouble with the time. Only 5 required for victory.
Just take the single. That takes it to 4 required.
And now we're in the situation, if they do get the time penalty, then the game will be over, Rico. But still 4 runs required for victory. And we'll have to wait and see if there are any penalties applied, but they're right on the line. 4 required off 7 balls. And he's bowled. And he's tried to finish the game with a boundary. And unfortunately, he's exposed the stumps and we're doomed. Well, he bowled a few extra balls, but the final one of the over gets the wicket.
Oh, well, he'll be disappointed with himself when he's done so well. He's batted well. And then a shot that he probably would normally put away under normal circumstances. He misses it and he's bowled. So, just look here where the score is 90. So here we go. So it's going to be 4 runs required off the last over. And that's going to be bowled by Mohamed Umar Wakas. So, well, we said that this is going to go to the last over, to the wire. Well, here we go. 4 required. How are they going to try and do it with a big hit? Short. And will that be a wide? It will be. So that's one of them. And still 6 balls to come.
Yeah, so you see there, just confirming that the allowances, they just snuck in the nick of time. 3 off 6. Make that 3 off 5. Oh, things are going to tighten up really quick now, aren't they? Here's that on strike. It's Mohamed Rahul who's come out. 3 off 5 balls. Again, just get a single. 2 singles ties the game.
Could be, well, is that down the leg side? Would that be a wide? I'm looking at the umpire.
That's off the pad, I think. You'll find in the end.
Okay, it's come off. So that's one of the runs anyway.
Yeah.
So 2 required off 4 balls.
Run for everything. Put pressure on the fielder. That's what I would be saying at this stage. You got 4 balls to go. Don't try and hit the ball in the air. You got a lot of the field. You got still outfielders back. You've got the infielders not really in, putting pressure on the batsmen. So the score at the moment is 93-92. And the Kings, well, they've got 3 matches today. They'd love to start with a win. 2 required.
And that should be one of them. So the score, if he can get in though.
No, I think he made it. And again, this is, for me, the infielders have to be alert to this. Look, if they're good enough to hit it past you, that's one thing, but don't let them get a single to you. That was more or less straight at Jahanzeb Asghar at short fun leg, who was the hero against Minaj, winning the game for them, more or less. So here we go. We got 3 balls left. The scores are tied, so 3 chances. Any score will win it for the Kings. And he's bowled. And would you believe it, Rico, more drama. There's 2 balls remaining. Scores are tied. And surely not. We're not going to see a golden ball. There'd have to be 2 more balls that aren't scored off. But this is the kind of drama that you'll find here on the European Cricket Network. Well, come the moment, come the man. And Mohamed Umar Wakas, we saw him do it with the bat. Now he's doing it with the ball in a pressure situation. And he's kept his team alive. They've got the faintest of hopes of pushing this to the golden ball.
Well, he just had to stay calm there, didn't he? Mohamed Rahul probably just concentrating, just getting the bat on the ball and taking the single, trying to hit big, trying to hit it over the close fielders, and finds his wicket knocked over. So, Wakas.
I tell you what, I would love to know the heart rate of Mohamed Saeed Uzzaman, who's coming out. All the pressure now. And we've seen a hat-trick already, haven't we, today? We've seen 4 balls, consecutive wickets for the Kings in the field. And now this is smart. Karia, they've got to push all their fielders in. New batsman. He's just going to be hitting and running. Scores are tied.
It's well hit. He's taking the catch.
It's out.
Unbelievable catch. That went like a bullet. What a catch that was. And it's Wawood, the man, the star again in the field. So we are down. It's unbelievable stuff.
Go Gadget arm, and it was the man with Dude. He stuck out the right glove, and watch this, Bush. And I'll tell you what, he made pretty good contact But throwing it back in celebration was that man Wadood. And we saw him, of course, featuring with the ball as well. And now we've got a situation where the scores are tied, 93-93. And just when you think that it can't get any more exciting, and Nate on the chat says, how about a hat trick? Well, 2/3 of the way there now. And the Bangladesh Kings there, 93 for 8. Of course, Garia made 93 for 7. Oh, and I tell you what, well, one thing's for sure, they'll be running for anything. But, well, can you believe it? Of course, if there's no score off this ball, we're heading for a golden ball tiebreaker. It's Moinul Islam who's come in. Scores are tied. And there is one or two dropping back, just hoping perhaps for a catch. That's the only reason you'd have an outfielder at this point, because a catch, of course, there won't be any score. And Mohamed Umawakas, he's on a hat trick. It's the last ball. The scores are tied. Any score will win it for the Kings. Wakas can't allow a run.
He's hit it hard and he gets the run.
And I'm not sure if they're not sure about the score, but it'll only be the one, so the game is over. And the Kings, off the very last ball, they'll end up the scoreline in the book. It'll be 94-93. And it's Moinul Islam who is the hero for the Kings, coming out in a pressure situation, batting at number 10. And what a finish we've seen. The tension and drama here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Match 46. It's 94-93. It goes to the Kings.
Yeah, Moinul Islam, as he walks off, he's so calm and he's so cool, thinking, what's all the fuss about, guys? But, well, it started badly for the Kings in this reply, with the key batsman being bowled, and that was, you saw the delivery there was spot on from Ali. And then they needed something to happen. There was a little bit of rebuilding then from Mohamed Masood and Sufiq Al Islam. But then the captain, the big man himself, delivered. That was a superb delivery. And, well, the Kings, it wasn't all about big shots. They timed it, they had a little bit of luck, but both teams did. I think that was fair and square. I said it earlier. This I thought was going to be a big moment with the man who's batting really well. That was Sufiq Al Islam, just sort of guiding that into the hands of the fielder in the deep. But then, well, yeah, for me as well, the man of the match, without doubt, Tahir Ahmed, playing some lovely shots, delicate shots. And, well, there's Croc himself. He took 2 catches out there.
Crocodile Dundee, I think we called him. But look at this. He just worked the first time, he'll do it again. And we saw some late drama though, didn't we, Rico? As we saw a hat full of wides, you'd have to say, aiding the score of the Kings. And crucial stuff from them. And Wadood, well, he couldn't get hold of that one, but he bowled an important over towards the end of the innings and then came up with a big wicket. And just when you thought the game was over, there was life in this one yet, as they only required 4 runs off the last over.
Watch this catch. Just watch this catch. I can't believe this catch. It was just, I mean, it was so quick, we can't even get it on camera.
He came and fired the stumps down as well. He wasn't satisfied with 1 wicket. He wanted 2. Look at this. Bang. We saw him hit the stumps from the outfield the other day. But then the scores were tied. Moinul Islam. Well, they had the man back there, perhaps gambling to get a catch. Well, they didn't even need the second run, but they went back and got it anyway. So, the end of this game. Wow, what a finish we saw here in Barcelona. It's unfortunate the outfielder, well, he's never going to be able to stop the single as it was dragged out to deep mid-wicket. But again, Kings, they look to have them on toast. And then the aid, you have to say again, those wides came back to bite Currier, didn't they?
That one over made all the difference, and it was, well, an unfortunate one, wasn't it, from Ilyas? But that's the way it goes sometimes. Well, this is what we got coming next.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come back, aren't they, Currier? They'll be straight up, and they're going to bat first once again in match 47 against Skyways, and Skyways, of course, returning to action. See some of their performance there. They're relying heavily on a few players. Adil Arif has 207 Dream 11 points. Adil Shazad, Rabi Azif, as well as Shirin Bashir, the keeper, who will likely open the batting. They're all over 100 as well. And Skyways, well, they've been a little bit disappointing so far, but Garia, well, they got so close in that game. They'll be desperate to register a victory and walk away with something here on day 10. Yeah, they've got to pick themselves up. You saw, even before that game was over, particularly during that long over from the unfortunate Ilyas, the heads were going down. I was disappointed with Kisal Zulfikar. He's an experienced campaigner, the wicketkeeper, star batsman. And, you know, his performance wasn't that great, but his head dropping, it didn't help his team. And when they needed it, when they needed somebody to G him up,
he was the man to do it. He didn't do it, and in the end, the Kings, courtesy of many extras, were able to win the victory. 23 extras in total. Well, when you're going to give that many away, you're not going to win a match.
Yeah, you said it, and some great comments on the chat as well. Nate in Tennessee saying, great finish, it's 4 a.m. here, but how am I supposed to sleep with this action? But Daryl Edwards saying that it was an amazing game and he enjoyed the commentary, and of course the one-handed catch. Well, where are you watching from, Daryl? It's great to have your company. Mark Lovell saying, the last ball finish, as good as a golden ball. See you in 13 minutes, and I think we might leave it on that, so please join us. It'll only be about 7 minutes away, but we'll rejoin you with the action in this next match, match 47 in Barcelona. So please make yourself a cup of tea, but then sit right back down wherever you're watching around the world and tune in to the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, along with Rico Fool, saying enjoy a little break and see you in a few minutes. You're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series. Well, hello and welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We're in Barcelona, Spain for the first series of the year. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and along with Rico Full, we are getting ready for the second match of 5 today. It's Gurrier who are returning after a dramatic last ball finish in the first match, and they will be taking on Skyways. The news from the toss a bit earlier on was that Gurrier, they won the toss and elected to bat, so they'll be batting first again. And we saw that dramatic last ball finish against the Kings. Gurrier after posting 93. It just wasn't enough as Bangladesh Kings scraped the 94th run off the final ball of the innings. Well, these two teams, Gurrier, well, after that, they've had a bit of a mixed bag, you'd have to say. They were pretty competitive, you'd have to say, and I called it before the first game of the day that it would be pretty even contest, and certainly turned out to be that way. Skyways, well, they're yet to win a match in 4 attempts. This will be their 5th match in Group C. Their captain, Adil Shahzad, was telling me that he's very hopeful of an improved performance, and they're learning every match. And I'm sure we'll see him feature, most likely opening the bowling as well as with the bat. Probably see him batting the bat in the top 4 today. Shaheen Bashir, well, their keeper, he's likely to open the batting a bit later on as well, and he's one that they put a lot of hope in that they'll be able to chase down whatever Gurrier do set for them. So the conditions in Barcelona today, if you're interested, it's about currently 11 degrees and a little bit foggy still, but we expect that to clear a bit later in the day, and hopefully the sun will come out. Rico, my colleague, who'll be back any second, he assures me the sun will be out a bit later. We're expecting a top of about 15 degrees. And just a reminder, guys, you can get previews to all of these matches, every single match, on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. There's a great preview article every day that lists the 5 matches and the players to watch and their records and relevant statistical information. There's also all the scores and fixtures to the European Cricket Series. So make sure you head to the website, EuropeanCricket.com, to get all of that information. Also, follow us on social media at European Cricket, because there's lots of great stuff going out all the time, clips and highlights. We've got the fantasy dashboards, of course, and some match summaries as well. So you can see at a glance what's been going on in the ECS. So plenty of stuff going on. Our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, you might be watching it right now, but if you don't, then why don't you subscribe and don't forget to like the videos so that you see them whenever they come up. And we have match highlights of every game. We also have round of the match videos. Of course, the live telecasts, that's the main thing you're here for. 10 hours of cricket every day, wherever you're watching around the world. And the other thing you can do, of course, is join the chat. And we've got a few people joining us today. Mark Lovell just saying he needs a lie down to recover, so hopefully he's up again. And Jesus, it's nice to see you again, Jesus. Zach, who's in Seville, and he's enjoying the commentary and the action here on ECN. And Daryl's watching from England. I just asked him just before the break where he's watching from. And maybe tell us what part of England, actually. I've got a bit of Scottish blood in me, and there's a bit of the Scottish weather about some of these mornings in Spain at the moment, but it's not quite as cold as Glasgow, where I've got some family. But anyway, the news here is that Gurrier will be batting first, and, well, they looked like they put well over 100 on the board, but they were skittled by a hat-trick by Tahir Ahmed in the last game from the Kings, who took 3 wickets off his first 3 balls. In fact, they lost 4 consecutive in the innings, which put them in a precarious position. In the end, they were only able to get 93 runs, and it wasn't quite enough. But I think they'll have to put that behind them. And against this Skyways team that are a bit low on confidence after not winning a match in their first 4 attempts, I think that Gurrier will be looking to put something in the order of 120 plus on the board. They'd be very happy to bat first, I think, and just give them time to compose themselves after a bit of madness in the field. So no surprises from Gurrier that we're going to see them bat first after they called correctly at the toss. So almost all in readiness now. And Skyways will be keen to impress, and like I said, it's going to be their captain, Adil Shahzad, to open the bowling. He comes to bowl the first ball. This one's cut away, short and outside off stump. And that will just be the single. So Gurrier off and racing. Well, I wouldn't quite say racing at the moment, but it's that man Kaiser Zulfikar. We've seen him threaten a big score, and again just throwing his wicket away at a key time in the previous match. I do tip him to go very large at some point in this innings, and Mohamed Umawakas at the other end. He's facing up now. And he was the man who had the ball in his hand in that last over, and just wonder if his heart rate's come down. Here's Shazad. Well, this is a wild, I think it was an attempted slow ball perhaps. It's down the leg side, but it's going to be a no ball for height. It was kind of away from the batsman, so I'm not sure if that will be an official warning. It really depends on the danger factor, and that's a slight tweak to the playing condition. We do see sometimes the slower balls slipping out and even going well over the batsman's head, and no need for a warning if that's the case. But at any rate, it's a no ball, and that means it'll be a free hit, and Mohamed Umawakas won't mind that at all. He won't be able to be dismissed off this delivery, caught or bowled, or any dismissal would be credited to the bowler. Here's Shazad. And it's going to be called a wide, so it'll be another free hit. So again, the start all important Skyways. Well, you see what the captain's trying to do here, Adil Shazad. He's one of their most experienced campaigners, and he wants to lead from the front and wants to try and grab an early wicket for Currier. He's been a little bit wayward in this first couple of deliveries. Free hit again, but this time it's just going to be flat batted down to long on, where Rabi Azif will do the fielding. Just a single. Again, in the chat, I'll keep an eye on this game if you'd like to leave some questions or comments. We have some more food chat if you want as well. It always gets me in a good mood before lunch. And we're just still mid-morning. You're getting a bit peckish. Here's Shazad again. This is well bowled and respect from the batsman. Zulfikar, who just defends it away, takes the single. Amir Pervez watching from Karachi. So he's saying good luck Skyways, hoping for a good result. Supporting from Pakistan. And a bit of Pakistan domestic chat. Lahore Qalandars have a strong squad, according to Amir. And Rashid Khan's been picked up by that franchise. So got Jesus watching from Spain, just letting everyone know that's where he's from. He's born in Trinidad, but now in Spain. Here's Shazad. Well, this one was picked up, and it's not coming back. It's all the way over the fence. This is the first Maximo of match 47, and it's struck by Mohamed Umawakas. And what a great time to invite, or to welcome back into the commentary box, Rico Full. Rico, just in time. And for some reason, when you come back into the commentary box, there's sixes. When I come back in, there's always wickets. So I bet the batting team's happy to see you walk through the door.
You know what? You took the words out of my mouth. Absolutely. I just got back in, just got settled down, and had a top shot there from Wakas. 6 runs.
See if Shazad can come back with something here. Well, fielder's in the game. Is it going to carry? Or is it Dilla Riff? Well, he couldn't quite get the motor running, could he? Had a couple of times trying to start the car. Had to come in off the long-off boundary. In the end, just fell inside the circle. So it's in the air a long time though, Rico, and I wonder if Adil Riff could have gone a bit closer to that.
Yeah, I think you look around, a lot of the Skyway players are looking at him saying, hey, Riff, what's going on there?
Last ball of the over then. It's Shazad. This one's cut away nicely in front of point, and you know what, the chase is on. I don't know if she called it chase. And it's going to be, in the end, it's going to get over the line. And I'll tell you what, it's a comedy of errors. As we go for 4 runs, and let's have a look here. Now, I'm pretty sure, not sure the kind of warm-up that was done by the Skyways fielders, but he's struggling with what looked like a hamstring injury. And then, hold on a second. Again, good skills, Ron Sport. And they can just watch as that goes over the line for 4. So, comical end for the over, to say the least.
That was fabulous.
He'd have won at 16 for no loss.
That was fabulous. I mean, the best thing about that was there was the fielder that should have, the closest to it that should have got to it, started going and then thought, nah. And then the other fielder thought, no, we can stop this. And he did remarkably well to overtake him, get there, and then couldn't stop himself. And in the process of it, kicked the ball over the line. So it was a very comical 4 runs.
Was it Dilla Riff? Is going to start with a wide. You don't often see a stationary ball still make it for 4, do you? And that's pretty much what we saw there. The ball had stopped. I often say to people, I've known some fielders that are good fielders of the stationary ball, but somehow he found a way to mess it up. But this is the kind of thing you're going to see in the European Cricket Series. See some good cricket, but we also see some cricket that, well, let's just say you won't see it anywhere else in the world. And we certainly thank you for joining our broadcast today and welcome you to our cricket family. Here's Adil Arif, and he's got him to play on, and a wicket goes down. Muhammad Wakas. Well, he opened himself up, tried to make it disappear, but the only thing disappearing is Muhammad Wakas, who has to head back for only 8 runs.
Well, I can see what he's doing here. Adil Arif, he's thought, you know what, I can get this guy out with the ball. So when the ball was in the air, he thought, no, I'm not going to catch you, son. I'm not going to catch you. I'm going to let you have this one, but I'm going to get you when I'm on to bowl. And he does just that. Well, he was played it on, so a little bit lucky. But anyway, no damage done for that one where he just, well, we thought it was a catch and he decided not to go for it. But he's got his man in the end.
Yeah, certainly has. And tell you what, I think these two are the bash bros that are at the crease now for Karia. And I think that they all have a lot to say about the kind of total that will be set for Skyways in this match 47, the second match of the day here in Barcelona. Adil Ahmed coming to the crease, and he's got a big responsibility, and he looked in good form last time, but again, not really passing the 30 mark. So he faces up his first ball now from Arif. And he's bowled first ball! And would you believe it, he looks down at the pitch, but he's going to have to make the long walk back to the pavilion. We said how important it was. Well, I called them the bash bros, but again, the stumps were the only things getting bashed on this occasion. Arif right on target. He's got 2 in 2, getting the important wicket of the Karia skipper, who goes back without scoring. And Karia, they're now 17 for 2. And would you believe we've already seen one this morning, but Adil Arif, he's on a hat-trick, Rico.
Yes, indeed. Well, first of all, that just goes to show that there's the way to bowl to some of these batsmen. He went wide here, look wide, bringing this in to Adil, and Adil Ahmed, he was nowhere near it. He's on his way. Remember in that first innings the number of inside edges he's got to those sort of deliveries. Well, the bowler going very wide bowling, cleans him up, and we're on a hat-trick.
Here we go, hat-trick ball. Can he take another hat-trick? Oh, it's edged! And it gets past the keeper, and if you're ever going to have a slip in a T10 game, it'll probably be when the bowler is on a hat-trick. And the batsman, Ehsan Hussain, who we saw go early in his innings in the last game, well, gets one away. And so 4 runs, but what a comeback. And just going back to the dismissal of Adil Ahmed. Again, you're the captain, coming out, first ball. There's a big shot to play, and I know that's the way he plays. He was a bit lucky in the last game, but absolutely no luck this time. The ball crashing into the off stump, so 21 for 2 the score now. All action early in this match. It's getting worked away, and Kaiser Zulfikar, absolutely no interest in the single. Still a couple of balls left in the over. What do you think, guys? We need to grab our breath, don't we, really? We've seen wickets, and Skyways, well, they'll be very keen to impress Rico. 0-4, of course. Nightmare start to the tournament for them, but could all turn around very quickly. Next ball's worked away nicely on the offside. They'll get one, in fact. Ball still rolling. Just be pulled inside the boundary, so it'll be 2 to Hussain.
Yeah, the fielders have to back the bowlers here for Skyways. They've a few times we've seen them. I think their fielding has probably been the most impressive. I like the way they set the fields. I like the way they put pressure on the batsman, but they've got to keep it up in a game like this. They've got a couple of key wickets already. Nice
ball over, it's short, and well, batsman not quite executing the stroke. He had too much time in the end. That's the end of the over after 2. Cutting out at 23 for 2. Now, Rico, one thing that I do mention on occasion is like a bit of food chat in the live chat on YouTube, and we've got Jesus saying that Kerala in India has the best curry. That was his opinion. He's telling me I should try gazpacho. So that's like a cold tomato soup.
That's cold soup. Yeah, cold soup. I mean, ideal for the summer. Probably not ideal today. I mean, that sun is starting to break away some of this low cloud cover, and no doubt we will see it. In fact, I'm confident we will see it, but it's taking its time to show up. But yeah, I mean, the cold soup, many people would to see this delivery.
Rabi Azif's come in, and this one's gone very, very high. And again, it's going to fall in no man's land. Again, getting away with it that time, and surprised Zulfikar did not put that one over the fence because it was short and it was outside leg stump. We've seen Rabi Azif go for some runs when he gets it wrong. Got away with one there, so only 1 run. Yeah, so
Yeah, I've taken many friends to a Spanish restaurant, and we've had mini del dia, and it started with the carpaccio soup. And most of them, when they take one spoon, look up and say, "Hey, my soup is cold." They say, "Well,
right?
no, it's meant to be cold." But it's very refreshing in the summer. It's almost like a smoothie, but it's a savoury smoothie, but in form of a soup, and also normally very healthy as well.
Yeah, I've heard it. I haven't actually tried it. Just a few good comments about the cricket, which I'll come to as well in the chat, which I'll address after this ball from Rugby As If. Can he get it outside the off stump? Let's have a look. He does, but again, slightly too wide and just overcorrecting. Last couple of deliveries. Umpire Salim doing a good job extending the arms. Yeah, but Ali Jr. saying the bounce on this mat is so bad. Average batsman just play across. Big mistake. You see exactly what we're talking about there. If the balls were up, the balls were up there to whack it out of here if they tried to bat straight. And yeah, we've seen the better batsmen. I think that's just gone through for an extra. But yeah, the batsmen have that have hit straight hit cricket shots. They've got more of a chance, don't they? We've seen a lot of bold dismissals. And we've got Shazib Hassan asking when we'll have a tournament in Sweden. Well, I think there are some plans for one around the middle of the year. Hasn't been released just yet, but I know there are plans in the works. This is a nice shot by Zulfikar. Got down on one knee. He spotted the gap out there. There was no one back square on the leg side boundary, and 4 more runs to Karia.
Yeah, nicely played. Now Zulfikar said at the beginning of the day that he so far has made starts, but not gone on to make big runs. He has the ability to do so, and well, maybe this is his time to shine. That was a nicely played shot.
He always finds a way to get out, doesn't he? Zulfikar. This one thick inside edge. It's going to race out to mid-wicket boundary. And Ali Jr., a nice comment from him as well. He says, this mat is special. If you can turn it into a batsman's pitch. And if you're smart, you can turn it into a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree. I think, and also, you have to take into consideration that a lot of the players and teams, that one's hit away beautifully. What a lovely shot. Just picks that up, sends it packing. Seis carreras más. And that's a nice shot from Hussain this time.
Yeah, Hussain, well, he missed out in the last match, but he's been sent up the order. And Rabi Asif just motioning. It's perhaps got that one in the wheelhouse. But again, it was a risky shot. There's been a lot of cross-bat shots. If you hit them, that's fine. But also, if you mistime it or the bounce plays some tricks on you, you put yourself in peril. This time he tries again. It's gone very, very high. The field is right on the edge of the line. He can't do anything about it. Well, it was a good effort from the captain, Adil Shazad, down there on the long off boundary. He knew exactly where the line was. He got just inside, and he tried his hardest. He put everything into it, the big jump to try and pull it back over into the field of play. But 6 runs, and again, that one, once it got up in the sky, carrying all the way for 6. That's the end of another over. So Kalayan, pretty good power play in the end for them. Although they lost 2 wickets, the score is 44 after 3 overs.
Yeah, and you're just seeing, going back to the pitch here, I do believe that it offers something for the batsmen and the bowlers. And what I was about to say there was that these teams, these players have played on it a number of times, so they're actually getting used to it. But I would agree that if you came to play on this pitch the very first time, it is going to take a lot of getting used to, and there's going to be a few surprises. But there's no surprises in it now for these teams.
Well, no surprises. Adil Rif comes back after his sensational start to this match. He has 2 for 7 off his first over. The first one has worked away for a single. But yeah, well, it's been a pretty good effort from Skyways to pick up those first 2 wickets, but they'll want to get the danger man Zulfikar, and also I have to say that Ehsan Hussein's looking pretty dangerous as well. So all big wickets, and we've seen 10 overs is a long time actually, and a lot of action can happen. A lot of changes in momentum. Here's a riff. And he's bowled him. He's gone straight through and he's got a 3rd. And just when we were saying they could use another wicket, Ehsan Hussain has to go. He came out and played some nice strokes, Hussain, but this one just staying down a bit, and he tried to show it some respect. But the ball sneaking between bat and pad and making a mess of the sticky wickets. And a riff, well, you've got to hand it to him. He's got on target, and over goes the timber, and a 3rd wicket goes down. Kalayan, they're 45 for 3.
And what a bit of bowling this is from Adil Rif. That's his 3rd wicket. He's taken 3 now for 8. And he just, he's not trying to do anything special with it. He's just bowling a good line, pitching it right up. Okay, once more. You've seen that from the side view. Could say that it did stay a bit low. It did, but it didn't roll along the deck. But the other thing was, even if this was a little bit higher, that was still going to go through for me. I mean, there's a big gap there between bat and pad. He's gone through, hit the stumps, and, well, he's played some nice shots, some big ones. But now he has to go back, and, well, I know that the key man Zufka is still there. But if they keep plucking away and taking these other wickets, well, they certainly will give themselves a chance here, Skyways.
Well, drive right in. It's Jahanzab Askar, the new batsman, facing a riff. He's got his tail up. He's worked away nicely. Oh no, he's fallen over, but luckily he's got time to get away from the field. And we have seen, of course, it's a little bit slippery out there. Jahanzab Askar, he'll be relieved that it wasn't a tighter single, because he may have struggled and could have been another wicket to the Skyways team. And of course, we mentioned there, without a win in 4 appearances so far in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and Skyways, well, they're learning all the time. Their captain Dil Shazad is telling me that they watch their games back and look for ways they can improve, and you can see the improvement here from Arif. He's been right on target.
Just drifting down the leg side there, but once again, pitching the ball right up.
It'll be a leg by.
You just get the feeling, don't you, watching Zulfikar, he's really, really taught himself out there. He's really trying to make this the innings that counts for him, isn't he? He's not trying to, making sure he makes no silly mistakes.
Askar's on strike again. This is well pitched by Arif, and this time Askar able to stay on his feet as he gets through for another single. But you see the wickets, they do generally slow the scoring rate down. That's what you see as well. Askar just happy to take the single early and settle into an innings, but so important for the fielding side to take those wickets and obviously take the catches when they're offered as well. So Zulfikar, yeah, we mentioned that he hasn't really got, I think 40s is his top score, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah.
In the 40s or early 40s. And
His very first game, first game.
Has the ability to go large. See if he can go large here in match 47. Oh, a bit fortunate. Nice bit of fielding at point, but safely home as Askar. You see there's Zulfikar just fooled a little bit by the lack of bounce or lack of pace in the wicket. That will be the end of the over. So at the end of 4 overs, it's 49 for 3. And Rico.
Yes, tell me.
Got to mention this, and we're very excited about it here at ECN. Won't be long before the European Cricket League will be back. And the European Cricket League, if you're unfamiliar with it, it's the domestic champion clubs from 15 European nations, as well as the returning champions VOC Rotterdam. And you can find the European Cricket League right here on the ECN, starting on the 31st of May. It's going to run over 4 weeks in Spain, all the way through to the 25th of June. So mark that in your calendars, because that will be a showpiece event in European cricket this year. We'll be definitely joining you for that. And another wicket, back to live action. And a no ball is called by the square leg umpire, and that could be because of too many men outside this circle, would be my guess. And this could be a no ball and 4 byes.
What a let-off, eh?
Well, I'll tell you what, just when we knew what was going on, that was the big wicket of Zulfikar, and he took 1 or 2 steps, but then he happened to catch the square leg umpire calling no ball. You see that it'll be no ball and 4 byes. Again, very harsh on the wicket keeper, that one, but that one bouncing off the wickets. Again, that ball could have gone anywhere, but it happened to make it all the way to the boundary. So again, a bit of a mental error.
Well, you got to feel for the bowler here. See, if he went for 20 off his first, he's got a chance to bowl another. First one, he takes a wicket and he's let down by a fielder somewhere who just happened to stay, well, outside the ring when he needed to be inside. That's cruel.
It has to be a free hit as well. Oh, and he just misses out, and it's not quite high enough. It won't be out. And to tell you what, the fielder didn't realise, of course, and was holding it up. He was celebrating. Tamudi's Bashir. It's quite like this is again borderline.
But listen, you know, we were talking yesterday, Vinny, about how hard it is for a batsman. You get 1 chance and you're out. Well, he's been out twice, but twice
you said it. Absolutely.
He's staying in there. Of course, it was a free hit.
Let's see if this time he swung away. Yeah, I think the only thing I can think, Rico, is it must have been a no ball for too many outfielders. Of course, you're only allowed 5 outfielders. So, well picked up by the umpire. This one's going nowhere fast.
But he's living a charmed life, isn't he? I mean, I mean, if he doesn't score big runs here now, well, will he ever? Because, well, he was out off a no ball, and then on the free hit, he hits it in the air, is caught. Well, okay, fair enough. He could take a chance there, but
I tell you what, you know what you're going to get from Zulfi, don't you? You're going to get some big swings. All right, we've got some more comments we're going to come back to. And we got Ali saying that, asking about the Punjab Warriors. They're on action today, but of course, very popular team. Well, this one swung away over mid-wicket. It's a nice looking shot, but also a very good bit of fielding down there. That was Nakash Butt at deep mid-wicket, running around, making good ground to his right. Ooh, that was a lazy running as well from the big man, Zulfikar. I think I mentioned before that he's a bit of a fan of the hitting element of batting, but not a huge fan of the running element. And I certainly have played with a few players like that, Rico. But still, we've got Rabi Azif. A good job for his team. It's not his fault. He really could have had a 4th or 5th wicket, but he
could have
Rabi Azif, I should say, for his team. Anyway.
Well, he does deserve a wicket. Let's see if he can pick one up. And he does indeed. Right on cue. I said he deserved one. He was unfortunate. He should have had the other batsman out, but the fielder let him down. But he's come back strong, right on the money, knocking the stumps over. Another wicket goes down.
Yeah, Jason Zaimaskar. It's the end of his stay. We mentioned that Rabi Asif hadn't bowled that badly, to be honest, and could have had a wicket or two, and he finally gets one, sneaking one through the defences. I say defences, but it's quite an expansive stroke by the batsman. So, a nice piece of bowling. That's the end of the 5th over, and the score, 57 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, take this opportunity to talk. One of the viewers talking about Kerala. Yeah, no, Kerala is a lovely place. I've been there. And one thing I remember about Kerala, and let me know what you think, is it's the one place where I've eaten the best fish in the world. It was the freshest and the best. Masala fish, well, Kerala. My mouth is watering again. And we're going back to food. We've got to stop doing this.
Yeah, but we better stop doing this because it's all a fair way away from lunch. Here's Nakash Butt taking up the attack in the 6th over. Bowling to Zulfikar, who works him away for a single. A few questions about the ECL, about where it'll be broadcast. Well, more information coming that, but of course, quite certain you'll be able to see it here on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel and on Fancode in India, but then perhaps some other outlets as well. I know we were a couple of years ago, but more information to come with regards to where you can watch the ECL. And this one, it's a big swing from the new batsman. It's Mirza Rizwan Baig, who has joined Zulfi in the middle. Good bowling, that's what you need to do. Keep it outside the off stump. Even better, crash it into off stump. So here he is, Nakash Butt. So up, it's in the air. The fielder isn't going to get there in time. He'll turn for 1. Baig wants 2. Zulfi saying, in your dreams, I'll just stay down here and do the business for Karya. Got a lot of all caps happening at the moment. People getting quite passionate. Jason O'Hara saying, play straight and there be no wickets. Simple game. Yeah. It is sometimes, isn't it? Where are you watching from, Jason? Let us know. Like your opinions. Everything looks better in all caps in the chat room. Just remember that, Rico. Here's Button again. What's up? It's in the air. The fielder's underneath it. And he takes it easily. He's got a good pair of hands, Rabi Asif. And he was very comfortable under that ball. And look, he's done it again, Zulfi. He's made his way to 17 runs, but he's just popped one up. You have to say, never really found any timing or fluency in that innings. And he goes, and another wicket goes down. It's the 5th one for Karya. And they've fallen to 59 for 5.
Yeah, what a soft dismissal. I mean, his head's just not in the game. And I have to say that during the break between the end of the last game and this, there was a lot of debate and conversation going on in the dugout there of Karya. I just think they were at each other a little bit. I could hear talks about talking about catches that went down, etc., etc. So really, it's not the way to motivate yourself going into the next game. And I'm just wondering if that's still playing on the minds of some of the players. That performance there from Zulfikar, he certainly didn't look like he was up for it. And the captain himself going very first ball. Well, they're struggling here.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Genoto Lee's come out, and he played a nice little cameo in the last match to get them up to an acceptable score. First ball, he's going to try and whack it out of here, but he's only going to get a thick inside edge. It'll just be 1 run. And so, well, I say it'll just be 1 run, but now there's a chance of the keeper's end. Always takes his head off. We might get buzzers here. I'm counting 2, 3. Well, that might have been 6 if it had gone all the way to the boundary. So, not the way you normally see a Maximo, but in the end it'll be 3 runs, I believe. And again, Skyways, well, they've been pretty good this over. If you see this one hitting the edge of the pitch, whoa, that could have been lights out for the keeper.
Well, that really did take off. Didn't that take off?
Well, that's one of the reasons I think I'd be probably wearing a helmet all the time if I was keeping, if I was back or if I was up front, because edge of the pitch does create a few hazards for the man behind the stumps. But anyway, let's just call that 3 runs. Last ball, the over coming up, 62 the score. It's going to be wide down the leg side, and Bashir can't do much about it. The chase is on. I think the ball's going to win. It is. So 5 runs, 5 wides, more extras, and a couple given away by Skyways. They've done well to take 5 wickets. They've just let a few extras go through, though. Year finale couldn't make the stop, and again, that score ticks over. 67 now. The ball to go.
We've seen matches turn, haven't we, in overs like this or after overs like this. They've been under the cosh. We've just seen that one go for 5 wides. And, well, Skyways, they'll be gutted with themselves that they throw away the hard work they've done here so far.
He needs to close out this over now. And he does with a wicket. And the big man, we came out. Mirza Rizwan Beg. He went for the big shot. But the extra ball doing the trick for Nakash Butt, who comes up with his 2nd wicket. And after getting the big wicket of Zufka earlier in the over, he closes out. He took 2 for 10 off that over. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 67 for 6.
Yeah, that was good from Skyways. And I like to see that. I mean, they're showing good, positive character, aren't they, out there? I said I do like the way that they go about their business in the field. And they're demonstrating that. They're keeping, the bowlers have kept their line and length. All right, we've seen a couple of stray ones. That one that went for 5 wides. But in general and on the whole, they've stayed well together. They fielded well, and well, they don't make it easy for teams to score runs. And if you see, you've just seen there a good example of a team that we know are capable of scoring big runs, but just coming out and think you're going to score them easily by hitting across the line, well, it's not going to work for you. You've got to play each ball on merit, and Karaya are learning that to their peril.
Mohammed Khalid's going to bowl this 7th over, an important over for Skyways. It's well bowled as well, and they can only dig it out, and they'll get 1. A few more comments here. And Ali saying he's played against some of the Punjab Warriors. They're very energetic, never give up until they've lost. Good lads. And I know the Warriors have a lot of fans out there, the way they've played their cricket, and we'll see them for a few more matches before this series is over. He's humming again. Playing a miss. Nice bowling from Khalid. And Yes's got a legitimate question, which I'll answer. How come there's no man of the match at the moment, or the 2 captains chatting? It's to do with COVID, actually, Jesus. Just got some issues with the resources on the ground here, so that's the reason we don't have the interviews back just yet, but we hope to bring them back to you in the future. This one's hit nicely down the ground. It's going to go all the way, and a nice shot from the new batsman. It's Mohammed Naeem, who's come out to the middle, and he starts with a boundary.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. I mean, he didn't look too comfortable with the ball outside the off stump, but that one pitched up to him, got into shape, and unlike some of the batsmen before him, he just got into shape, kept his head nice and still, and played a good positive shot. I think some of the viewers have said just play straight, and that's exactly what he's done.
This time it's a nice shot off the back foot, and they'll get 1. I don't think they'll get 2. Shazad's a good fielder. Fires that one into the keeper's end, so a nice bit of work from the Skyways captain to keep that to 1. But yeah, there's lots happening here on the ground, I can imagine, and lots of chat as well. We've got Nate saying, Senor Rico, come on over to America and I'll grill you a steak for lunch. Where's my invite, Nate? That's gone straight through him. And yeah, come on, Nate. Rico's invited. He might know how much I eat, actually, Nate. Don't know how wealthy you are, but I could eat you out of house and home. I've known to have been known to do that before. And So it's been nice bowling. This umpire's conferring here. That's something or other. But I think you'll find there's still one more ball left in the over. So Ahmed Khalid. And I think there's some discussion that perhaps there's a wicket. So I'll have to go back to see this one again, and might have been a little edge. And perhaps the batsman smiling, he might have just admitted it as well and given it up. So we'll see this one. Well, that's not what I saw last ball.
No.
I'll tell you what, we want to rewind the tape there, but a little bit of confusion. But ultimately, the batsman, I believe, has been given out caught behind, and just getting a little edge on that. So often you can just walk, and that's the way to go. But that time, I don't know whether he whispered it to the umpires, but in the end they got together and decided he was out. So that's another wicket.
Yeah, everybody puzzled about that, and people are looking at each other with blank looks. And well, you saw hooray from Skyways and applause, and well, we thought we missed somebody's birthday or something, but it was another wicket.
Last ball of the over then. And this is going to be swung, big swing, but not quite the contact. It'll go down to Shazad, who's fielding down there at long off, doing a good job for his team. That'll be the end of the over. So at the end of that over, it's 74 for 7. Nice over, only 7 off it. And yeah, this is some of the things you'll see in the Fancode European Cricket Series that you might not see anywhere else in the world. And yeah, it just creates an extra level of interest. But I think the batsman in the end, he was happy to go. I think he knew he'd edged it, and even though the Skyways, there was no real appeal from the Skyways players, but honestly the right decision was made in the end, even though it surprised a few people at the ground, especially those of us that have got headphones on, and we were a long way away from the action. But anyway, here is Nakash Butt to bowl his second and final over. Full toss, but to not be able to punish it, and they'll just get the single.
He's bowled well, but been impressed. Well, I've been impressed with most of the bowlers. They've all bowled a good line. They've made the batsman play, and when they've tried to go across the line to the straight ball, they've found themselves getting out. So they've stuck to the guns. Let's hope they can finish the job here. They'll be looking to try and keep them under 100. Certainly no more than 110.
Oh, there might have been an edge there. There's another one. This time it's clear cut. Yes, and saw that one from here. This was outside the off stump. Watch the deflection here. Little touch. And his head was in the sky, but Skyways, they were the ones celebrating. There's a big swing from Mohamed Naeem. I don't know where this might have landed. Might have landed in Portugal. But in the end, a nice bit of wicket keeping from Shireen Bashir. Well, he's had some entertainment himself behind the stumps there. Almost had to order a new head from the factory after that one hit the side of the pitch and decapitated him. But that time, a nice, easy little edge. And he's done well with 2 catches for him then in the last couple of minutes. So, well, Skyways, we said they wanted to improve, and without a win in 5 attempts, they've got a very good chance here. They got Carrion on the ropes here in match 47, Rico.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. They're falling like flies, aren't they? They're a team in bits. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to be like when they come out in the field. And remember, they had every opportunity to see this delivery from Butt.
Well, this was straight as well. Skyways, for the most part, they've been pretty accurate. That's what you need to do. Don't give too many freebies.
Yeah.
We've got Asad Ali out in the middle now.
Every opportunity at the start of this day, sitting 2 points behind the 2 teams, joint top Minaj and Ravala Sporting, to join them and then overtake them.
This is an attempted slower ball. It's a fast leg spinner from Nakash Butt, but it slides down the leg side for a wide. It'll have to be bowled again, and again, Jesus saying slower ball outside of stump, troubling the batsman. That's a good observation from you, Jesus. Also, Nate saying the more the merrier, so maybe I am invited to lunch. I'm sure they do a good steak there in Tennessee. It's a part of the world I've always wanted to visit. Here's Nakash Butt again. This is right on target. It'll be into the offside, and fielding done by Hamid Khalid on the cover boundary. So just a single, and Karim, well, they're just staying in touch, and well, it'll be up to their batting unit now to chase this down. It'll be a fairly modest target. Something around par, I'd say, in the end, and they'll have to bat well to get it. Again, nice from Butt. He's been right on target. They're not missing Not missing a trick here, Skyways. Trying to give those extras, and in these innings they've been pretty solid. I mean, there's probably one or two that might have gotten away to the boundary, and that's why the wides column's probably a bit larger than they'd like, but certain bowlers, Nakash Butt is one of them that's been deadly accurate, especially in this over. Yeah, wraps him on the pad, but that won't be a run, so nice work, and that'll be the end of the over. So at the end of 8 overs, Currier, they're 79 for 8.
Yeah, good work. So just got 12 more balls. Skyways have to get in 12 more good balls, and they would feel, especially the way things are going at the moment, they would have done the job and done it well. And what I was saying earlier, that Korea, well, they lost that first game, which would have put them joint if they had won it on points with the teams at the top. And well, they still can do that, but they've got to overcome whatever it is that's in their minds at the moment. They certainly don't look up for it. They look at the moment a completely different team to that we saw out here the last time round. The team that beat Minaj in that run-scoring feast.
Well, it's kept very low, but it's just slide down the leg side, and it's a very good man to bowl the 9th over. I think the captain, Adil Shahzad, he did bowl the first over and went for a couple of boundaries, but he's got a cool head. We've seen him leading his troops expertly and commanding a lot of respect from his men, because he tries to lead by example, and here he is in a pressure situation. Very evenly balanced game, I'd say, at this stage. And just to say that, of course, he sprays one down the leg side, but I do like the work of Shahzad. I think that he's the man for the job at this stage. The score ticks over to 80 with 11 balls remaining. Oh, we'll just wait for the decision, and we're just waiting on the umpire. So umpire just revoking his call there, umpire Salim.
Yeah, I got the feeling that the ball did touch the pads as it went through, so maybe he's been informed of that, and it's not a wide ball, so it just goes down as a dot ball.
Well, then that helps. Takes him back in the 70s, and often you score backwards. Here we go. This time he's in. And they're going to get through for a run, unless this hits. Well, that was perhaps smart by Bashir.
Yeah, I think so.
If he'd thrown that, there could have been extras, and one at this stage. Just don't want to give any momentum. And look, the other thing is, like you're saying, they might be running out of batsmen, because with 8 down, of course, if there's 10 batsmen that are out in an innings, that's the end of the innings, because the 11th player can't bat by himself. So that's also on the cards. They reach 80 for the second time in the over. It's now 80 with after 3 balls gone.
Lofted in the air. Fielder should get to it. There's Harif again. And Harif is, we know what he's like, Harif, when he goes in the air, he gets there and then says, oh, I can't just get there. And it just dropped in front of him. Well, thought it was there for the catch.
Well, I'm going to say it, Rico. We've seen some horrific fielding from from Rabi, and I'm surprised that he didn't attack that one a bit more, because he's got a very good pair of hands, and we saw it earlier in the innings. So, again, just satisfied just to give up the single, but yeah, I don't think there was any danger of it going to the boundary. So, here's Shahzad. This one's very, very high, and it's very, very long. It's going to go all the way. That's half a dozen. That's a Maximo, and valuable runs to Currier at this stage of the innings.
Very valuable. We've had to wait a long time, haven't we, to see a shot like that. And, well, finally used his feet well, got right under the ball and sent it packing. Big hit.
Yeah, so be disappointed with that. Shahzad just giving a bit too much length, and the height was there. I thought the fielder was in the game for a second, Nakash Butt, at long off. And all he could do was watch it sail over his head for 6. So last ball of the over, 87 the score. Oh, this could have easily been a wicket. So Shahzad, well, he'll be disappointed not to pick one up. He conceded 23 off his 2 overs. Not a bad effort from the captain. That's the end of the 9th over. The score, 87 for 8. Yeah,
that's not a bad comeback. I mean, remember, 16 was caught off his first over. So bearing in mind that one of those balls did go for a big 6, he's still done okay. So he'll be more than happy at this stage. And it's very, very important now for Skyways that they don't go to pot in these last 6 balls. They've been very impressive so far. It's Khalid who's going to come back onto bowl. He bowled pretty well, so let's see if he can keep it up there. He starts well.
Yeah, and you see again, pretty accurate. He only conceded 7 runs off his first over, Khalid. There was a wicket in that over as well, so it's good work. And this score, I think, easily have one of these scores between 80 and 100 that we know make very good cricket matches. And Skyways, well, yet to successfully chase anything down in the ECS. And off the end of the bat, and I think in the end, likely just be a single. They're going to try for 2. They're good and smart to the keeper's end. And again, that's well run. Have to say, Asad Ali, well, he's hit a couple of big blows and the fielder got there, but wasn't quite able to get the power on it required. Nakash Butt, well, he's bowled his 2 overs. This one just plugging in the long grass, and 2 runs scored.
Well, they'll probably be urged to go for 2 again.
Yeah, no chance for that time. Went too quickly to Arif, who's down at long on. 91 the score with 3 balls remaining. So can they make the ton? It would take a lusty blow. I know he's going to be trying. This is Junaid Ilyas. And that'll help as well. That'll be a wide. So
Yeah, it's, we were just saying, just got to keep it nice and tidy. Tried to bowl, I think that one at the back of the hand. Just going down the leg side. Just got to keep it back on outside the off stump. Probably not too full though.
this one's lifted. It's not going to at the distance. Ball's not really attacked by a riff at long on, but again, they'll only get the single. And 93 to score, 2 balls to go. Kessel's saying there's nothing more Aussie than a Sunday roast lamb. Well, that's very true. And I'm going to have to start banning food chat, I think, because I think lunch is still a fair way away here. But no, we do appreciate their comments there. 2 balls to go in the innings. This is away nicely. Again, they're going to pick up a riff who's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just a single. So 94 with a ball to go. Ali saying maybe they didn't have their morning coffee and parathas. I'm not sure who's talking about. I have to scroll up to see who he's referring to there. But again, we have to put a ban on the food and drink chat. Here's the last ball innings. Score is 94. It's up and it's over. It could run away to the boundary. And yeah, I think it will. So, 4 carreras más. And a good finish to the innings for Karian. They lost a lot of wickets at key stages in that innings, but they're able to get a few runs away. They're 11 off the last over of the innings. And after 10 overs, Karian, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they finish 98 for 8. And I tell you what, Rico, we've come to expect it. There were plenty of thrills and spills and stuff that we are finding difficult to describe right here in match 47 of the Fanco European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I mean, Skyways, credit to them. They kept going, they kept plugging away, bowling good lines. Arif, he impressed me. He's taken 3 wickets in this game, bowling a great wicket-to-wicket line. Thought he could have had another one there. That would have been the first baller. One hit high up in the air and just too high for the captain this time on the boundary. The chase on for the fielders here. There's the beauty. What a lovely delivery that was. And I think that was his 3rd wicket. Just got that ball in the right spot. And you've got a feel for this man as well. That was Asif. He was unlucky. Could have quite easily had more wickets. Things didn't go his way. The wicket keeper nearly losing his head there. Well, and that was what Skyways for me were all about. There, you see that in 2 balls. That sums up them. Bowling a good line, keeping it wicket to wicket, and the bowlers being supported well by the fielders. We just have to have a look at the scorecard. And well, that man, Khazar Zulfikar, he was just going over run a ball, which for him is slow going. He just didn't look up to it for me today. I mean, somebody in the chat was referring to not having your parantas. Well, he certainly didn't have his parantas. He didn't have his 3 shredded wheat either. It was very flat. Made 17. Wakas played one lovely shot, hit a big 6, but then went for 8. Hussain, the only other batsman to talk about, making 18 of his 8 balls. He hit 2 sixes and 1 4. But then after that, Asghar throwing his wicket away. Baig as well. Junaid Ali, we know that he can bat, got to 4 and he went. Nobody really doing anything in that middle order, and then they relied right at the end there to Ilyas, 10 of 8, not out, and Asad Ali, he made 12 of 10 balls, so valuable runs there at the end, helping his team to get to 98 for 8. So I think they'll still feel pretty comfortable that maybe that's enough runs. Bowling wise, Adil Shazad, 2 overs, 23 runs, no wickets for him, but 3 wickets there. Look at those figures. Adil Arif, he may not fancy taking the catches, but is certainly very, very strong with the ball. Bowls a very, very good line, and well, if you're going to try and go across the line or charge him, he's going to get you. Taking 3 wickets for 11. Well, Ravi Asifi's first over was very expensive. He came back strong, didn't he, towards the end, and well, could have had more wickets. There was that no ball because the fielder was outside the circle, too many out, and he had the big man at the time, Zulfikar, bowled, but it didn't count. But he did come back and take a wicket, but very impressed with him as well. Another bowler took 3 wickets in the game of his 2 overs, 3 for 15, and Khalid, as you would expect from Skyways, just kept the ball in the right area. So Skyways, this is their 5th game, they're looking for their first win. Well, I think they've done half the job here. They know that Kharaya, they're looking a little bit down, looking a little bit flat, and if ever a team was there for the taking, I think they are there at the moment. I think Skyways can get a good start in. If they can stay at 10 and over, well, that's more or less what's required. A good power play from them. I think we'll see an interesting finish to the day. So, as the sun is starting to burn away some of these clouds, I think we're going to have an exciting prospect, an exciting run chase. Take the opportunity to say well done, and for all the hard work being done here by the European Cricket Network team, coming up to the end of the 2nd week, and it's Friday, it's Fandazzy Dozy, the weekend off, the weekend to explore this beautiful city again over this weekend. So well done to Sam Williams, Macbye, Andy House, Stephen Gooch and Barry Eaton, all doing a marvellous job. And then of course to the production team, so one of our partners, Spring Productions, and we've got the likes of Almaz, Alvera and Martin doing a great job with bringing you all the excitement and entertainment, and the ground staff working endlessly here, especially preparing the ground for the morning and then in between innings and at the end of the day. Always busy, here early and here late. Roberto, Xavier, Devinder Singh Kaur, Kushveer Singh Kaur and Ranjit, and of course lovely Sarah, and that's where I'm going now. I'm going to leave you for about 8 minutes. I'm going to go see Sarah, who's going to make me another lovely cup of coffee. But just to remind you, be coming right back in about 8 minutes or so. It's going to be Skyways batting to see if they can get to 99 to win their first victory in a Fancode European Cricket Series. Be right back. Hasta luego, hasta pronto. Volvemos en 10 minutos. En el campo de Montjuïc, aquí en Barcelona. Es un campo olímpico en esta zona de Anías de Olímpico. We're in the Olympic city here, overlooking the the Olympic rings. The area is known as, with all the buildings around here. We're not far from the Olympic Stadium. In fact, there's one of few big sixes that we've seen that have probably ended up not far from it. It's a lovely setting here in Barcelona, high up, and we overlooking the harbour, and it's just absolutely amazing to be here in February. Still winter here in Spain, and seeing cricket being played. Skyways, 99 required to win what would be their very first victory in a European cricket series. And it's going to be Junaid Ali, no surprise there, bowling the first ball. He's bowled very well so far in this series. And it's going to be batsman on strike, Bashir. And he'll be hoping that Bashir and Hamid Khalid, the non-striker's hand, can give his team a good start. They would love to be able to negotiate the first 3 overs, the power play, and well, as long as they're over 30, they would love to be on 40 ahead of the run rate. They know that they're on their way. Positive start, good running, takes the single very first ball. It's well done. And well, let's get him in quickly, especially for Skyway's sake. Vinny, get in there, sit down and start.
Skyways are making me run. And you see the Gary Enfielders were trying to stop me for a chat on the way back because they know that I'm on the way back to the commentary box. There's always wickets falling. But yeah, fascinating run chase set up here in match 47. Hello again to our viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have you with us. And yeah, again, very interesting run chase on the cards. 99 to win for Skyways. Hamid Khalid to face his first ball, and it's going to be a wide down the leg side again. Right hand, left hand combination could be an effective weapon for the batting team. We've seen quite a few extras from bowlers struggling to adjust, but yeah, Skyways yet to win in the series so far. They've played 4 matches and lost all 4, so they've got a very good opportunity to register their first win here in match 47 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. This one's pushed away sensibly and just a single, so look, it's important that they find just the right level of aggression in this innings, especially early on. They don't want to take unnecessary risks, but having said that, they can't bat too conservatively because that 10 and over can get out of hand if you fall behind the rate. So yeah, very interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it's a total that, in terms of the number of runs they have achieved, they've achieved it a few times, got into the hundreds, so they are capable.
It's a nice looking stroke, driven through the covers. Good shot for one, as they say in the classics, and leaning on the front foot, keeping along the carpet. So again, a bit of a cautious start, but still ticking over the score at this stage. Got Jesus in the chat saying, Vinny and Rico, you should start your morning with a hot cup of chai tea parata and put the roti in the tea. You'll be in for a treat, Vinny. Well, you don't have to convince me, Jesus. I'm preaching to the choir there. I have to ban the food chat though at this stage. Next ball worked away again. Good running. They'll get through for a single. Just got a few other people that are chatting in our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Chat at the moment. And Nalini Jaiprasad saying, hello Vinny and Rico, happy Juma or Friday. Well, there you go. Hello Nalini, thanks for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. I'm always interested to see where people are watching this from, and wherever you're watching from, it certainly is entertaining at the moment. There's a great run chase on the cards here. This time it's going to be straight to the fielder, and so pretty good start, just 5 on the board. And again, we'll don't mind this if you're Skyways, because you've got probably Junaid Ali, one of the better bowlers to contend with. If you get away with something between 5 and 10 off his over, you'd be happy. This is just over the fingertips of the fielder who's at cover. It was Ehsan Hussain who got perilously close to this. Not even sure if it flicked his fingers as it went over. It was never really going to be caught. And that's the end of the over, so bit of a stalemate there. Skyways, after one over, they're 6 without loss.
Yeah, Bashir, you can see he was trying to hit in that gap between the two infielders. Didn't quite get the direction right. And almost putting it into the hands of the fielder, but gets away with it, takes a single. But, I like it's a good positive start. Some nice shots being played there. I think, Vinny, you're absolutely spot on. Some nice shots for one.
Yeah, definitely. And just got to keep an eye on that rate, though, especially 3 over power play. Do want to get a few away and get ahead of the game, but the key moment for me, Adil Ahmed, the captain. He's going to bowl the second over, and he's bowling to Bashir. Well, this is just over the fielder again. It was a full toss turned away. And it was Mirza Rizwan Baig, who's at short fine leg. Well, if he was a foot taller, and that one might have been going into the mitts, but a valuable boundary, the first one of the innings. Cuatro carreras, 4 runs to Skyways.
Cuatro carreras indeed. Adil Ahmed, he's still at the fielder saying, hey, you should have taken that.
Like,
should have jumped up 2 hands and
why didn't you have taller parents?
Yeah.
He's what he's saying. He might have got up there, but nothing much you could do about that. What about the full toss outside leg stump? That's probably what he needs to concentrate on. And he comes again. This one, this could be 4 more. Yeah, it was just too short. It was an overcorrection. And no one back on the deep square leg boundary. And 4 more runs. Cuatro carreras más. Skyways, well, they're up and away.
Yeah, Adil Ahmed bowling that, and well, he's only just moved now. He bowled it, and he stood there like a statue. Well, for almost 30 seconds to a minute, he did not want to move. He's probably in his head thinking to himself, what am I doing? We know he can bowl a very good line, the ball right up there, pitched up. He's got the one where he wraps his fingers around it as well, but he's not started well.
Yeah, it's going to force a field change. So man going back on the deep square leg boundary. This one, it's up. The fielder's coming around. He can only watch it go over the rope. That's a Maximo. And Bashir, well, he's getting off the leash. He's scoring valuable runs for Skyways. The first one of the innings.
Kinni soni timing, kinna sona shot. Pella do choke mari. The hun inna badda shakka. Pressure is on here.
He's going to get a bit of pad, but won't get away from the keeper. Will be a valuable dot for Karia. And look, he's in the chat. Asjad Bhatt saying morning Rico Parji and Mr. Maximo. Good morning to you, Asjad Bhatt. Well, he's been one of the players of the series so far in Barcelona. It's great that you're joining us. If you've got any questions for Asjad, you could also stick them in the chat. He's worked away nicely. And again, the power of good running, you see, as that was hit towards the fieldsman, but both batsmen setting off straight away, communicating, getting a single. So this is what they need to do between the boundaries.
Definitely, yes, Chad Bhatt. Good morning to you. And, well, what form he's been in, the Minaj player. He's at top of the batting stats at the moment, 248 runs. And he, no doubt, will add plenty more to those.
All right, last ball of the over then. Again, sensible batting. They're ahead of the rate at this stage, so Khalid works that away for the single. There was 16 off that over. And a good one for Skyways, and they are 22 off 2 overs.
Yeah, going well, and going back to those stats, Asjad Bhatt at the top of the rankings at the moment, that's the 248. Adil Sawa, after his 91 yesterday, second on 193 runs scored. And then we have Mohammad Ishan, 188. All top 3 batsmen there have played 4 games. And if you're interested in the bowling stats at the moment, and we'll see him again later today, is Sonu Jangra, and what a great bit of bowling we saw from him the other day. In the day, he took 7 wickets, all clean bowled.
He has stumps shaking in their boots when he runs in, Rico, hitting him 7 times. Would you believe it? I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it. But he was very effective getting the most out of this surface, just making the most of the variable bounce, which we saw on occasion, and obviously undisciplined batting as well. So we can see Abdul Wadood to bowl the 3rd over, final one of the power play. Starts with a wide and could be an extra as well. The chase is on. In fact, this one might beat the fielder. I think it has. It's got all the way. So Wadood That was a good ball to a right-hander. But this one, getting away from the keeper as well.
Well, Abdul Wadood, he's the cool dude. He certainly is. We've seen him give us some magical moments in this Fancode European Cricket Series. The run out, the thunderous catch he took in that last game. Well, he needs to make something happen here.
He's a human highlight reel with dude. Right now, it's like another wide will be called. So just struggling a little bit with this line earlier, the left-hander. But, he was saying to me that he loved watching his own run out from the outfield, and his mother was enjoying watching it as well. I don't know where she was watching from, but of course he ran that batsman out from the outfield. Caught him napping in an earlier match. Here's Wadood round the wicket now. This is a much better line, testing the left-hander. But Wadood, and we saw him, with go-go gadget arm in the last match as well. The second last ball, scores were tied, kept his team in it, but fortunately they went down off the last ball. This next one's inside off stump again. It's good running from Skyways. They'll get the single, and they're going to be really important in the context of this match. If you just get 2 of those and over, that's 20 runs. And, well, we've seen these kind of targets, middle-of-the-road targets, how important just taking those extra runs and the running between the wicket becomes.
Yeah, good power play so far. These 2 batsmen key. Just get the feeling that they're key to this run chase. Again, batsman content to score. And I think that's smart work again. It wasn't quite there to whack, and we've seen it before, haven't we? Batsman trying to send that ball out of the stadium and hitting it straight up in the air. But Skyways, I think, mentioned to them in the break, they were mentioning to me, they only need 10 and over, not 20 and over. Nice looking drive, but it's well fielded as well. Yeah. This is that man we talk about sometimes, being in close. Being in the game, it's very easy to push the players back on the ring, but having him just there cuts out that single slower ball.
And consecutive dots, so again, we do this good comeback, but take out those wides at the start of the over. He's only given 1 away. So just rushing through the overs, they know the importance of that. They were flirted with the clock in the last game, Karia. They know they need to get through these overs in the allotted amount of time. They don't want any run penalties. And that is the end of the over. And at the end of 3, that's the end of the power play. Skyways, they're 31 without loss.
Yeah, right where they need to be in all areas. Run rate, no wickets lost.
I love some of the chatting here, and a lot of people speculating on the outcome of this match. Al Mahmood Sujan saying 5,000% win second bat. I would love to be that confident.
5,000%.
I would love to be that confident about anything, Rico. 5,000%. There you go.
What, for Skyways, is it? He's saying?
Yeah. 5,000%. Well, you can't argue with that. That's a lot of percent. Look who's going to bowl. It's going to be Mohamed Umar Wakas to bowl the 4th over, and he was almost the hero in the last match as he tried to defend only 3 or 4 in the last over. He's on now to bowl the 4th. And this is worked down to long on. And you can see what Khalid's thinking here. He's being a left-hander. He's going to get probably a bunch of wides. And he get some runs there. And then the other ones, he's satisfied just to score. Doesn't want to get stuck up that end. Doesn't want dot balls. And really at this point, dot balls are the only thing which can endanger this chase for Skyways. Here's Mohamed Umar Wakas. This will be a wide. So, yeah, it's very interesting point of the game. Nalini is watching from Trinidad. I bet it's a bit warmer in Trinidad than here. This one's a bit short and worked away for the single. Yeah, no, he says that it starts at 3:15 a.m. in Trinidad. He said he gets up very early to watch the best league in the world, the ECS. And he's kind enough to say the best commentary, Vinny and Rico. Keep it up. You're doing a good job. Love you all. Well, thank you, Nalini. And I tell you what, 3:15, we get up quite early for this, don't we? Not quite that early in Spain. So we'll bowl the next one from Mohamed Umar Wakas and stuck out for a single.
Yeah.
No, but we do, Rico, we mention it every day when we walk home down the hill from the Montjuic Olympic ground. That's we do sincerely appreciate everyone and your kind comments, and from all over the world that you're enjoying the coverage and the commentary, and we're sincerely humbled by that, and we just thank you for tuning in and becoming part of the European cricket family. Right, here's Mohamed Umar Wakas. Again, another nice dot, and Well, Khalid was pretty good at getting the ball away, but Bashir just struggling a couple of times with a couple of dots, so fascinating little duel going on out there in the middle. This is in the air, but it's going to find a gap, and the chase is on. They'll turn for one. Going to come back for two. Good throw. He might be in a bit of trouble. But Bashir, he's pretty quick. He'll get back for two. So good running.
Yeah, this is good. I'm liking this from these two at the moment. There's not been any sudden rush of blood. They've kept things calm. They've taken the singles. And, well, it's been, you know, we're watching T10 cricket here. And it could be two openers batting in a 50-over one-day game. They're just doing everything right, getting in the position, playing the ball, getting the singles, rotating the strike, left and right combination. It's working well.
Yeah, last ball of the over then, Mohamed Mawakas. Of course it's not. It's down the leg side and go for a wide. So 2 handy runs for Skyways. Gives me time to let you know that in the next game, it's the Barcelona Gladiators who have won the toss and elected to bat against the Bangladesh Kings. But actually the Bangladesh Kings captain, Moshir Rahman, he told me that he would have fielded anyway. Of course, they love to chase. And
they do indeed.
They left it very close in the last game. The first game of today, they won off the very, very last ball. But it will be the Gladiators returning to the stage here on day 10 in Barcelona. They will be batting first in match 48. The last ball of the over it is this time. Worked off the pads for a single. So that's the end of the 4th over. This game's still a bit of an arm wrestle, but Skyways, they've still got 10 wickets in hand. It's 40 for no loss.
Yeah, going along nicely. That sun's still not coming out, and I tell you what, Trinidad, it would be nice to have a little bit of their rum, wouldn't it, to add to these cups of tea we're having at the moment to warm us up.
That would really warm us up.
It certainly would. Thank you for joining us wherever you are. And, well, it's just, it's nice to know, sat here, that so many people are European cricket family. That's what we like to call you. You're our family, a global family. It's just nice to know that people are watching from all over the world. And
Ali Jr. mentioning that Askar might get a few wickets. A few wickets next 2 overs, and that win percentage will drop. Well, below 5,000. Here he is now. Jahanzeb Askar is into the attack. And it's a bit short, and the first one's put away. It's a nice shot off the pads. And Khalid, well, he's been content to push the single so far. This one was a bit short from Askar. He'll be a bit disappointed with where this one bounced. It was too short. And going away, 4 runs. 4 runs to Skyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's good changes. Take the pace of the ball, put the spin on. But, of course, it's got to be in the right area. Left-handers love it there. It's going to punish anything that's been put anywhere near his legs.
Well, this is some good wicket keeping, but it's going to slide down the leg side for a wide. And Kaiser Zulfikar, well,
yeah,
he's quite a good weapon up to the stumps. He takes some that others don't. You see the good footwork that time, and just in case the batsman was out of his crease, he was very quick to get the ball back onto the wickets. But the batsman was alert to it, and another run to the total.
Yeah, just probably give it a little bit of flight outside the off stump and see how the left-hander fares with that one. Here he comes.
Oh, and he's bowled him. He's gone straight through him. And it's that man, Askar. Well, it was mentioned in the chat that he could be the man to turn things around for Currier. And you see this one. Well, it's well pitched. Going straight through the gate. Drive right on in. And that's the end of Khalid. It was a useful contribution for him. He contributed a dozen. But Skyways lose their first, and it's 45 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to run a ball, but what he was doing is running, and running well, rotating the strike, and he provided good support for Bashir. And it's very important that Skyways continue that these next batsmen that are coming in do provide the support. And Bashir won't mind if they play the odd shot or two of their own as well.
So there we go. We've seen how wicket can change things. It's Adil Arif who's coming to the wicket now. Again, we saw him make a very brief stay at the crease in the last match. We're hoping to get a few away. He's got a big challenge ahead of him with Askar coming in very shortly.
Yeah, just composing himself. He knows that if he can make a good innings here, there's every chance that Skyways can register that first victory, which is 5,000% sure. Is that right?
Well, that might be only 4,900 now after that wicket, but I guess we'll find out. Here's Askar. Well, this time he's lifted, is up and away. This one is going the journey. It's a Maximo and a Reef. Well, he didn't get any away in the last game, but he's off and racing here in match 47. 6 valuable runs to Skyways.
Oh, he's muscled that over the boundary there. That's a good hit. Good timing, good power. 6 runs.
Brings up the 50 for Skyways. Move on to 51. 2 balls to go in the first half of their innings. Oh, and that one, I don't know how that's missed. And there's big trouble. A Riff. Oh, he's just gotten back. Yeah, this one, well, again, he was pretty nervous. I think he was surprised that this one didn't bowl him. I think it's just gone over the top of middle stump. Watch this. Actually, it hit the pad and just popped over the stumps. Lucky it got a bit of pad. I think that one would have hit the stumps. And then there's a bit of miscommunication between the batsmen. And they survive in the end. So, ball to come. 51 the score. Wow, this is a very fascinating run chase on the cards. Just keeping up with the rate at the moment, though, as Skyways seeking their first win in the ECS. So we turned away for a single. So the end of 5. It's 52 for 1. And I'll just mention another chat. And Nalini, who's in Trinidad, asking how do you get to see match analysis and match preview and review? Well, that's a very good question, Nalini. I can tell you the place to go every day. Make this a part of your routine. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. You will find a match preview article there that is comprehensive. It covers all 5 matches for the next day. So that website again, www.europeancricket.com. And it even has a few little predictions in there as well. But not always right, but try and use the best information possible. Also, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. You get match summaries of all the games and all the information you need in a handy format to keep you up to date with what's happening in the series. Right, here's Muhammad Umar Wakas again. And getting a little bit nervy. These Skyways, sometimes when you haven't won a game, can seem like quite the mountain to climb, and they're just a little bit nervy at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, he's doesn't like coming out of his crease, does he? Arif, I don't know if that's because of Zulfiqar, the wicketkeeper standing right up.
This is shorter, but they will get a single, and you see this rate. I mean, it's smart as well. They just need 10 and over. They don't need to take unnecessary risk, but also you just worry that if they have one over of only, say, 4 or 5, and that rate gets pushed up, they could be putting pressure on themselves in the back end of this innings. But anyway, here's Muhammad Umar Wakas. This will be a wide, and again, Karim, they let themselves down with some wides in that last game. They really let the Kings back into that game. There was one period where there was an outrageous amount of wides in 1 or 2 deliveries, so I'll try and avoid that happening again. Down the ground for a single, but he could be headed for another blockbuster finish here. Back to back, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, the key here already, it's not surprising. You're not surprised to hear me say is Bashir. He's batting very well. Just composing himself. Well, there we go. There's those extras. 23, I believe it was, at the top of my memory, that they gave away in that last game. And
yeah, and a couple of extras again, like you mentioned, Rico, and they'll take them how they get in Skyways. They'd be thrilled to walk away with a win in their return to the stage today on day 10. This one is straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and at least it was good backing up that time from Arif, even though he had to do the big 180, straighty 180 U-turn, and got back in time, but you could see they're looking to run. Well, this one's short, and it is smashed. It's all the way over the wall. Maximo! 6 more runs to Skyways, and Bashir, well, he's leading the charge for Skyways.
yeah, looking to run. Weren't looking to run that one. And there's a top shot. It just seems to be so calm, just pacing himself well. Hasn't changed anything from the moment he stepped out there at the start of the innings, playing every ball on merit. And then every so often playing a top shot like that, which again just keeps them right on course, on top of the run rate and on course for a victory.
And last ball of the over, 63 on the board. Again, well, sensible cricket there. Didn't want to throw it away with a wicket. He knows he's the man.
Yeah.
Bashir, if he stays there, you feel that Skyways will do enough to chase this target down of 99. That's the end of the 6th over. It's 63 for 1.
Yeah, going away nicely. The 2 batsmen there, Arif and Bashir, just having a chat. And he's probably saying to Arif there, look, you know, just be careful when you're going on the back foot. Try and come forward. I mean, Ashgar is going to try and push one through your defences. Stay there with me, because he knows what can happen when wickets start to fall here. They can sometimes tumble. You just need somebody there at the other end.
Well, 36 off 24 balls, and Askar's going to come back to bowl his second over. Big over this. And this one, well, it's just off the surface. Just losing the handle on that one, Askar. And that makes this a free hit, and looks so important here that you don't miss out on a free hit when you're given a gift like this. They don't give you too many. And it's going to be Arif. Well, I wonder where this one might end up if he gets hold of it. Because I don't know Adil that well, but I have a feeling I know what's going through his mind right now. He's thinking Maximo. Free hit. And that was a huge swing and a miss, and then they'll get a dot, and guys are sort of saying, well, that really hasn't bounced, but here's what you need to do as a keeper. Again, it's its own skill. We've seen him take some good ones, but a little bit of advice, I'd say you need to try and stay lower longer on this wicket. So, carrying off the hook. Next one will be a wide though, so still a couple of runs off this first ball of the over.
Yeah, those extras just mounting up. They're making the same mistakes again. I mean, that's 16 now. 16 extras being given.
See where this one lands, Rico. Got a feeling. Well, he tries, and he's out. Carries all the way to the man behind point. And Arif, well, he'll be disappointed with that. Took on the big shot, but perhaps playing a bit of turn. Flew all the way on the fly to Muhammad Umar Wakas, who's positioned behind point on the offside. You see here, just off the bottom corner of the bat, you'd have to say, the outside edge, flying away, and you thought for a second it wasn't going to make it all the way to the fieldsman, but a key wicket for Currier, and they stay in this match.
Yeah, they do indeed, and taking the chance that came, and Arif goes. He can be dangerous if he sticks around. We saw that already, hit a huge six, missing out on the free hit, and well, that was the time to try and attempt to do that. You know, because obviously he wouldn't have been out, but the very next ball, he's been caught. He's on his way back. So another partner for Bashir goes.
Rabi Zif's the new batsman. He immediately starts with a single. Yeah, Adil Arif's probably thinking, why couldn't that happen to me on the free hit? Hit a catch on a free hit would be fine, but unfortunately, didn't make any contact on the free hit. And that next one just going to the fielder who held onto the catch. And again, Bashir, becomes even more important that he stays there for Skyways, trying to guide them to their first victory in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. This one sneaks through between the legs in the end, and so no score, and this game tightening up, Rico.
Certainly is, and well, that one is one that Bashir will feel that he's missed out on. Got to keep himself composed though.
Well, he goes after this one. It's going to get over the captain on the offside. We'll just get one. So again, that one hitting the edge of the pitch. We've seen a couple of it this morning, haven't they? And again, you got to look after your wicket keeper. You might say, well, it's unlucky and whatnot, but you can throw the ball on the fly to the wicket keeper, then you won't have any issues with the edge of the pitch. He will get the single though, so 67 with a ball to go. It's tightening up, 32 off 19 balls required now. Last ball of the over, it's a big one. Well, he goes for it, and I think he's going to go all the way. Great shot by Rabi Azif, who's come out and immediately strikes with a Maximo, 6 runs, and at the end of 7 overs, Skyways, they're 73 for 2.
Yeah, and I think Rabi Asif, he would have been listening to us yesterday when Puneet Shamali was struggling to hit the big ball, the little man. And that's one for the little man, he says. We can do it.
Certainly, it was an important blow at an important time. And don't forget, guys, here on the European Cricket Network, we have plenty more cricket today. This is only the second match of 5. So this game's tightening up. We look set for another close finish here in Barcelona. I'll make the equation. 26 off 18 balls.
This is a big call here now. They're going back to Junaid Ali. They need a wicket. They need a breakthrough. Is he going to deliver?
All right, here we go. Like you said, it's a huge over. Junaid Ali's responsibility, and starts with the dot. And for this 26 off 18, make that 26 off 17. And, wow, this could be the over that swings the game one way or another. Still very much in the balance. Could we be headed for our second golden ball? A bit early to call, isn't it? But Junaid Ali, left arm just angling across the batsman. This time, well, then consecutive dots and important dots. And Bashir, well, you wonder how that might affect his mindset. He's scoring at 30. He has scored 30, I should say. And I wonder if he'll just be satisfied pushing the single, if he might go large here. Probably depends on what he served up from Ali, who's coming in now. Third ball of the over. Well, he tries. The fielder's in the game, and he holds on. So what a nice piece of fielding down there. It was Jahanzeb Askar. He was positioned almost straight down the ground. It was hit flat. It was hit hard from Bashir. It was a nice shot. But the fielder, well, he knew how important it was. He holds on and turns to us in the commentary box and says, well, Vinny Arico, that was never in doubt. And so a big wicket for Ali breaking through. And Skyways, well, they're yet to win a game in the series. And they've got a few problems on their mind now as they try and approach this target of 99. Rico full.
Yeah, I mean, that was a top moment. We knew bringing the opening bowler back on. Only went 6 for his first, but he's one who can get you wickets. And then the first 2 balls, dot balls, you just had a feeling that maybe Bashir was going to go for the shot. He did. He seemed to time it quite well, but finding the fielder and no mistakes being made there from Askar. So now, well, that for me could be the game-changing moment. Let's see.
Well, it's the captain who's come out, and he'll be facing up Adil Shahzad. And look again, captain's the man for the situation. Cool head. He's a pretty relaxed character, Adil, but he knows what has to be done. And the equation tightening up here in match 47 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. 26 off 15 required. And this has worked away, and all not able to get across, so they will get the single. It's Askar. He's got the hot hand. Picks up another possession, and 1 run scored. So 25 now off 14 balls. Again, they can't be too conservative. Don't want any dot balls, really. They'd love a boundary or 2 to relieve the pressure. Skyways, very fascinating contest, this match 47. Oh, it was full and straight, and he's given. So, umpire making the decision, and for me, the only question was where this pitch from Junaid Ali. You see Rabi Azif. It looks like it pitched in line, hit him in front of middle stump, and I think that's a very good decision from the umpire. They've done a good job here in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah.
You can have no complaints there. Their batsman, well, yes, it's a wicket. Also a very important dot ball for Garia. So a couple of wickets falling, and we talked about Junaid Ali coming back into the attack, and it was a calculated gamble from the skipper, but it's paying off so far here in the 8th over.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Full and straight. The batsman, Rabi Asif, just trying to go across the line, hit over the top, missing out, right in front. Easy decision for me, that one. So now, well, this is going to be interesting now. Captain, he's got to stand up tall. Got to try and get these runs and find these runs from somewhere.
Well, last ball of the over then. This is Irfan Ali, who's come out to the middle. He starts with, well, it'll be at least 1. The chase is on. I think it's probably worth putting some pressure on. Yeah, they do get back for 2, so the fielder just fumbling on the boundary. And that also importantly keeps the captain on strike. So that is the end of a very interesting over. Very good over. There were only 3 off it and a wicket, and it's 76 for 4 after 8. All right, turning our attention to match 48. As I mentioned, it's about half an hour away between the Bangladesh Kings and the Barcelona Gladiators. And the news from the toss, the Gladiators have won the toss and elected to bat. And all the information is there for you if you are playing some Dream 11 or playing some fantasy cricket. Has all the player information there. So we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Mohammad Masood, I'm sure we'll see him open up to the Kings, but they will be batting second. Shakil Mia, he's been a bit short of runs, so I'm sure he'd like to get a few more before this series is over. Shahid Nazir, well, we're still to see the best of him as well. Could he replicate his heroics of 2020 and score another century? So it's all to play for there in match 48, the 3rd match of 5 today on the European Cricket Network. Okay, here's Abdul Wadood, and he is bowling this crucial 9th over. 23 off 12 required.
Yeah, need big runs here.
Well, it's up, it's in the air, it's got the height. The fielder's coming in, and he drops it. And there could be a chance of 2, there could be a chance of a run out. Good throw, might be in trouble. And this could go for extras, it could be 6. It could be 6, it's 6 carreras, 6 puntos. That's 6 puntos. I think it's gone all the way, has it?
How many did they run, though, before it went?
No,
It's interesting.
it'll be 2. It's when the ball's thrown. So when the ball's thrown, they cross for the second run. So we'll see here. And so that should be 6 runs. We'll just wait for confirmation. There's sometimes confusion about this rule, but it's when the ball was thrown, had they crossed for the second run. And I'm pretty sure you see the ball flying in here. When it flies past, they cross for the second, and they will get 6 runs. And wow, drama. Just when they needed some work. Oh, I'm trying to add up and talk in Spanish as well. You know, it's not natural to me either. But we got 17 off 11. So poor Wadood. Well, it could have been a catch. In the end, it goes for 6. 17 off 11. This one's turned up away, and it looks to be into the gap. The fielder didn't pick it up straight away. It's going to go all the way for 4 runs. And the captain's standing up. And he might have been a bit lucky last time to pick up 6, but there was nothing lucky about this. A nice shot off the pads and 4 more runs to Skyways as they approach this target.
Wow, this is just excitement, isn't it? And you know what? This is quite fitting. The skies are clearing. Yes, the sun is coming out, and the team Skyways. Well, is that a sign? Is that a sign for us? Is that a sign for them? Well, their captain seems to think so.
Now, what have we got now?
We have 10 scored off just those 2 balls there.
Here's Wadood again. Oh, and this time, well, wrong answer. We're lucky that Shazad stayed at home because we had Irfan. He was sprinting towards the keeper's end, but wow, we got plenty of action here. He's got the abacus working overtime in the scorer's tent, just working out what's going on here. But yeah, it was 6, then 4, then a dot. So 13 off 9 required, I think, at this stage. Oh, wow. Well, time for think music.
Yeah, just got to stay calm here. The captain played the wrong shot there for me. He was trying to cut that ball away.
Well, dude, again, we've seen him in the big moment. He stood up for Currier time and time again in this series, and he comes now. Well, this is too short. I think it might go all the way, but the fielder's under it. In fact, he's taken it. So I thought off the bat that the captain, Shazad, had made enough contact to get that over, and that is the small margin of error here. He didn't quite get all of it, and it was a nice catch taken down there. The fielder having to contend with the sun that's just popped out from behind the clouds, and a huge wicket, and again, momentum swing. It's now 13 off 8 required, and another wicket goes down. So, wow, how about this?
Well, you know, there's some. Maybe I'm being. Some people will say I'm too critical, but that wasn't very smart cricket for me. You know, the captain had to be the key man. He's seen the ball big. Well, he didn't have to do that, I don't think. And in the end, that wicket going down, it's all pressure now. I mean, with that, things were looking good for them. I mean, they just turned what could have been an out to 6 runs. How often that happened? Then you've hit a boundary, gone for 4. That's 10 runs you've scored already.
Yeah.
And well, there still was plenty of balls left in this over. Let's see where it goes from here.
Tamudi's Bashir is the new batsman. He starts wide down the leg side. So, wow, we've seen some good finishes so far. One good finish this morning. And what do you think if you're watching, I know you, ECN European Cricket Network channel around the world? This next one, well, they're going to just scramble through for a single. There's a bit of bat and a bit of pad, but again, at this stage, you can't really afford dot balls. That will make it 13 off 7, I believe. So it's been a good comeback from Wadood after he was very unlucky first ball going for 4 overthrows. Here's the last ball of the over. Oh, it's a miss.
Oh, hang on, it's a wide ball. A wide's been given.
Well, I'd already written it down, hadn't I? So I was going to say, so that'll make it 12 off 7. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it was borderline. Again, that was one of those 50-50 that might have caught a bit of the line. So, again, look at that ball. Umpire's call, good enough for me on that one. 12 off 7 then. And will he make him pay? Well, he just might, except the fielder, he gets 1 mid up and he stops it. So in the end, I think it will be 1 run. They'll get through for 1. You see on there, on the boundary, well, he did well to keep it inside the field of play. He just wanted to keep it in the field, and the bowler, well, asked him rightly, perhaps why not going with 2 hands? Well, Wadood, we saw him go with 1 hand earlier. That's the end of the over. So after all that, it's 90 for 5, which means they need 9 runs off the last over. And we've got a big last over finish in store for you. Skyways chasing their first win in the Fancode European Cricket Series. They need 9 runs off 6 balls. It's going to be Irfan Ali on strike, and look who's come on to bowl the 10th over. It's the captain, Adil Ahmed. Oh, Rico. We're going to need to take our medication, I think. This is 2 games in, second big finish. Here is the captain. And he's bowled him, and he stood up in the moment when it mattered. Defending only 9 in the last over. And again, the big stroke from Irfan. He almost went off the last ball of the previous over, but this time, well, Carrier, the captain, hit the target. That makes it 9 off 5. And Skyways, they lose a 6th wicket with a score at 90.
Well, I mean, it's all about now, of course, sending in somebody you know can get hold of the ball. Somebody who can hit hard, hit big. So, well, first ball, dot ball. That's the most important thing also. It's a dot ball. So 5 legal deliveries to come. And, well, 9 required or 8, which will take it to a tie and the golden ball, Vinny.
Yeah, and look, they say winning's a habit, losing can be a habit too. And obviously Skyways yet to register a victory. And they're looking for ways to lose this game for mine, to be honest, Rico. But take nothing away from Adil Ahmed, who has come on in the big moment. And if he bowls a wide or something there, the pressure's off the Skyways team. But anyway, here's Nakash Butt facing up. 9 off 5 required. And we get something on this. And
it's not running. He's not running. I don't believe it. You've got to run, surely. I mean, it was a full toss. Probably, well, it's the first ball you get. You need to get better contact to it. And then that one, he's not running. That's criminal for me.
Well, that's either maybe the most confident thing or the crazy thing I've ever seen in cricket. That makes it 9 off 4. Maybe he thinks he can send one out of here. He tries this time, and it's another dot. Oh, 9 off 3 now, and you just wonder on the cash. Not trusting the batsman who was batting above him, Bashir. There's 9 off 3 required now, and they desperately need a boundary. Well, really, they need something off this ball. Otherwise, this game is slipping away very fast for Skyways. This time it's hit down the ground, and they're just going to jog a single.
Well, I'm sitting here shaking my head because he doesn't run 3 balls ago when he hits one and it's a single. Then he plays out a dot ball, and then eventually when he does go, he just runs another single. And if you wanted to, why didn't you try to go for 2 there? I just don't get it. Vinny, well, over to you, mate. I don't get it.
8 off 2. They need a big one now if they ever needed one. Oh, and the bowler running in and just keeping the non-striker honest on that occasion, giving him a warning. Nakash, well, the warning, if I was him, I'd be getting a warning if I was his captain, saying, you got to get on with it. There's 8 off 2 required. And they need at least a single to stay alive in this game. 2 balls remaining, 8 required. Bashir on strike. They got to go. They got to go. He's got to go. Otherwise, there's no chance. And this is, well, I've seen a lot of things, and we see a lot of cricket here on the European Cricket Network, but this is one of the most anticlimactic finishes we've seen to a game on ECN. Again, I'm sure you're disappointed. You're disappointed that you missed the ball. I'm sure you probably would never have made it anyway, but this leaves an impossible, well, it would seem, nothing's impossible really, I suppose, but 8 required off 1, so 7 to tie, so, an extra is required. And if there's no extra, well, Carrier, they've held on in this game, and, well, there was a lot of sensible cricket earlier from Skyways in this innings at the top of it, but you'd have to say that, well, the batsman not realising the game situation, and, well, all we need is a legal delivery from the captain, Adil Ahmed, and he'll lead his team to another victory. Swings and misses. It might even get away for some buys. And in the end, there's no score off the last ball. So that is the end of match 47 here in the Fancoat European Cricket Series. Well, a very auspicious end to a match that was evenly contested for much of it. And Skyways, they were right in that chase all the way until the end. Then wickets falling, and, well, you have to say the wheels fell off for Skyways as they just fell a couple short in the end.
5,000% sure of a victory is what some of our viewers were saying. Well, I'm absolutely gobstuck. I found my voice back now, not through excitement, but disbelief. Well, the batsman there, I didn't understand what Butt was doing. And, well, I know what I'd like to say. I'll give him a kick up there, but he just totally messed it up for me. I mean, he just, you need 9 runs. You take the single. The other guy's got a bat in his hand. He knows the situation. You've got to swing and give it a big hit. And in the end, well, Vinny, you do say sometimes teams make a habit out of losing. Well, maybe that sums up Skyways here. I mean, they were on to win their first European Cricket Series match and they blew it.
Yeah, and look, it's one of those things, inexperience, I think, at the top level. I mean, it's very easy for us. We're watching from the comfort of our living rooms or here in the comfort of the commentary box, and we can see the game situation, but you just said there that maybe there were some other thoughts going on in the Skyways batsman's head, thinking that they wanted to be the one to send the ball out of the ground. I don't know whether Dutt was thinking at the end there, not taking a single, and he wanted to be the one to do the damage, but unfortunately just couldn't get one away, and it's just some mad cricket, you'd have to say. I don't really know how to describe it. It's our job to be, we're paid to describe things, Rico, and I don't really know how to describe the end of that match 47, but I tell you what, we did get a last over finish, and we saw plenty of momentum shifts, and we saw it go back and forth that game. Ultimately, Currian are the winners, and they won 98-91, and Skyways, well, they go to 0-5, and well, they'll be kicking themselves, like you said, up the Nakash after they finished that game. But take nothing away from Currier. They fought hard and they had issues of their own in the first innings as they lost wickets and fell to 74 for 7 at one stage, but a nice rearguard action at the end of the innings from Junaid Ali, and it got them up to that score of 98, which proved to be just 7 runs too many for Skyways. So just around the corner, don't forget we have another match in about 20 minutes time. We'll be coming back in about 15 minutes to bring you into that one, and in that match it's the Kings versus the Gladiators, so a bit of a Royal Roman kind of shootout in the next match. And the news from the toss there was that the Gladiators have won the toss and they're electing to bat first. And like I said, I don't think that will bother the Kings too much. They do like to chase. Well, Rico, there's confirmation in that chase that Bashir, the opener, he made 30 off 22 balls and sent 2 out of the ground. Apart from they didn't have a lot of help. Khalid, well, he ran well early, scoring 12, and Shazad, the captain, the only other man to get to double figures with the aid of the 4 overthrows as well. And yeah, every other batsman, well, when it came down to it, the lower order couldn't get it done for Skyways. Or the bowling for Ghanaian, well, a few good efforts in there. Junaid Ali, I think his second over was outstanding, brought them right back into the game. Yeah. Only conceding 3 runs and picking up 2 wickets. He ended up with 2 for 9. Also 2 wickets for Askar, who's a little expensive. He conceded 22. Single wickets to Adil Ahmed and Abdul Wadood. And Rico, well, I'm sure we'll be talking about that one for quite a while. And let us know what you think on the chat. But we will be back, of course, in about 15 minutes. There's 3 more games today on ECN.
Yeah, well, look, Vinny, what that has done is made the group look very interesting by Korea winning that one. Puts them on 6 points. So we have 3 teams there now. So Minaj, Raval Sporting and Korea on 6 points. But you know what? The interesting thing this next game, if the Kings can get a win and make it 2 out of 2 for them today, well, they also put themselves on 6 points, and that leaves this Group C, really, really wide open. It's anybody's to win.
Yeah, well, we hope you can join us. It's not too far away. Make yourself a little cup of tea, or if it's later at night, you can make yourself a little special drink of whatever you like. But whatever you do, make sure you're back here in about 15 minutes, because myself, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool, will be here to bring you into match 48. It's the 3rd match of 5 today, the final day of the week 2 in Barcelona. Of course, we have a 5-week tournament, and there's 3 more weeks after this. So we'll see you shortly. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we're almost ready for the toss for the third match of the day. It's match 48 between the Bangladesh Kings, who are returning after their dramatic last ball victory, and they're taking on the Barcelona Gladiators, who are playing for the first time today. Let's hand it over to the match referee.
Tail is the call, and tail is it. So Barcelona have won the toss. What would you like to do, sir? I'm batting first. Barcelona have won the toss and going to bat first.
Well, there you go. Barcelona Gladiators calling correctly, and Tanzil Rahman electing to bat first, and that doesn't surprise me because I think they've got some firepower at the top of the order. Shahid Nazir, of course, we've seen how destructive he's been in the ECS before. I'm sure we'll see him out in the middle before too long. Well, the Bangladesh Kings, they do like to chase, and I do think that their captain, Moshir Rahman, most likely would have fielded first anyway, so I suppose both captains are happy with the result of that toss, but we saw them earlier winning the game off the very last ball of the match. So let's see if they can do it again. We're certainly in for some more entertainment. Still 3 matches to go today on ECN. It's over to you, Rico, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Oh, look at that. Isn't that a spectacular shot? And that shows you just where we are. And you can see there, the background, the Olympic Stadium, 1992. Remember the Barcelona Olympics. Still remember that flaming arrow that lit the torch. That was magnificent. And the Telefonica Tower, the communications tower, and the architect, if you remember, designed that based on a Greek Olympian receiving his gold medal. That's absolutely fantastic shot there. And well, you've heard Vinny say many times, the two of us at the end of the day, we take a nice walk through that as we make our way back down the hill, and well, we just the views really are breathtaking. And it's a lovely way to end the day. Nice walk back, talk about the cricket as well. Speaking about the cricket, this will be, I think, an interesting game. Two teams on level par with each other, I think. We just have a look there. Now, with the Kings, what you will notice is that their captain, Monsieur Rahman, is not on the list. So first of all, I'm going to say congratulations to him. And what for? Well, we just had a new addition to his family. So this is another baby Rahman. So congratulations, and I hope everything's going well. Congratulations to you and the family. So they're going to be led by Shakil Mia in this match, and no doubt he and his troops will want to win this game. See them also sitting joint on 6 points at the top of the table, and it'd be a nice victory that for the captain who's absent, but I'm sure he'll be back after doing the duties he must for their third game today. They will find themselves in the field. You saw there, Baba Bashrat, no hesitation, wanting to bat first. I think that's a good call. The sun is coming out. The outfield is nice and dry now. So an opportunity for his team to make some runs. So it's going to be Shahid Nazir. He's going to be taking strike at the first ball. And the non-striker, Tanzil Rahman, the bowler. No change in the top end of the department. Is Safiq al-Islam is going to bowl, but they will miss their normal captain. Plays a very important role for them, especially with the ball. Mr. Rahman, he can be always relied upon to give you 12 good deliveries, and well, they're going to have to find somebody else who's going to have to get those 2 overs in this game. So we're ready to start. Sun is shining. So match number 48 here on day 10 on this Friday. It's about to kick off. So Safiq al-Islam did a good job with the bat in that last victory. Now hoping to repeat it with a victory here, but he needs to start well with the ball. Starts with the loosener down the leg side. The Kings, a team we've seen many a times. These European Cricket Series. Firmly hit out to the offside, but that will be fielded by Moon Islam. Gets the ball in. Yeah, they're a team that never give up, no matter what the match situation. And we saw that in their victory earlier today against the Hawks. We knew the power of the Hawks. Oh, they're going for the single this time. It's well taken. Of course, I'm talking rubbish. I'm saying Hawks, and it wasn't Hawks at all, it was Korean. So many teams involved. So yes, against Korean, they came into this match strong with a fantastic win in their last outing. It was always going to be a tough match for the Kings. That's hit firm again, but once more, it was Islam doing the fielding here, just a single. And what they did well was, even when they were under the cosh, and it looks like that the big Korean batsmen who like to hit big were going to take the game away from them, came back strong, and of course, all sparked with that hat-trick from Tahir Ahmed. And Tahir Ahmed also batted very well. Almost brought the victory home for his team himself, but once he got out, relied on the lower order batsman to do the job. Just a reminder of that game. 93 was scored by Korean. Still a reasonable target. 7 wickets down. And the Kings, as we see this one, played away through the gap. It was too short. And that's a good finish to the over for the batting side. The ball to come. Courtesy of the wide ball. Too short and played away. Nobody down there. That's 4 runs. It's going to race away there now, even quicker than before. And going back to that, the first game, the Bangladesh Kings, the first of 3, won that this morning, scoring 94. They did lose 8 wickets, so it was a close game. Well, all the games here being close. We just saw that second game of the day, going all the way to the last over as well. But this time it was Kayan who were the victors in the drama of their last over, winning by 7 runs. Skyways unable to get to 98, taking it to the last over, finishing on 91. So they're yet to register a victory in this European Cricket Series. They're making the debut in this tournament. That's the batting team here. The Gladiators. So first over down, 8 is the score, no wickets. And it's going to be the man who was fielding out here on the boundary. It's his turn to have a bowl. Munal Islam, and wow, that's gone completely wrong. And it could have gone anywhere once it hit the edge of that mat. Oh, he's limping a little bit. I think he would. Let's see this again. Nothing obvious there. But he certainly's got a limp about him. The ball hitting the edge. You've seen sometimes these balls can hit the edge of the mat and go all over the place. But fortunately, though it is a no ball, this will be a free hit. And Nazir, well, he's hit it high up in the air. Remember, it won't be out. It is a free hit. And the throw comes in. That's good work from the fielder. 1 or 2 people celebrating. Good catch taken by Saqib Mohammed. I suppose, if anything, at least he saved the boundary by taking the catch. Gets the ball in, so only 1 run taken. We thought we were going to see a maximum free hit. We haven't seen that today. We've actually seen dot balls and all sorts, but not too many batsmen have taken full advantage of those. And that's a good reply from the bowler. That's in the right areas. Good comeback from him. Good support for the bowler from the fielders, trying to encourage him to get the ball right up there. Well, wider, but umpire says that's fine. It's well within the markers that have been set there as a guide for the umpires to use on the wide balls. 10 the score so far. And once more, just stopping himself there. That's good from him. You saw in his the very first ball of this spell. When he came in, he didn't look comfortable, but continued with his delivery, and it ended up being very wide, being called a no ball. So if you don't feel right, just stop yourself. And that one's just gone over the stumps. Could have gone anywhere. Well, it gets a little bit extra bounce, more than what he probably expected. And as a result of that, the ball going on to go over the stumps. So, well, one or two of you that are been looking at this pitch and saying, oh, you know, it's staying low, and it's if it hits the pad, it's got to be out, surely. Well, that just goes to show not necessarily. And that's well bowled. This one he did bang in outside the off stump. Well, didn't start very well with that big no ball. But apart from that, he's come back well. That's the 2 runs of this over so far. And this one, he's had a go at it. I don't think it's going to go all the way, is it? It's just going to drop inside. That's fantastic work. Brilliant to see that. We've seen some good fielding there. The outfield from the fielders had to run a long way. And then, well, it was a race against him in the ball. And look at this. That's excellent work. And, well, who else could it be? It's going to be, well, he's having a fantastic day, isn't he? Tahid Ahmed. And the hat-trick man, remember. It's the second hat-trick we've seen in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. And, well, his speed and agility has kept the score to 12. 2 overs gone. Like so often we've seen the fielding teams making a good start. The first 2 overs, but the 3rd over is when it all happens. The 3rd and the 9th over seems to be the ones that all the action happens in. So this is the 3rd. Going to be bowled by Saqib Mohammed. So, and there we go, right on cue, launched. Aerial it goes, and all the way, manos arriba, Vitro, 6 carreras. And that was a nice, firm looking shot from the batsman there, Nazir. No mistakes, 6 runs. So, pressure now on Saqib Mohammed. Comes up well, nice and full. Dot ball, good reply from him. Just adjusting his field, he's bringing, yeah, I like that, he's bringing, and on the offside, on the straight boundary here, mid-off, bringing him inside the ring and pushing one more back on the onside. So long on, it's back now as well. That's where it's looking to hit. There we go. Yeah, good decision. Of course, it's okay moving the field, but you've got to bowl to it as well. And that's exactly what he's done there. So the first ball disappeared for 6, and he's come back with the dot on a 1. Well bowled. Just keeping it inside that corridor outside the off stump. Shaba. They're quite happy with this at the moment. This the last over the power play. And he's got hold of this one. There's a fielder there. Oh my word! It can only be that man. What a day he is having. What a catch, top catch, and he does a little dance for us as well to hit Ahmed. He took that above his head. Just watch this. Smashed away. That is travelling. And the little man, well, it went so quick. Even the cameraman couldn't keep up with it. Brilliant catch. And, well, moments of magic bring victories for your side. Well, how important was that? Really was hit so well. I mean, I'm not sure if he was jumping up and down with joy or it was the pain of taking that catch. He's shaking his hands a bit now, giving him a rub. That was travelling fast. So the first wicket goes. The important breakthrough. And it was Tanzil Rahman. He hit that very well. But that was his 11th delivery. He has gone for 7. Gib Mohammed comes into the new batsman. Oh, he's bowled a bad one there. That's going to beat everybody, is it? Yes, it is. And well, Ganda, belly ball. New batsman, the wide. And wow, it's release of pressure. That just taking a wicket. I mean, it did swing a little, I have to say, but the direction was off from the moment it left the bowler's hand, so it was just going to go wider and wider. Can he come back with a good one? That's better. They're asking the question, but it was still going down leg, but at least it was fuller. Darted in to the pads of the batsman. So the end of the over. And the wicket did come off it, but the score has moved on to 24 for 1, and that was, well, those 5 wides just helping the cause of the Barcelona Gladiators. The Gladiators lost their first 2 matches here, but then did last time we saw them pick up a win, their very first win of a European Cricket Series. Remember, they also making the debut, and they won well against Skyways. The batting, scoring loads of runs, scored 143, losing 4 wickets in that game, and Skyways were 106 with 3 of their 10. So they're coming into this game in good form. And that's hit well. There is a fielder there, but that's a good decision, because I think if Safiqul Islam committed himself to that catch, could have gone horribly wrong. The ball was hit hard and was dipping. I don't think he was going to get there. Remember, all the information there at your fingertips. Just whatever your search engine is, europeancricket.com. And anything you want to know about the schedule, what's coming up later today or this week. Remember, this would be the end of the second week here. Still 3 more to come. We're not even at the halfway stage yet. Match 48. You can see the match previews are on there as well. Some player profiles. You see the stats? Important stats of the players. Was dug in short. The batsman fishing outside the off stump. It's Fuller, hit straight, but didn't really time it. And well, if you ask me, we have said these Kookaburra balls are hard. Well, that's how hard they are. They're bat breakers. Watch this. And smash. That's the end of that bat. We talk about new balls, please. We've seen a lot of new balls being required as they have disappeared, but quite a few new bats as well. So that one will need to be replaced. So welcome wherever you are watching from. So whether it's via the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, and if you are watching through the YouTube channel, remember to subscribe. I'd like to welcome you to our family, and whether you're watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent, welcome to you. Kidda? Theek Thaak? Mausam kidda? India de vich, Pakistan de vich, kidda? Well, that's it up in the air. Could it be another one? It's going to be a fantastic grab if he takes it. Oh, and would you doubt him? He's the man of the moment. What a star performance he's putting in today. And he just can't do anything wrong. Absolutely amazing. He's having an awesome day. Ajada hero hai. Tahir Ahmed. Well, ਅੱਜ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਮੈਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਟ੍ਰਿਕ ਲਈ ਆ ਇਹ ਮੈਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੈਚਸ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਕਟ out. Another batsman is out, and well, he's got the Midas touch today, Tahir Ahmed. So both openers are back. Shahid Nazir going for the big one, and once more we've just seen a wicket, and the next ball, though it's not to the new batsman, of course the batsman did cross, next ball being a wide ball, and we've got a little issue now for the wicket keeper. Maybe a little bit of cramp, just yeah, I think some cramp there. And while let's go back to this. I mean, this was absolutely launched. It went a long, long way up. Look at that. That is absolutely superb. He has certainly got the Midas touch. Every time he touches that ball, there's a wicket. And, well, fantastic camera work there as well from our man high up in the tower, Martin. Our production team here, courtesy of Fan Code Productions, and Almar Salveri, and Martin doing a fantastic job. And well, he's still struggling, the wicket keeper. Well, hopefully he's going to be okay. And, maybe some magic spray. Yeah, there's the old magic spray. We talked about this the other day. Doesn't seem to work for me, this magic spray. Maybe it's the brand I'm using, who knows. Anyway, it is Friday. You say, what did it say? It's Friday. Fan dozy. Well, what are you going to do the weekend? Well, I tell you what, a lot of people do go to the beach. I know some of the Blue Army here, the European Cricket Network team, been talking about that. And why not indeed? But do remember, until 1992, there were no beaches in Barcelona at all. That's the amazing thing, that everything, even that, was all done in preparation for the Olympics. And now Barcelona here have some of the most fantastic beaches in Europe. Anyway, back to the action. And that's well bowled. Right back on the money. Sometimes a delay and the bowler can lose his line again. But that's where it needs to be. So Munno Lam completes the fourth over. And that is 27 for 2. So at this stage, especially with those 2 wickets gone, the Kings will be very happy with where they are. Hussain Aminal is going to come on now, so changing to spin. Good call. The runs haven't got away from them here, so by changing to the spin bowler, taking the pace of the ball, could work in their favour. So now he starts, rushed into that one, just too flat, pushing it through, saying Aminal. Needs to compose himself. The Kings will know that at this point they just don't want to give away a magic over, keep it tight. That one probably also was heading quite wide, but batsman reaching for it. Mr. Mohammed. And well, for the Gladiators, this is a key point in the game. 2 new batsmen are in. They've got to try and establish themselves. And it's difficult because by establishing themselves, they need to spend a bit of time in the crease, but they also need to make sure they don't play out too many dot balls. That's well bowled. It's sliced up in the air. Fielder underneath it removes his cap, but well, he removed his cap and put on his makeup, but forgot about taking the catch. It goes down, and that could be critical. Well, Aslam Mohammed gives a chance, and he's lucky, and he knows it, to be still out there. He'll be very disappointed with the fielder there. And well, he thinks he's got a touch on it as well. He did fire that through, but no, the umpire doesn't think so. Signal buys. Oh, he'll be disappointed. Yeah, I think he put that disappointment into that delivery. He did fire it in. This one played out to the offside, takes a single. So Malik Neeb Iqbal just happy to push that one out. Good to see the sun shining now, the clouds practically all but gone. And well, talk about gone, so is the batsman, right on the money. Well, he's had a life, has he, Ashia Mohammed, but not this time. And well, Hussein Aminal finally gets his wicket, and well,
oh dear.
People aren't going to, yeah, I mean, you've heard him talking.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear indeed. People won't believe this, but you just seem to have this knack. You come into this, you sit in that seat, and as you're getting ready to sit down, the wicket goes down. It's absolutely unbelievable. How many more batsmen are you going to be the kiss of death to?
I tell you what, I wish it was this easy when I was playing, when I was wicket keeping behind the stumps, that I could just stroll past a batsman or stroll past a cricket game and create wickets. Because I've got an incredible knack. Doesn't matter what over now. I'm coming back in the second half of this innings. We see the score after 5 overs, 33 for 3. And yeah, I've been watching from a distance. Well, here's the hat-trick man from the first game this morning, Tahir Ahmed. Wasn't that a good catch he took? That one was so high. And we weren't expecting any rain today. I thought that ball might bring some because it went so high in the air.
Did you see the one before? He's taken 2. The one before, it's got like a bullet, and he took the catch on the rope above his head. He's having a sensational day.
Well, you're going to make the most of it when it's working for you. And this time he dives away and saves another run. So, again, the Gladiators, they would want some late order hitting. Again, it's not unacceptable score, 33 off 5, but would be wanting something like 60 or 70 off the back end of this innings to get them up towards that 90 or 100 mark.
Ooh, that quite easily could have been another wicket. Swing and miss. And you just get the feeling here that if Tahir Ahmed gets this one nice and straight, that it could be in the wickets again. He's launched into this. It's just the fielder coming across, and oh, didn't get there. And the catch goes down, and well, Tahir Ahmed, who's normally fielding down there, will say, "Guys, come on! Well, I've shown you how to do it."
He needs to get out there, and he needs to do everything, doesn't he? Tahir Ahmed. He might take off up to that one himself because he's got the golden hands at the moment, but unfortunately he can't be everywhere at once, and one goes down. That would have been another wicket for him, but anyway, I'm sure he'll come back strongly here.
Well, Mohammed Rule will put the catch down, now has to do some chasing, and well, he can't get there either. It does go very fast down there on the leg side. A lot of ground to make up, and it's 4 runs, 4 valuable runs, and well, Hussein Mohammed, he certainly is living a charmed life. So Hid Ahmed comes back in again. Firing this one outside the off stump, but the umpire, Rob Zaban, deciding that's too wide and stretches out his arms, so he's going to have to bowl it again. This time just hit down the ground. So we'll move on to 41 for 3 at the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, chance going down and costing him 4 off the next ball as well. So still a good over though from Tahir Ahmed. He's having an outstanding day, you'd have to say, for the Kings. And what a highlight of him, of course, the hat trick this morning. First 3 balls, hat trick. I mean,
yeah,
there's a special name for a hat trick of the first 3 balls of a match, and I can't remember what it is, but I think it was done once in an India versus Pakistan game. Might have been Ishant Sharma. Someone will correct me out there. Hey, I just want to say a quick shout out to everyone who's watching on The Cricketer live stream on Facebook. We're live on The Cricketer, of course. So welcome to all of our viewers. The world's greatest cricket magazine, The Cricketer. Welcome to hashtag ECS21, says Mark Lovell. So thanks for joining. If it's your first time watching, then feel free to shoot any questions in there and or comments. We'll try and get to you as many as we can. As Finny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full in the commentary box. And it's great that new people all the time are discovering the unique and very interesting brand of cricket we have on offer here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here's Hussain Aminul to bowl out.
well, keeping the ball just outside the off stump. You can see the batsman swinging and missing. They seem to be targeting that area. And why not indeed? Not too many runs have been hit out there at the moment. One a little bit shorter. Will be fielded and the ball will come in. The batsman come through for a single.
Yeah, so that's already Harun saying he's watching from Lahore on the Cricketer live stream. It's fantastic to have your company. Of course, you might watch on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, of course. You might watch on Fan Code in India as well. This one keeps low, and 24 jumped up a bit. This one shooting through, and it's the last day they're going to use this pitch before relaying it. You can just say it's playing a few tricks. The Munga Cricket Club saying feel they're going to need to try and accelerate over the last 4 overs. Great tactics. Thank you for your thoughts on the YouTube chat.
Well, at the moment, just quite content to push, and well, yeah, those balls are running out for them. Something's got to give sooner or later. But so far, the bowling has been pretty good, pretty tight. Just checking that he's got fielders in the right place, and there you go. And that was well bowled. He's happy with it, and so he should be. Hussain Aminul. He's bowled very well, and that's his second wicket. Look at that, just straight through. The batsman playing down the wrong line, and another one bites the dust.
Well, another one does, and as long as they keep picking up wickets here, the Kings, it's very hard for the Gladiators to get into their innings. We saw Nazir go early again. He's the danger man. He's hit the only maximo of this innings at the moment. And, well, you have to say, some trouble for the Gladiators as they try and put a reasonable score on the board. But one thing with the Kings, we always know in their run chase, it'll be interesting. They never do things easily, do they, the Kings? We saw their first match of the day. They scraped in 94 to 93 off the very last ball. So hopefully the Gladiators can set a kind of a target that might make this a fascinating match. Of course, match 48 of 124 in Spain. When on ECN we plan to bring you over 1,000 cricket matches this year. So we hope you're enjoying the action.
Harun Sadiq, the new batsman. They're asking for the OBW. No, it is not, say the umpires. But what it is the end of the over. So the end of 7 overs here.
That's right. Just a reminder, ECL 21 is just around the corner, May 31, for 4 weeks in Spain. It is 15 champion clubs from 15 European nations, as well as the returning champions, VOC Rotterdam, who won the title in 2019 in La Manga. So make sure you tune in, put that one in the calendar, It's a unique and special cricket tournament, the European Cricket League, coming May 31 on ECN.
Yeah, and a fabulous event it is. We just see this delivery. We'll talk a little bit more about it afterwards. It's too wide, yes it is, and of course I was there for the event that we had at the La Manga Resort in 2019, and I tell you what, it was just a different level. It was a game changer. Now La Manga, the facilities there, cricket-wise, we pushed up for a single. Well, fantastic anyway. We've got lovely grounds. It's beautiful setup there, grass pitches as well as artificial pitches. Fantastic net facilities, and it's no wonder that Cricket Ireland and Cricket Scotland make good use of them.
Yeah.
But you know, you're used to playing in a lovely place, so when you turn up there, everything is great. But you know, you get a little bit spoiled, don't you? You're always going there all the time. Just see this delivery. That's hit up high, won't go to the boundary, I don't think. It tends to drop and stop short there, going for 2. And they do get there easily. But yeah, so when you get used to going somewhere nice, you know it's good, you know it's nice, and you take it for granted. But when I turned up there for the first day of that European Cricket League there at Barcelona, at La Manga, I tell you what, the work that had been done, it just looked like, well, you know, you just walked into a different world. It was just,
into a cricketing fairy tale, really.
Yeah, it was just amazing, and you had to pinch yourself. You had to pinch yourself to realise that you were in the same place, because you had those beautiful electronic scoreboards that sort of went all around the boundary rope. You had the tower up there where you were up.
Yeah.
All the cameras around. You had I like the music that was playing as well. And and you just thought, this ain't the same place, but it was absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure this one will be just as good, and if not even better, as that one goes out. Will the fielder get to it this time? It's racing away, race is on. No, 4 more valuable runs, and they do need to accelerate, so all of these are welcome runs, but they're just not joining the boundaries up at the moment. It seems to be a boundary, then a number of dots and singles. We just need somebody who's going to go out there and blast a few consecutive boundaries on the trot to try and really accelerate this score into if they can get it up into the 80s, well, they'll do very well from here. But really, I think against the strong king side,
well, could be trouble if he hits.
Ooh. Well, backed up, and well, it's a little bit of tennis at the moment.
It certainly is, isn't it? That'll be the end of the over. There were 2 runs off the last ball, so they'll go to 54, I believe, at the end of 8 overs. And like you say, Rico, you make some very good points there, and it's something very unique and special. Pardon me, 1 ball left in this over. But yeah, it was a very unique, special atmosphere there, and I'm sure it will be again this year in 2021 as we have the second staging of that tournament.
Wow, it was short, smashed away. Fortunately,
little smash.
Yeah, fortunately for the bowler, didn't get the middle of the bat. Otherwise, it would have gone a long way. Trying to bang one in there, and got away with it, I think. Well, now it is the end of the over, so score moves on to 56. And that's the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, 55 actually, I think. And we'll get it right eventually. But look, the main thing is, that tournament, European Cricket League, coming on May 31. It's the domestic champions from 15 nations. So it also gives all the club cricketers around Europe something to play for. And we were talking about it last night, weren't we? About what a great carrot that is to develop the game domestically in these countries. And of course, in these European countries, cricket is a developing sport. And with the population shifts and demographic shifts that are happening within Europe, there's a lot of people interested in cricket, and it's great we're able to put it on here. Of course, we'll bring it to you on ECN. Here is Saqib Mohammed, who is bowling the 9th over. But yeah, I think it'll be a fascinating tournament, and we had the draw recently for that. And of course, we've got the European Cricket Championship as well this year, which is for the national teams, or teams representing 15 nations, which is going to be coming in September. More of that after this ball. There's a leg spinning slow ball, and chopped into the pitch by Isanul Astar, no run. Yeah, but the European Cricket Championship, we're going to be doing the draw on the last day here on March 12. We'll be drawing those teams, 15 nations, into 3 groups, and certainly looking forward to that. And we'll be bringing you more information about both the European Cricket League, which is the domestic club championship, the Champions League of cricket in Europe, as well as the brand new European Cricket Championship, which will be held the first time this year. We'll be bringing you more information during these series as the tournament goes on, not only here in Spain, but of course after Spain, we're in Italy and in Austria and Czech Republic, Germany again, then we'll be back here in Spain, of course, for the European Cricket League. But a big year of cricket, and it just keeps coming, doesn't it, on ECN. Over 1,000 matches planned to be brought to you.
Well, this has been a good tidy over here. We've often said that it all happens in this, the 9th over. Sliced away, just going to go over the fielder, chase on. Once more, good work. And the Kings not letting themselves down in the field. They've been excellent. Just saw that one catch go down, but other than that, they've been fantastic. And they've saved loads of runs by doing things like that, chasing the ball hard, not giving up and flicking it back in.
A couple more comments on our YouTube chat. Make sure you jump in. ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. If you want to get involved in the chat, come to them after this ball. He's down the ground for a single. Got Lamunga Cricket Club saying, great to see other media outlets helping push European cricket, and I absolutely agree. We've got Rafiq watching from UAE, he's watching from Dubai. That's a nice part of the world. I'm sure it's very nice and warm today in Dubai. So thanks for joining us, Rafiq. And Ali asking about the next match. Well, I can tell you about the next match. We'll have the toss result for you shortly. Hasn't quite happened yet here in Spain.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's out of the ground. Ginnam, Bada Shaka. Well, they've not been too many of them in this innings. And, well, before that one, only the one other 6. But that was a beauty right at the end of the over.
Well, they needed it. And they still have wickets in hand, you have to say. They're 64 after 9 overs, and they want a big over to get them maybe close to 80 or even above it. So, yeah, Ali's asking about game 49, which is the 4th one of the day. It's going to be Raval Sporting coming to take on the Kings, who will play their 3rd match of the day. We'll get to see little Maestro in action again. Gaurang Vayavanshi as well as Sonu Jangra. They were very impressive with the ball on Wednesday, so it'll be great to see them. And we'll finish the day finally with match 50. After that, the 5th match of the day is Manaj versus the Gladiators, who of course are in action with the bat here.
Sofiqul Islam to bowl this last over. Oh, he's crashed out. That one's another one. Balle, balle, balle. This is more like it, but they've left it a little bit late, I fear. But the first ball of this, the final over, goes for a Maximo.
Well, I talked about them trying to nudge 80, but they might get even more than that if Sofiqul Islam keeps serving these up. It was short and well, easy put away for the batsman in the end. So a big finish from the innings for the Gladiators.
Así, otra. Es 6 carreras más, vale. Así me gusta. 6 más. Hay cricket en el sol aquí en Barcelona de Campo Olímpico.
Wow. How about that? We've got Mohammed Razel saying good evening, and good evening to you. And Simon is joining us as well. He's got his question, but I'll tell you what's all action at the moment. 6-6 to start the 10th over. Can he go 3 times? Run. You got to go for 2, I think. He's just hitting it that well, but he's too slow to start. Now they're going to have to mess it up. And we'll wait for the decision. He makes it back, but then you see that's so important. He was frustrated because, of course, he just sent 2 out of the stadium. But this time, he had to get running, and it was lucky that the throw wasn't that powerful as it came in from the fielder.
Yeah, very good umpiring there again. It was close, but in good position, in line. And the batsman, you see him coming into the picture there, sliding the bat down and getting in. So, 6-6-2. 3 more balls to go.
More viewers here saying where they're watching from, which is great. We've got Mintu watching as well. And we've got Mizanu Rahman watching from America, Pantu from Nepal, Fahim from Japan. And then also we've got Canada.
Sit hard along the ground, but they go for the 2 again. But I would have expected them to do so.
Yeah, puffed out. But Tony is watching from Nepal. Azim Azam watching from Spain. Well, we might see him in action before this series is over again. I think we will. And it's just so great that you let us know where you're watching from, and you hope you're enjoying the action in your living rooms, wherever you're watching around the world. It's fantastic to have your company. We do encourage you to subscribe and join the over 160,000 subscribers we have here on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. 2 balls to go.
He's launching to that. Fielder coming across. He's done very well. Oh, but that's unfortunate now. That's him coming from the grass onto the clay. Looks like he had it for a moment, but when he hit the deck, he's got the ball in his hand here, hits the deck, and the ball, well, rolls out over the rope. That's 4 runs.
Well, no fun for him there as he switched surfaces. We see in tennis it can be different to go from grass to clay. And I think the fielder out there, well, he had a couple of issues of his own, and he's done a good job out there for the most part, though unfortunately he is worn one there, and that puts the Gladiators up over that 80 mark we talked about. Shazab's watching from Sweden as well. So, Sutakar from South Australia, welcome to you. Here's the last ball of the innings.
Well, maybe not because you said it.
Cyprus Anavari from India as well, and Mark Lovell watching from ECN Towers. Golden Ball Globe. Well, that's the address you want to be at. Anyway, please, guys, leave your comments or questions in the YouTube chat. We always love to have them, and it's Vinny Sandhu here, along with Rico Full, bringing you the action. We love to have your involvement. It's a unique way to watch cricket and enjoy the sport we all love. Here's the last ball of the innings, and there'll be no run. They're not even going to try. Won't be worth it. And ultimately, that will end the innings. So, at the end of 10 overs, the Barcelona Gladiators, they've scored 84 runs off their 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, a good finish there, good flurry, 20 off that last one. You just thought they left it late, maybe needed to be playing those sort of shots when you were entering into the 8th over. But still, from where they were at one point at the halfway stage, well, I mean, have a look at that at the end of the 6 overs, 41. Then they went to 7 overs, 43. It wasn't really happening for them. So, at one point, even the 80s looked unlikely. But we're in an area of runs where we get some very interesting games. So, this is shaping up to be another one. Then there's the man. That's the catching he takes. That was his second. And what a day he's having. Wasn't too successful with the ball this time round. Could have had one, and feels he should have had one, but the only problem was he can't bowl and field in the same place. If he could, he certainly would have had one.
Yeah, he said about what a day. He'll remember this day forever. Tahir Ahmed, well, that hat-trick he took in the first game off the first 3 balls he bowled. There was some accurate bowling in amongst it all as well. Hussein Aminul, well, by the way he varies his pace and the subtle variations taking the pace off the ball made it a little bit difficult for the Gladiators, but like you say, it was one of your magic overs, wasn't it? At the end, 20 runs off the 10th over. That took them from 64 to 84. And see what, at 84, especially with a good start, he can play a lot bigger than that. We've seen some great matches with scores between 80 and 100 being chased. So Rico, we're about halfway through the action, aren't we here? This is match 48 of 124 in the Pancode European Cricket Series Spain. And we certainly look forward to your company. Just recapping the scorecard there. You see it was the late innings flurry from Ihsan Ullah Azda, who scored 27 not out, as well as Harun Salik, who contributed 13 not out. And apart from that, there were a pair of legs 11s from Shahid Nazir. Well, he still misses out with the bat. He can hit really big scores, but he's missed out in this tournament. Of course, he had a century last year, only 11 today. Also 11 from Arslan Mohammed. But with the bowling, credit to the Bangladesh Kings. They've kept it down to a score which is, well, it's 10 less than they chased last time for victory, but it'll be an interesting chase, I'm sure. We like the way they go about their cricket. For them, Aminul with 2 for 7, the best of their bowlers. Also single wickets for Moinul Islam and Skip Mohammed. Also Tahir Ahmed only bowling the 1 over in the innings, which is a bit of a surprise. Only went for 8 runs. So it's all set up for an interesting run chase here in match 48, Rico. And I know I don't like asking you for predictions that often, but what do you think? You think the Kings have got this covered? It's going to be exciting no matter what happens, but what are you thinking?
No, you wouldn't bet against them, would you? They just always come up with something, even when they look like they're out of the game. They're going to miss their captain, but they showed good courage there in the field without him. I mean, we mentioned right at the beginning, without him there, somebody else had to bowl those 2 overs. Well, in the end, they were so confident that even the main man, the hat-trick man, only managed to get 1. So they've done half the job here. So that last over, that could have gone better for them, but it was going to happen some point along the line. Listen, it's under 100. and you would expect them to go on and get them.
You bet the Kings, but I tell you, take nothing for granted here in the ECS. We've seen some fantastic finishes, and you never know what's going to happen next. Pantu just wondering in the chat, when will the second inning start? But I can tell you it's about a 10-minute break, so it'll just be a few minutes' time, and we'll rejoin you. It's Vinny Sandhu here, along with Rico in the booth for ECN today. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be joining you for the chase here in match 38. It's the third match of 5 in Barcelona. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the fan code European Cricket Network.
Bienvenidos a Que Vista hay aquí en Montjuïc. Eso es de Anías Olímpico. Lovely view there. You can see in the background there the Olympic Stadium, the Communications Tower, and then there's the Campo Baseball, where we are all set up for this Fan Code European Cricket Series. And so far, match number 48. The Bangladesh Kings are going out to bat, and they need 85 to register. It's another victory for them today, winning their first game after an amazing comeback with the ball, where we saw Tahir Ahmed, the man with the golden hands in this match, taking 2 superb catches. Well, he took a hat-trick as well in that first game. And now the Kings have to do with the bat. Now they've made some changes in their personnel. Shakil Mia, who's been a bit out of touch, has decided that he's going to go with Mohamed Masood and Sufiq al-Islam. So Mohamed Masood will be on strike, and it's going to be Ul Azda. So, well, you could say Azda, spelled S-A-S-D-A, Azda. So Ching Ching, maybe. Is Ching Ching gonna hit those stumps and do a bit of boom boom? So Ching Ching to boom boom. Well, that's what the Gladiators would like to see here. They're going to have to fight and fight hard. I mean, it's an average total, the one they'll have to bowl and field very well to defend. Anyway, in he comes, Azad. That's played out nicely out to the offside. It's good running. Well, that's something that Shakil and Mohamed Masood did very well in the last game. They did run well, but when Shakil Mia, who was captaining this game, was out, they didn't do it as well. So these two need to have a good understanding. So run on the first ball. And that's very, very well bowled indeed. Islam didn't have too much about that. Can he come back with that again? What a beauty that was. Just push his head out on the leg side. Just eager running from the fielder, but that's good. Like to see that. Didn't pick up the ball straight away, but because of that coming in sharply, already the batsmen weren't thinking about the second run, even though the ball did go past him, but no damage done. Once more, just pushing that out on the offside. Mohamed Masood quite happy at this stage just to do that. Oh, that was a lovely delivery, beat him again. And the ball beat the fielder as well. Goes all the way down for 4 runs. Just watch this. Well bowled, getting the edge. And the fielder, good effort. We saw that was Salam Mohammed sliding, trying to stop it, couldn't get there. And the first boundary, well, they all count. Wasn't by no means what he played for. This time comes down the track and hits that big. And that's gone all the way, I believe. Yes, it has. 6 carreras, Shaka. And, well, an edgy 4 followed by a very positive shot. And that takes the score to 13. So they were finding it difficult to get runs, just pushing. But the streaky edge for 4, followed by a far more positive shot for 6, and that's a good start as we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the commentary station.
Well, you know what? That's a first, Rico. I walked back in, no wickets down. Maybe things are turning around. All right, new over starts. Aslan Yusuf to bowl. Starts with a dot. We've seen so many times, not just wickets, but disastrous wickets. Seen stumps flying everywhere as I've walked through the door, but got some news from the match, and a few people are asking already about the next match, which I'll give you some information about after this.
Swing and a miss, so that's 2 top balls. Good start from him.
Yeah, so I can tell you that the Kings, they return in match 49, which is the 4th match of 5 today. They're taking on Raval Sporting, who have impressed us in their previous outings. It's their first match today, Raval. And the news from the toss was that the Kings have won the toss. And they have elected to bowl first. They want to chase again. Well, they're the master chasers, aren't they? But right now, the Kings have their focus on this match.
He's hit this well. Bully, bully, bully. Out of the ground it goes. Smashing into the tower behind us. The tower where I think, is it Almaz? That's up there with the camera?
Is up there, and I just wonder if there's enough.
He says he's still there, so we're all
just
right.
Heard he told us in her ear that he's fine. But I tell you what, a few more blows on that scaffolding. Looks pretty shaky up there, Elmaz. Yeah, a bit nervous. Hope you got your affairs in order. Anyway, for now, can the bowler come back?
Well, that was wide, and whoa, the fielder made a hash of it, and it beats him to the boundary as well. It was a full toss, and he smashed it straight at the fielder, and I thought perhaps a chance of the catch.
Yeah, I think he got his hands on this one. It almost came at a deceptive pace. It was a big swing in the bat, but it was almost too much time for the fielder. He came around, you see, he's just a bit slow to react. It wasn't an easy catch by any means, but it could have been taken, and they're the kind of things that the Gladiators have to do to stay in this match.
And this one's hit high up in the air. It's going to probably stop. I think it does. Yeah, the man guilty. Good throw here, and they're getting comfortably. Good running. Yeah, the man guilty of that one was the captain, Baba Bashrat.
Yeah, so all action here in the power play, and that's why they call it the power play, I guess. Plenty of highlights, and well, the Kings, good power play here. They can cruise to victory, but they never do anything that easily. The Kings always make it exciting. I've noticed that. Here's the last ball of the over.
And having a big hee-ho at that. Oh, and the fielder there, looking to throw it in, chipped it over himself. It went behind him.
All right, and that's the end of the over. End of the over is 26 for none after 2. Thanks, guys, for all the comments and questions. There's heaps of them coming in today in the chat, and you might even be watching on the Cricketer live stream on Facebook as well today. So that's great that we've got plenty of different avenues to watch this cricket. We've got a few people saying hello to us in the chat, so hello. If you've dropped us a hello message, I'll try and get back to as many as we can. Panthu saying 85 is challenging but not impossible. Well, certainly not. And we've got Ali also saying he thinks it'll go to the last over, and saying the misfields would surely lead to losing. He wants the Gladiators to win. We're predicting Kings to win. So how about that for an answer, he says. A little dab kind of emoji as well. New bowler, Ali Raza.
Firing that one in, coming quite wide and firing it angling into the batsman.
Yeah, Pantu saying, wow, shot. And Rafiq saying, hi commentators, how are you guys? Well, hello, Rafiq. Thanks for dropping us a message. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. And we do appreciate your company wherever you're watching from in the world. Right now we've got a tight contest. This is Ali Raza with the ball.
Oh, you beauty. That's been hit sweet from the middle of the bat, and that is 6 runs.
Wow, this one. Oh, the sun's out. I thought this one might burn up because this one's gone very, very high. Very, very strong and good batting. And you see that the Gladiators, to have any chance in this game, they're going to need wickets, and they need them fast. Otherwise, it could be over in a hurry.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Just got into good positioning. And, well, Sufiq Al-Islam, he certainly has impressed. Attempted slow ball hit. It's going through the gap. The fielder makes a diving effort to try and stop it, but it was all in vain. Fielding very cautious, Kitty, but Joka ho gaya, and that was Amir Timur trying to do whatever he could to get hand on that, but that's another boundary. And all of a sudden, after being quite content just to push the ball around, the Kings have decided to launch into the bowling.
10 wickets in hand and just a few balls left in the power play. They're going large.
And that's a good reply, a good ball right in the block.
And look, if you're the Gladiators, you're going to be on the back foot, obviously, but you just have to tell yourself, we can get 1 or 2 of these wickets, and this game could come right back into the balance. And I know it might seem far-fetched right now. They just need to hold on this power play, then try and put the squeeze on in the middle overs, make this into a contest.
There's that slow ball again, and almost deceived the batsman with the flight there. Sufiq Al-Islam, he's tried that the second time in this over. We were talking about it yesterday, these slow balls. I mean, they are effective and they do bring wickets, but you just sometimes feel if they bowl too many times, the batsmen, especially once they get in, just turn them into full tosses, don't they? Got to be careful.
Yeah, it's a very low margin of error with that. Can be an effective delivery, but the line seems to be all right at the moment with that slow one. It's just that length, like you mentioned. But Ali Raza, a reliable bowler for the Gladiators, and he comes again. This was a good length of a slow ball. You see this. The batsman not sure whether to come forward or go back in the end. So that'll be the end of the power play. And after 3 overs, the Kings, well, they're cruising at the moment. It's 37 for no loss.
Yeah, good positive start from them. 37 no loss. And I think one thing they'll know, and it's happened all day today, and we've seen it so many times in other games, that wickets, once one goes, then others follow. So these two, they're quite set. They won't be thinking about who else they have to come in. They'll just be concentrating on doing what they're doing here, building this partnership, taking the singles. They're well up on the run rate. I mean, the required rate is just over 6, really, so they don't have to do anything silly. No silly shots are needed. Just got to play each ball on merit, really, here. And wait for the bad ball, take the extras.
All right, new over starts. Oh, no, it doesn't start, actually. Mohamed Umar will see him bowl with the new ball, but they're holding him back. Perhaps want to give him the protection of the extra outfielders, of course. After 3 overs, there are 5 outfielders allowed. And so, all set up for another blockbuster finish. And these two, they could finish it very quickly, but we've seen the Kings. I don't think you take anything for granted. If you follow the Kings, you know that it could get very tight very quickly. Here's Mohamed Umar.
He smashed that. That's going to go over the fielder, but no, it doesn't go over the fielder.
Well, was that on the full? Because if no ball's called, I want to see this. I was glancing up my notes, actually. This one, it's no ball called, so it could be a no ball for overstepping, or it could be no ball for too many fielders outside the circle, but the call was early, and I think everyone heard it on the field because the fielder not celebrating. Again, that's a let-off because it was a good piece of fielding. I mean, we all thought it was over his head, to be honest, Rico, but the fielder did well and took the catch. But anyway, free hit. Look out.
Just bangs that into the ground. Now has to rush to get to the other end. Remember, you can be run out of a free hit, so...
And we've seen it, haven't we, as well, a couple of times?
Yeah, we have, and he had to put his foot down the accelerator to get to the other end, gets there comfortably in the end. So no real damage done with that free hit, but the bowler will be disappointed. Could have had a wicket, so...
Both these batsmen set and looking good.
That's that slow ball, he bowled it well. It's a lovely shot though, it's gone all the way over. Did he not pick that up well? So Mohamed Masood, this is a lovely shot. It wasn't a bad ball, you know, took the pace of it. It was pretty full, wasn't that short. Just waited for it and launched it. 6 more.
There's just enough length for the batsman to get under, wasn't it there? It was Masood, and he got in the front foot and punished it. Here he is again.
This one's swinging into him. It's gone down. It was a chance.
Oh, that might have been out as well. Well, it was the captain, Baba Bashrat. And we said the captains have been pretty reliable in the field during this Bancode European Cricket Series, but Bashrat, well, that might have been a big wicket. It didn't come slowly to him. It was pretty firmly struck, but just grassing it in the hands and out, and almost a run out as well, Rico. All happening.
Yeah, you're just seeing it going down again. So, well, the captain, Baba Bashrat, not having the best of times out there in the field.
Well, again, I'll say what I said before. If you're the Gladiators, you just got to tell yourself you can need 1 wicket and get a new batsman to the crease, and perhaps you can sneak through a few dot balls and create another wicket chance. And suddenly, you've got the runs on the board. But time quickly running out. About a run a ball required now for the Kings.
Lofted that, and once more it's gone all the way over. Just timing. There was fingertips on it from the fielder. You watch this again, just got into position, and not rather than trying to hit that too hard and missing out, just pushing it over, and he is batting so well at the moment. Suffolk Islam, his timing is good.
Yeah, it's been a team effort. Actually brings up the 50, so 50 partnership as well. 53 for no loss with the ball to go on the 4th. Again, well, the Kings might have to fall over to lose, but again, anything can happen here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here's Mohamed Umar with the ball.
Oh, this has been smashed. There's going to be 6 more. It is. How about that? Que fuerte esta hombre. Vale, es un grande. Genial, míralo.
Well,
6 carreras.
That is Rico, and abracadabra, it's one of your magic overs. 22 off it, 59 for no loss, and the Kings, well, they're like they're in the mood for a longer break between games. Of course, they do come back after this to play again, but just to remind everyone, the European Cricket Championship, brand new this year on ECN, coming to you from the 13th of September. That is 15 nations competing for glory in a T10 format over 4 weeks. And that tournament will be right here on the European Cricket Network. So for more information and all the latest news about the European Cricket Championship, you can visit our website, europeancricket.com. Certainly looking forward to that. Again, first kind of a tournament of its kind. T10 format so addictive, of course, to cricket viewers all over the planet. Whether you're new to the game or whether you're an experienced cricket watcher, there's plenty of entertainment in store for you in this form of the game. Here's Nuala Azhar will return to bowl his second over.
It's nicely played, and that's all they have to do, really. Thought about the 2. Well, I think Mohamed Masood was quite keen to get back to the other end, but Suffolk Islam saying, no, I'm quite happy here, thank you. Yeah, they don't have to do anything silly, do they? When that required rate now is under 5. It'd be silly to see either one of these batsmen throw their wicket away.
I see they don't have to do anything silly, but they can do something silly. And here's a bit of silly running. They go, this is the Bangladesh Kings. We were talking about it, all of us in the ECN crew. I heard them talking between matches, and I said that is just so the Kings. The last game, there's some chat in the chat room as well about it, saying that that they kind of went to a test match mode when they were within a few runs of the target. Got very nervy towards the end, the Kings. This time, it's going to be a little bit more sensible, but yeah, sensible's boring for our viewers. We want to see some action. I mean, you can always get it here on ECN, can't you? So yeah, the Kings, we love the way they play their cricket, and we'll see them back again in the next match against Raval Sporting. I think that'll be a really good contest because Raval, they've really improved a lot, haven't they? The more they've played in this format of the game, and interesting contest in match 49.
Oh, he's hit that a long way up in the air, safe, nobody's there. And well, even if they were, so would have just seen it go over their head. It's 6 runs, used its feet well, got to the pitch of the ball and sent it back in. Well, they're on the charge here, aren't they? They want to finish this early.
Well, get out the lunch menu, Rico, because I think we might not be here much longer. Both the Kings openers. Now he's got the switch hit. And tell you what, a little bit funky, wasn't he there, Suffolk Islam? He's trying to feed the snakes with the left-handed switch hit. I don't know who he thinks he is, but wasn't quite there for it. But I guess if there's a time to try it, they're within touching distance, but still 17 runs to get. So you want to lose a wicket at this stage, even though you think they've got this game well in hand at the moment.
Well, that's got another one. It's gone all the way over. Kinna, Badda, Shaka, Seismas, and well, they definitely do want to finish early.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. So 74 for no loss. And you wonder what kind of a target this might have been had they been batting first, the Bangladesh Kings. They're going along at 14.8 runs and over, so they could be heading for 150 or something like that if they were batting first. Right now, I just need 11 more runs, and you'd be a brave man to think that this game will last more than 1 over, to be honest, the way things are going at the moment. But Mohamed Umar will try his best. And just a reminder to put it in your, maybe set an alarm on your watch or your phone, that in about 45 minutes, just before the half hour, we'll come back and bring you into match 49, and that is going to be a really good game, like we mentioned, between the Kings and Raval Sporting. Anyway, for now, Mohamed Umar to bowl.
Just playing that out on the offside. It wasn't his shot, didn't fancy it. I'm sure there will be a shot coming here from Mohamed Masood. Sufiq Al-Islam there, just 3 runs short of his half century. He's on the non-strikers then at the moment.
Some more great comments coming in. Thank you for your company in the chat room. If you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel.
That's well bowled. It's a very good fielding. If he hits, he would have been gone. So would have the umpire, I think, but he misses both.
How's this some action here? It's a good pick up, and well, I think that Mohammad Masood, he knew he was in a bit of strife. He was the one that called it. But look at the one-hand pick up and throw, and all he had to do was hit the stumps. Would have been stone cold dead, but or another run. So now only 10 required now. It's been no ball, so free hit. Let me go to the chat room, and Rafiq saying hi. Commentators, please visit once we can Kerala, God's own country. Well, it is a beautiful country, India. I have travelled there before, and of course I am have some Indian blood in me as well, even though my language skills aren't quite up to your level, Rico. But yeah, it's fantastic region. All of the subcontinent really is a lot of beautiful places to go. So yeah, we hope we can at some point. Yeah, another no balls, another free hit. But yeah, I mean, imagine if we could take this format on the road sometimes. I think it'd be amazing, wouldn't it, to go all over the world with this T10 format and the unique way we do things here on ECN. And Pantu saying, well, catches win matches. Well said. And so, yeah, we saw that one go down. And even though you still think the Gladiators would have a big fight on their hands, but they had to remove at least one of these danger men for the Kings. All right, so this game, this will be a free hit again.
Oh, that's
it's almost a bowler killer. I think Muhammad Umar, he had the smart to get out of the way of that one. Just a single. Ross Arnold saying, we've seen Mr. Maximo, so where's Senor Seis? There you go, that's a good question.
Senor Seis.
That could be a new character. It's a bit early to be replacing me. It's very early in the season to be replacing me with a...
Yeah, Senor Seis doesn't like to get out of his pyjamas, I think.
A generic brand Mr. Maximo. Give me a break. Anyway, here's Umar again.
Oh, he's drilled that like a bullet. What a 6 that is. He's hit that hard. It's gone like a rocket to the boundary. 6 mas.
Yeah, it'll tie the scores 84-84. And tell you what, put a fork in it because this one's done. Just one more required. I'll have to find a ball first. That one might have come back with the flat side. How hard he hit that one. Ali Jr. saying, well, feeling bad for Gladiators. Well, not surprised. They haven't really put enough runs on the board. So scores tied. Any score will win it for the Kings. And of course, this is the other thing. The batsman getting a bit of extra TV time.
Well, is he getting TV time, or has somebody told him that he's Sufiq Al-Islam is on 48? So I wonder.
Oh, well, that's actually a good point. So it is possible if he blocks this one out. Tell you what, they've got very good communication if they know that. It's hard to keep up with the score. At any rate, this is the last ball of the 6th over. Score's tied. And this is one of the time where, well, it's going to be called a wide in the end. That's unfortunate, but again, the batsman saying didn't really want it anyway. So, well, we've seen some interesting endings to matches, haven't we, this morning already? I think we'll find once it's all said and done, that'll take them past the target. And so, even though the message finally getting out there, and it's called wide, and that will be the end of this match. They'll win with, well, 25 balls to spare. It was a comfortable win for the Kings in the end, winning by 10 wickets, 85-84.
I'm not surprised there that Mohammad Masood was saying to the bowler, come on, keep going, don't worry about it, keep going. And why not indeed, because they, like you said, they've got another match right after this. This was great practice for them, because it's not going to be as easy, I think, against Raval Sporting. Raval are going to be up for it, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they've going to have a bit of an extended break, of course, and just a reminder, if you are leaving us, come back just before the half hour in about 40 minutes for the lead up into that match, match 49 between Bangladesh Kings and Raval Sporting. But just recapping this run chase, and well, the openers got away, and once the cat was out of the bag, there was no getting them back in. The Kings, they raced to this target of 85 within 6 overs. You see here, the Gladiators, they didn't really have too many chances. And again, the short bowling and short in the leg stump did get punished, but also like the way the Kings batsmen hit straight down the ground and picked things up off a good length and off those full deliveries as well. And that has been the difference. The teams and the batsmen that have been able to hit those balls out of the ground as well.
But listen, you know, that win there really sets this group alive. And this next match, what a key match it is, because you've now got 4 teams on 6 points. Now, 2 of those teams are the ones that are going to meet now. So Raval Sporting and the Bangladesh Kings. Well, one of these teams is going to finish here today on top of this group with 8 points. Who's it going to be? Well, it's going to be a tough call, isn't it? But
This is the big one for me, Rico. The next one, match 49, like you say, the group hangs in the balance. Raval Sporting, they're 3-1, and the Kings, after that, they're also 3-1. So they'll have identical records heading into this match 49. And you can see there's so many players to watch. And if you are playing some Dream 11 or Fantasy Sport, make sure that you check the dashboard, because that's all the information you need to make the best decisions possible. And the little maestro, Gorang Mayavanshi, as well as Sonic Jangra. You see that they are missing Guruvinda, and that you might have just been motioning to me. That is a big out for them. They still have a fair bit of firepower in that order, but they will miss Guruvinda because he batted very well the other day.
yeah, they will indeed. And with him missing, well, Devinder Singh Kaur, he hasn't really fired yet. He's got to be at his best because, well, we all know that Govinda Sidhu, he was instrumental in that victory the other day. Without him, they would have struggled. So it's going to be interesting. So are the Kings going to be able to take the win and go top of the table, or are Raval Sporting going to go there? And that's all very interesting. And then, of course, last match of the day, we've got Minards coming back.
Yeah.
They will be saying, well, look, you might get to the top, but you're not going to stay there long. We're coming right back at you.
Yeah, they'll be very keen, but we'll see what sort of outfit they send for match 5 today. The final match of the week will be match 50. And you can just see the Kings, of course, winning this match, match 48. It was the openers doing the job. Safiqul Islam finishing on 48 not out of 20. Look, he won't mind too much missing out in the 50. The main thing is he got his team over the line. That was the job he was sent out there to do. Mohammad Masood, well, he carries on his good form. He had 33 not out off 18 balls. And, well, not much to write home about. And as far as bowling figures go for the Gladiators, but they'll hope to regroup and come back for their next fixture. But stay tuned. In about 35 minutes time, at about 25 past the hour, we will be back for the toss. We'll show of the next match, match 49. It's a huge clash between the two teams we mentioned there, the Bangladesh Kings and Raval Sporting, both with 3 wins and a loss. So again, this will be a very consequential match for those two teams. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool, and we'll see you shortly for the next game in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's almost time for the toss for match 49. It's the second last match of the week, and Relive Sporting, well, it's their first match today. We love watching them on ECN. They're taking on the Bangladesh Kings, who are playing consecutive matches. Let's hand over to the match referee.
Tail is the call. And tail is it. So Bangladesh have won the toss. What would you like?
And this is ball first.
Bowl first. Bangladesh have won the toss and going to bowl first.
Well, there you go. The Kings winning the toss, electing to bowl, and that doesn't surprise me. We know that they like to chase, and they always have exciting matches. I'm sure this will be no exception. But Relive Sporting, I don't think they'll be upset either. I think they probably would have batted, and their captain, Karan Datta, was telling me that he likes getting runs on the board because they do have the bowlers to defend the totals. Of course, I'm talking about the little maestro, Gaurang Mayavanshi, as well as Sonu Jangra, who hit the stumps a staggering 7 times 2 days ago. So let's see how this game shapes up. A very interesting contest in match 49. Over to you in the box, Rico.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. And we already were talking about how close this group is. Well, one of these two teams will, well, maybe temporarily, with the game to go today, with Minaj coming back, will take top spot in this group, Group C. Well, who will it be? Well, we'll have to wait and see. The umpires are on their way out. And it's going to be Rav Zaman and Nilkesh Patel. They make their way to the centre stage. And, well, what a stage it is as well. You're seeing the beautiful setting that we've got. A bird's eye view there of where we are. And those of you that have heard myself and Vinny talking about this beautiful location, surrounded by Olympic memorabilia. Remember Barcelona 92, those Olympics? Well, it was a fantastic event, wasn't it? Those of you who were around, I know we have many young viewers as well. And just have a look at the fantasy dashboard there. Well, the Bangladesh Kings, we know all about them. And for this game, we know that their captain, Monsieur Rahman, comes back. And once more, congratulations to him and his wife and the family for the birth a couple of days ago of a baby daughter for them, so a newborn in the house, and that's why the captain, Monsieur Rahman, wasn't there for that last game. Obviously he had some other duties that he had to call upon, and well, don't tell his wife, but he's actually shopping in Mercadona at the moment, but he's not really, he's out here playing cricket. But no, I'm only winding you up. Yeah, congratulations to you, and well, we'll be hoping that his team will perform just as well with him in it as when he was not in it in the last game. But they've won 2 out of 2 so far today. It's a marathon session for them. This is their 3rd match, and Mr. Maximo is about to join us now in the commentary position. So this is Rico Full in this, the start of match number 49 on match day 10. Vinny, welcome back.
Thanks, Rico. It's great to be here. Look, I'm really looking forward to this contest. I think these are two teams that have shown good form so far in the tournament, both with 3 wins and a loss. And if one of the teams will snare a win here, and they'll go 4-1 and really be seriously challenging Minaj, who of course have impressed in this group as well. But whoever wins this game will in the box seat to challenge them for the spot in the next phase. Of course, day 25 will be finals Friday here, but still a fair way off, 3 weeks away. But yeah, he's just mentioned, I think you mentioned that he's just raced from the hospital, just visiting the new baby. Probably thinking, oh, the baby'd be around for a while. Gonna have to really pay attention right now. They've got cricket on, so he's back. Of course, his boys did him proud. Here's the first ball of match 49. It's Moshi Rahman.
Yeah, bowling to Kish Patel. Kish Patel's made some good starts in this European Cricket Series, but not gone on to make a big score yet, but he's certainly capable of doing so.
Oh, certainly, and it's one of those things, and you don't have much time to get acclimatised, do you, when you're out there? And I'm interested to see this man, Devinder Singh, as well. You know that he can hit the ball a long way, but struggled for his timing. Well, it's the case for so many of these players as well, Rico, at this time in the in the year, and it's pretty unusual that you can't train, but they've had a situation where they haven't been able to train at all over the winter for the most part because of the restrictions in Spain. So a lot of them, there's no training like the matches, my coach used to say, and so they're having to learn on the job. And Jamie Bundy saying momentum key in this game, Kings. You see Roman next ball's a dot. Momentum key in the next game. Kings off the back of a convincing win will have their tails up. Yeah, that's a very good observation. Simon Cavell saying Vinny is never surprised. Well, I don't know about never surprised, but tell you what, this ECN does throw up a few surprises. But anyway, you'll have to tell me what you're getting at there, Simon. But I'll try and keep it composure as much as possible. There's times that it's very difficult, though, I have to say that. Anyway, here's Moshi Roman. Oh, this one. Well, Devinder, we said he could hit the ball. This one's gone all the way over square leg. Oh, the lights are on. There's no one home, no one back there for the Kings. And Maximo, 6 runs. What a great start.
That's a lovely shot. I tell you what, he won't be looking at the bottom of his bat for this one. We saw a lot of that the last time he was out there. He wasn't timing the ball well. Well, he's come out and he's hit that in the middle. And that's big 6 from him. Yeah,
just looking at Karen Data being held back. Probably bat number 3 position, but Devinder's got the bat in his hand right now. This one's wide down the leg side, so Kanan's batted well, but I don't think so. Devinder, maybe just, sometimes it's just knowing when you have to bat. So if you're batting number 3 or number 4, okay, some players don't mind waiting around and stuff, but they can get a bit nervous as well and not really knowing what the situation will be. But if you're opening the batting, you know, you have to get out there. I speak to a lot of opening batsmen, they do like that aspect of batting at the top of the order. So he tries again, Devinder, and well, have to push, but he'll get there in the end. The opening batsman said to me, look, that's one of the things I like, because even if I'm a nervous guy, I know exactly when I have to bat, I have to deal with it. I get out there and I get on with it. So Devinder, well, he knew he had to do the job at the top of the innings, and he's out there and got the first one away. So hopefully we can see him make some runs in this match.
Yeah, and in terms of scoring big runs and scoring them quickly, they're going to be relying on him a lot, aren't they? I mean, we haven't got Gurvinder Sidhu, who batted very well, in one game. So in terms of big shots like that over the top, and in terms of acceleration, especially when Karan Datta's not in the best of form himself, they're relying a lot on a good start here from Devinder Singh Kaur.
Yeah, certainly right, Rico. And Datta, again, he's been a bit Jekyll and Hyde as well. He's promising at times, but Ravel often say fielding's their strength, but the batters have to get the score on the board. They'll back themselves to defend it. Last ball of the over. It's up in the air. It's a chance for the fielder. Oh, and he takes it. So Moinul Islam. And we just talked about Devinder. Well, he got one going. Unfortunately, this time, not quite getting the contact that he hoped for. You see that's slightly edgy on the outside half of the bat, and it carried all the way. And again, luck plays a part. That really could have gone anywhere. Unfortunately for Devinder Singh, it goes all the way to Moinul Islam. So a wicket to finish the first over. And at the end of the first, it's 15 for 1. Pardon me, it's 10 for 1. Can't read anymore. But we got Raval, the captain, Karan Datta. No surprises that he's come out to bat at number 3.
Yeah, we just see there what we talked about, the Devinder Singh Kaur. He hit one beautifully. But when a man's not in form, that's the sort of thing you'd expect. And, well, I'm sure that we are going to see him blast his way out of this little patch he's in. It will happen, that's for sure, because he's a talented player. But at the moment, struggling. And a man of his ability, you would think he wouldn't have too much trouble clearing these boundaries, but he is at the moment.
He's on strike now. The captain, he starts with a single down the ground. Moinul, the man that took that catch. He is straight back into the action bowl in the second over. And he's impressed me again. So important you hold on to your chances, isn't it, Rico? And seen it so often here. Batsmen being given a life and going on to blast a big score. So Moinul will be very happy to hold on to that one. Good evening to Rafiq, who is saying hello in the YouTube chat. And please let us know your comments and thoughts, and throw any questions in the chat, especially if you're new to cricket. Perhaps you've stumbled on the telecast and you're wondering what's going on. Always love to help you with some beginner's crash course to the rules. This is edged, and tell you what, yeah, fielder behind the wicket. I think sometimes the fielders behind the wicket there, not necessarily the best fielders. There's almost an element of hiding them behind the wicket at that time. Well, he threw both shoes at it, didn't he, Rico? Eventually, he was able to make the stop, so it'll just be 1 run to the total. 2 singles to start this over from Moinul Islam. It's been a good start. Dutta on strike this time. Now this one, it's up and away. That could go all the way, and it does, all the way over cover. Beautiful shot by Karan Dutta. That's a Maximo, and important runs for Raval Sporting.
Yeah, it was a lot of width on this, and what helped this shot was the bounce. Got good bounce, it was coming up, so Karan Dutta just able to drop back and hit it over the top. Remember, inside the power play, so hit it well, find the middle of the bat, and over it goes.
Nice shot by the captain. This time he's going to go again. It's almost a diving catch at point. Oh, that would have been an amazing chance to take for the Kings. Let's have a look at this one again. It was full outside off stump. Full length was the point fieldsman. Oh, like Superman he was. And unfortunately couldn't hold on. Tough chance goes down.
Yeah, that was absolute brilliance, wasn't it? That was Uzaman. He was flying, one of the flying kings, and if that stuck, would have been one of the best catches we've seen. We've seen some. We saw a couple of good ones yesterday, didn't we? How about the one-handers on the boundary? We've had 2.
Yeah, you said it, Rico. We've seen some amazing catches, even some today as well. So Islam going to close out this over. This one's in the air again. It's just going to fall safely between the 2 men positioned on the offside. So I said a couple of times, the batsman living dangerously well. Kish Patel, the left-hander, doing his best. But anyway, that's the end of the over. So Raval Sporting, they were sent in there 20 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, so they have lost the wicket, but going at 10 and over, and that's quite key. Remember, 1 more in the power play, and then after that the field does spread out, so it becomes more difficult.
Yeah, that's one of the things about this Bangladesh Kings batting lineup. We saw them, well, they strolled to victory in the last game, didn't they? But a bit like Forrest Gump and the old box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get from the Bangladesh Kings. So even getting 80 to 90, obviously they want 100 plus on the board, Raval, but we've seen the Kings also fold in a heap at times in their batting innings, so they'll want to get as many as they can. Anyway, look who it is. It's Sofiqul Islam to bowl the 3rd over, last one of the power play. This one's not really timed. It's Kish Patel just still struggling for his timing, isn't he? Not many hitting the middle of the bat, but anyway, he'll be down at the other end, and he can think about that for a second. So a single to start the 3rd over. Simon's wondering if there perhaps will be more drop catches than Maximos. Well, that's a very good question. I think it's 1-1 at the moment. Someone can keep score at home. Wherever you're watching around the world, we hope you're enjoying the action. Prince Diman is in the chat, suggesting 110 for Raval Sporting.
Take the single there out to the off stump, and that's also important. I mean, boundaries are good. Boundaries really do help accelerate the run rate, but dot balls, we know the danger of dot balls, especially when they start joining up. So
yeah, and they create wickets, don't they, Rico?
Definitely.
Yeah. So Sofiqul Islam around the wicket. Let's see if Kish Patel can get something going. This last over the power play. Again, he tries. Another one is just a lot of bottom edges for Kish Patel. If he's just losing his shape or he's not making the contact that he desires, but still, at least it gets him a single. And look, if you're not hitting the ball that well, sometimes the other end's a good place to be.
Yeah.
And hand it over to the other batsman.
What's also good here is they're concentrating on outside the off stump to him. We know he's very good, anything on the legs, and he's not been given anything as yet to fire away on that leg side. So good bowling from the Kings at the moment.
Here he is again, Sofiqul Islam. This is well pitched up and off the stumps. It's dragged away to the leg side. Well, Kish Patel had 2 on his mind, but the skipper didn't agree. So another single, and we're just sneaking along at this this stage. There were 10 off the first and 10 off the second overs, but a little bit less at the moment. And 4 off the first 4 balls, but as we've seen, a boundary or two, that can all change very quickly. Of course, only 2 outfielders allowed in the power play. At the moment, there's a long off and a long on, so 2 straight fielders protecting the boundary. This will go to one of them, but I think it'll go on the bounce, and it was well picked up by Saqib Mohammed down there at long off. Just the single. And you're right, actually. You predicted earlier, Rico. It was a bit foggy, but you said the sun would come out, and lo and behold,
Yeah, it's fun.
the weather gods are looking after us.
Indeed, it's nicely set for a beautiful afternoon here with this sunshine.
Last ball of the power play then, 25. I'm sure the captain would love to lift one over. Well, he tries, it gets up. Don't think it's going to go all the way, but it will be in the gap. So 4 runs and a nice finish to the over from the Rebel skipper. He takes them to 29 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, so just they would have liked to be, like I said, in the 30s, but 1 run short. Only just lost that 1 wicket, so at the moment things are good. I mean, Kish Patel, he's still there, he's scratching around, he's 7 of 8 balls. I do believe they've bowled very well to him. They haven't given him anything in the area where he likes it, and if you put the ball short to him, if you put all the ball on the legs, he's going to punish you. He's got the ability to do that, and at the moment they haven't fed him, which is good. And at the moment they'd be more than happy to leave Kish Patel in there for, if he's going at this rate, to go throughout the innings. If he ends up with, I don't know, 30 odd runs at the end of the innings, that won't hurt him too much, Vinny, because somebody else could come in and totally obliviate the bowling. So it's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Rico. Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to go very, very high, and in fact it's gone very, very long. It's all the way over the fence. That one's feeding the snakes, and Kish Patel is the off with that. That's a big Maximo over square leg.
Yeah, and you can see there straight away the big man, Kish Patel, they've starved him of deliveries where he likes them. But that one, here we go, look, going on the legs. That's what he's been waiting for. And as soon as it's there, latches onto it. That will make him feel a lot better. You can't bowl it on his legs.
Well, luckily the clouds have gone away, Rico, because that one might have brought rain. Because that went very, very high. Now he's around the wicket, Moinul Islam. He's going to try again, but this time it's all the way along the ground. The fielder's going to try and make it, but they're not going to make it. It goes between the 2 fielders on the onside, and 4 more runs to Raval Sporting.
Kish Patel says, I have the power, and power he does. Probably didn't time this as well as he would have liked to. We watched this again, but there's enough on it to split those 2 fielders and go for 4 runs.
And he took a risk, didn't he? Because we've seen lots of batsmen bowled. That one was right on the stumps, and if he missed that, it was going to be lights out for Kish. But he survives, and good start to the over, going at 10 and over, and there's 10 off the first 2 balls of this one. So Moinul Islam, see what we can come back with for the Kings. This time he goes, and this is going to be long and strong. It's going to be all the way. Another Maximo. This time he goes offside, and Kish Patel is away.
Yeah, again, just slightly short, and he was so quick to latch onto this. Watch this. Yes, thank you, I'll have it. And, well, he is a big man, and yeah, well, you'd put money on the ball going over the ropes when he gets bat onto ball like that, and over it goes.
Well, so first real challenge being thrown out to the Kings in this innings. Now he's going to go back over the wicket. So look, Moinul Islam is trying things. I think he's just going to get the ball. It's going to hit the stumps, and Kish will give him every chance to take a wicket as well. So here he comes again, 4th ball of the over. Oh, and this one's hit him right where it hurts. It was short outside the leg stump, and Patel missing out on that one, but lots of action. And look, Rico, people in the YouTube chat, they're loving it. Yeah, some questions here in the YouTube chat. We've got Rafiq asking us which player we like most in international cricket. Well, we can think about that, maybe give an answer. Quite like Glenn Maxwell. I think he's quite an exciting player. Yeah, he's sometimes a bit hot and cold, but a bit like me, to be honest, so I can relate to that. And lots of people commenting they're enjoying the coverage and enjoying the commentary. So thanks very much for the nice comments and encouragement. It's great that you're enjoying it wherever you are in the world. This time he's going to go again, Kish Patel, but I think he's picked out the fielder this time. Kish, again, he's credit to him, he's pushing for 2, but it wasn't
Yeah.
quite there. So another one to the score. It's been a good over for Raval Sporting.
Yeah, it's been very good. I mean, Krish Patel, he knows that he missed out on the ball before. It was short, where he liked it, probably trying to hit it too hard. And you see again with that ball, just getting the single, but once more trying to hit the ball too hard. Stick with the timing. That's all I can say to him. And certainly hits it much cleaner.
Last ball of the over. It's Dutta on strike, and he'll be satisfied with a single, but no, if he'll get there. In fact, he's run himself out, the captain.
Oh, he's disgusted with himself, Vinny, isn't he? I mean, there was no need for it at all. I mean, and the other thing I don't quite understand about this, what he was thinking is the last ball of the over. So if he even took this single and got there, he would have gone on strike. Surely you would be more than happy for Krish Patel to be on strike.
Yeah, it was just lapse of judgment, and look, you can't blame the captain as well, because split-second decision you have to make. You see what he was thinking. He thought, well, it's not quite there to hit for a boundary, but I'll just work it for a single. He took off with the shot and perhaps thought he'd got it past the bowler, but he called straight away and he went. He still could have survived if the throw had missed the stump, so it was a nice piece of fielding from the bowler, Moinul Islam. The second nice piece of fielding. He's been involved in both of the wickets, of course. He took the first one down on the boundary, and then this time hitting the stumps. And a crucial time, and Kings, well, we've seen this happen time and time again, haven't we, Rico? The Kings, just when you think they're drifting out of the game, they make something happen, and good run out and good piece of work, and Dutta, he'll be upset with himself, but still gives another player an opportunity. It looks like Manish Manwani coming to the crease at number 4. He'll be on strike because that's the end of the over. It's 46 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, I mean, it never looked in any trouble, did they, these two? And especially Karen Dutta. I mean, he's came in, we saw him hit the ball sweet, and he was almost like just waiting his turn, you know what I mean? Because Krish Patel was doing all the damage, he was like, okay, I'll leave you to it. And was just waiting to launch himself, but didn't want to take any risk. And then all of a sudden rush of blood there, I think, and he's lost his wicket, and he's absolutely gutted with himself.
It's going to be time for some spin with Hussein Aminul. And almost sneaks one through straight away, Manwani. He's a nervous starter, Rico, something I've noticed about him.
Yeah.
And that one, well, a bit fortunate to survive. That could have gone anywhere. Bit of a bottom edge, and sneaking past the stumps and sneaking past the keeper. So just a single, and not the most convincing start from Manwani.
Yeah, I'm just wondering here, we just watched this ball go through as the field gets changed.
2 left-handers at the crease now.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you lead me nicely on to the point I was going to make. We saw this once earlier. I'll think about the game in a minute, it will come to me, but I just think that perhaps here, when the wicket like that goes, Karen Dutta was the captain himself, whether it's just wise to say to the camp in there, say, look, if the left-handers is, if it's the left-hander that's out, fine, then let the left-hander go in. If it's a right-hander, send another right-hander out, just to keep that difference on there, rather than have 2 the same out there.
It's a good question. Well, that might solve the problem, as you see Manwani. Well, the first one snuck past the stumps, but this time it was only going one way. And Manwani trying expansive stroke. He'll have to go for only 1. And Sporting losing another wicket. They're now 48 for 3.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Saying him, he's had a very good day. And well, we see that you made that point about Manish Manwani. It takes him a little bit of a while to get his confidence. Until then, he does move around far too much inside that crease. And well, he's relying on having a good eye to make contact there, not in the right position, and he goes. So this is pressure time now for Raval. They need somebody to stick around with Krish Patel and put a partnership together.
And you see here, they'll really miss Govinda, who's not in the side today. He'd be a perfect man to come in this situation. But Amit Das, he's done some good things with the bat. He's the man who's facing up to Aminul. I like Das, he's a sensible cricketer, and he just knows what's required. You can see here, no expansive drives from him in the first delivery, just working away for a single. He'll just look to get himself in and run hard. And he is capable of clearing the boundary himself, but you can see Karen Dutta, he'll be so upset with running himself out, because that's exactly what can happen. You bring a new batsman to the crease and create pressure, and already we've seen Manwani come and go. This is speared into the pads and be a dot ball. But yeah, that can happen, and I'm sure there's some self-reflection going on for Karen Dutta at the moment.
Yeah,
he'll have to deal with that, and then he'll have to come back out, and of course important, however many Raval do end up scoring in this innings, He'll be in charge of his troops, trying to defend them in the second half of this match. Here's Aminal. This one goes up. Oh, the fielder's got a chance. Almost. A good effort by Sakeem Mohammed, but that's all the way over the top. 6 runs. Another Maximo. And Kish Patel. Well, he's not going to slow down. 6 more to him.
Yeah, just getting the bottom of the bat there, but enough elevation on it to take it all the way over to the top.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. So halfway point, 55 for 3. So the run rate's pretty good, but those 3 wickets going down and a couple unnecessarily, you'd have to say. Well on target for a score, perhaps 110 or more. But, yeah, very fascinating game. I said I was looking forward to this one. Yeah, Kish Patel, 31 not out of 14. Of 16, I should say. And Data, well, he looked okay at the crease as well. 14 off 7, but ran him out unnecessarily. So Sakeem Mohammed, who was perilously close to that last shot down on the boundary. He's got the ball in his hand now, and he's going to bowl the 6th over for the Bangladesh Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Das, I like his thinking here. He knows they don't want to lose another wicket. And I think he's the kind of guy, he can bat in a variety of fashions. You know, he can work the singles. He can also hit the long ball, but he knows at the moment it's just a bit of a danger time for Raval. He's good experience head to come in this situation and hand the strike over to Kish Patel, who we have another broken bat, do we? Tell you what, they need some sort of super bats for this competition because, look, the balls are very hard in the condition. It might just be the grip. And grips just come off the top of the bat, so... Yeah, but Amit Das, like we'll see him with the ball as well, can swing the ball prodigiously from outside the off stump, bowl some good in-swing deliveries. We might see him opening the bowling for Raval Sporting and look for an early breakthrough, but he's got the job to do with the bat at the moment. What do you think? But Lamanga asked me what colour suit I'm wearing. Well, if you're watching, you'd know I'm wearing the blue suit today, Lamanga Cricket Club, but thanks for asking. Doing some great things. Also, the Lamanga to Lords promotion, or charity drive, I should say. Well, this is ups in the air and it should be caught. Who's there? Anybody home? And it's taken. And it's the captain doing the job for the Kings. King of the Kings, Moshir Rahman. Well, he's back from the hospital. But it's Kish Patel who's feeling injured as that one's gone straight up in the air. And you worried for a second that they were going to leave it for each other, but then the captain, he's got a safe pair of hands.
Yeah.
And taking it. And another wicket goes down for Raval Sporting.
Yeah, that's a good catch. Those ones that go up in the air like that, they could end up anywhere. You saw him coming round on the move and in the end taking the ball away from his body, which makes it even harder as well. But once it went in, it wasn't going anywhere else. And he's come back into the side after missing the last game and come back strong.
Got some questions, and Maidul Hassan Rafi asking me who's favourite according to me at this moment. Well, I think with those wickets, you'd have to swing towards the Kings at this stage, although we know Raval, they're very good at defending. And they've got some good bowling options, but they've got once for more runs on the board. They've got 56 for 4, so quite evenly poised, if I'm honest, this game. So it was a good wicket for Sakeem Mohammed. He comes again. And this one, it's Amit Das on strike, and wow, it's going to be fascinating end to this innings. Like I said, the run rate's pretty good for Raval Sporting, but with those wickets, it's Norman Ali has joined Das out there in the middle. This one, they're going to get a single in the end. Fielder making the stop but not able to prevent the run.
Yeah, good fielding though. I mean, we've seen quite a few that have sneaked through there because the ball does go quite quickly. I like the way that he got down, made sure there was everything behind it. Single was always there, but that's all he wanted to give and that's all he gave away.
Only 2 runs off the first 4 balls of this over, so not only the wicket but keeping the runs down is Sakeem Mohammed. In he comes again. And this is well bowled. So it's a little bit fuller, and the batsman having to decide does he go forward or back. Went back, but not able to make contact. So Numan Ali going to face the last ball of this, the 6th over. This time he does make contact and be pushed away for a single on the offside. So a very good over from the leg spinner, Sakeem Mohammed. Raval Sporting at the end of 6. They are 58 for 4.
Yeah, and we go back to comment we always make. You know, we're going to quite well. Kish Patel and Karandata. You get a wicket in this format, and all of a sudden it just almost like puts the brakes on the opposition, and then another wicket, and all of a sudden here the Raval Sporting side is going to be struggling to try and get to the 100, and they know, really, having seen, especially seeing the way the Bangladesh Kings batted in that last game, they're going to need a little bit more than that, I feel.
So here we go with the 7th over. It's Aminul continuing. Just edged away. I tell you what,
There's trouble here.
I think it was the wrong end in the end. The striker very slow to take off was Numan Ali. That one's edged away for a single. Well, normally I do my 6 over check-in. They were 58, so looking at 10 and over will get them to 98, or let's call it 100. 100 on the board would be pretty useful. Look at that, they're very slow to get going. I thought well, even if the keeper grabbed the ball, it might have been a chance, but see again here. This is going to be 4 runs. Yeah, it was short on the legs, and we've seen it before. Not a good line from the bowler. And freebies for the batsman.
Yeah, absolutely. And Das is key here now, isn't he? He's the man that can make a difference of this being an average score or a half-decent score.
Yeah. Well, look, just going through the overs so far, 10-10-9, 17-9-3. So you can see it's been decreasing over the last couple of overs and just putting the brakes on the Kings. This one's a quick ball from Aminul and a little bit too slippery for Dus, who plays and misses. But yeah, Rico, so important at this stage for the Kings. This innings could go either way. Yeah, this one, again, Dus just trying to keep the score moving. Look, he was a bit upset with himself for missing out last time and conceding a dot ball. But what I would say, little 6 wickets in hand and under 4 overs, so for the boundary. And being a little bit careful. So, again, look, I'm all for sensible batting, and I think that's good. But one of these batsmen, they have to discuss amongst each other. They can't both be nudging with the balls fading away here in the first innings of match 49. Somebody will get 1 to the infield. That will be the end of the over. So 65 for 4, another good over, only 7 off it. And just a reminder, guys, the European Cricket Championship is coming to ECN 13th of September, so put it in your diaries or your calendars or your smartphones or however you keep track of the big events, because this will be big. 15 nations competing, 15 European nations competing for glory in the European Cricket Championship. It's the first time it's been held. It'll be over 4 weeks in September and October 2021, and we'll be bringing you the action right here on the European Cricket Network. We certainly look forward to that. As Sakeem Mohammed, no surprises, he will be bowling out. 1 for 3 off his first over. Oh, and he almost had 2 for 3, and you see that? The good leg spin. Spinning out of the hands from right to left over the wrist. And just doing too much. They're missing the stumps and also fooling the keeper.
Yeah, I can see some big shots here now, Vinny. I think Das is the one who's decided that he's got to play the big shots.
This time sliding on, and again, you can see what Dus was thinking. On that leg stump, but again, it was a little bit too full to play this shot comfortably. Hit him just below the knee, of course, well down the leg side. You think Dus might really go after this? Here's Sakeem Mohammed. Well, he cracks a nice looking shot, but it's straight towards the field. He has to hustle, but he's going to get there. And again, good running.
Yeah. Also good from the bowler there. He could have let loose of the ball, trying to go for the run out, but nobody there backing up. So it would have been another run, and it would have put Das back on strike.
Ali's turn. All he can do is drive the ball down the ground for a single. So again, leg spin, not the easiest thing to bowl. This hard ball in these coolish conditions, even though the sun's out, but Sakeem Mohammed doing very well for his team. This one's pushed through, but nice shot by the batsman. In fact, it's going to go almost all the way to the boundary, but a nice bit of work. Geez, a good throw back to the keeper, but they will just make it back for 2 runs. So that brings them up to 70. They tick over 2 overs left in this innings. So Very interesting phase of the game. It's these two, well, still 6 wickets in hand. They're doing their best to move the score along. This time he goes aerial. He's going to get through the gap. Those two men patrolling the point region. Well, they tried their best, but both of them could only watch on as that one went through the gap. 4 runs and a valuable boundary for Ravel Sporting. They'll finish the over. 74 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot that. You watched there, he waited, he knew there was going to be spin, waited for the spin, then going away from him, and then using that and his own placement to put it through the 2 fielders. 4 runs, 4 valuable runs. 8 gone, 74.
And you're going to hand it to the Kings. They've had 3 games to play today, so it's a long day for them to keep their concentration. So much a mental game, actually, this T10 format. And here's the captain, Moshir Rahman, to bowl the 9th over. 9th is so important. We've seen some very expensive ones. We've seen some very good ones. So let's see what the captain can dish up. He'll be bowling to Numan Ali. That one, yeah, I think it was just a wide. Just floating a bit too long with the wide. Yeah, too close to the wide line. You see it's on the offside, the indication line. Yeah, I think it's a good call.
Yeah. Just that movement away once it pitched, and you can see the batsman clearly trying to play the shot and way out of his reach.
This is short, and he's gone after it. It's between the 2 fielders. In fact, it might have gone all the way. It might have just carried the rope. It is. It's a Maximo. And valuable runs for Ravel Sporting at the back end of this innings.
Yeah, Numan Ali just opening his shoulders up, clubbing this away, and enough on it to take it for 6 runs. And well, this is where they need to start the onslaught. Going well so far, wide and 6 runs.
Right, a reply to the bowler. This one's up, it's in the air. Moynell thought he was in the game. We did everything he could, but it's over the top of him, over the top of the boundary, and back-to-back Maximals for Ravel Sporting. And Numan Ali, well now, he's taken out the long handle here in the 9th over.
Sí, qué bueno, porque eso lanzar no está muy mal. It wasn't a bad ball, it was right up there. Picked it up beautifully.
Well, is there a batter's hat-trick on here? Of course there's not. There's a big swing and a miss there. We had a few whispers around the ground of a batter's hat-trick. Of course, 666, but he's a long way from this on the 3rd attempt. And how about that? So again. So here we go again. Captain again, Moshir Rahman. This one's driven out. Dust maybe had 2 in his mind, but it was never on, so nice bit of fielding, and I think it's setting up the kind of a total Rico that's going to make this game very, very interesting. With the Kings, well, I called them the old box of chocolates, didn't I? With the bat, you don't know what you're going to get, and middle of the road targets do make for very entertaining cricket matches. This is in the air, it could run away to the boundary. Yeah, it's an educated edge. Even though I'm not sure how much Amit Das knew about it, but it's going to be useful. No 3rd man back there. Thick edge. And then he just watched that fly away to the boundary. So another 4 runs, and well, they're up to 92.
It's that super 9th over again, isn't it? The magical 9th, as it so often is. Runs galore. And Monsieur Rahman, he won't be happy. So, well, Das would love to send this one away as well.
Here's last ball of the over, Rahman. Well, it's a big swing again, but it'll just be the single on this occasion. Well, it's 19 off the over. Normally for it to be a magical over, you say 20, but 19, I'm sure Ravel Sporting will take that. Rico, the end of 9. It's 93 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, that's very good. Well, especially from Numan Ali. I mean, he's been there. He came in and it looked like that the plan was that he was going to try and give Das as much of the strike, and then with 2 overs to go, they obviously both decided, look, we both got to go. We still got wickets in hand, so let's have a go. And well, it worked out in their favour with an over now to go here. If they can repeat the same again, they've made a good score here. And I think, well, 100 is always good. 110 those extra 10 runs.
It's better.
Those extra 10 runs can make all the difference in the
Absolutely.
mindset as well, you know.
Oh, definitely as well. 11-0 versus 10. Mentally, it's an extra barrier. Okay, here's Surfigal Islam with the last over. Starts with a dot. Nice work. Yeah, just being asked. Rafiq asking Vinny Sandu, who are you? Well, I mean, who is anyone? Really? It's very philosophical, Rafiq. No, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. I did say you can follow me at Mr. Maximo on social media. I'm always happy to have more people seeing the adventures I'm getting up to in Europe. Being responsible, of course. So a lot of them are by myself. But anyway, 5 balls left in this innings. Oh, and this is completely fooled him. He's going to be gone. I think it's probably... Well, I'll have to see what the final decision is there. That 50-50 could have been stumped or run out. He was looking for a run in the end, so I think it's probably a run out. You see,
run out there.
He's gone, taken a couple of steps forward. So, Das, well, again, credit to him for being unselfish and trying to get the other batsman on strike, but the result of that is it'll be a new batsman on strike. And again, that could be important in the context of this final over.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be thinking to himself, how did I miss it?
It was very slow, wasn't
Full
it?
toss, man of his ability. You would expect him to put it away. Though you have to say with Das, a lot of his runs do come out on the offside, don't they? He's not a big one for hitting across the line.
Here's the next ball. It's hit down the ground. And again, I think it's smart. They're just going to go for a single there. We've got the form man, really, Newman. Yeah, he's come good after being content to push around the first couple of balls he faced. He's up to 17. There's 3 balls remaining. Let's see if he can bring out the big handle in the last 3 deliveries. Here he is now. He's going to try. Didn't quite get all of it. They should run hard. Again, it was very slow to think about it, weren't they? And I don't know, maybe they can't think and run at the same time, because I think it occurred to both the batsmen out there at the same time that it might be a good idea to try and get Newman Ali back to the striker's end, but ultimately it'll just be 1 run. So
yeah, Rizwan just fancied it. He said, no, I fancy it. He didn't want to move. Let's see.
Well, he's going to have to settle for a single here, I think, and so that'll take them to 96 with a ball to go. So can they hit the magical 3 figures?
But look, even there, Vinny, I mean, that's gone out a long way towards the boundary. You got to run fast. You got to run quick. You got to try take on the field and go for the 2. You got wickets in hand.
I don't know. I think I'd rather have Newman Ali on strike rather than risk a 2 and almost certain run out. So
it'd be a dot ball.
Agree to disagree.
Dot ball.
All right, this one's disappearing. Come on, Newman. Don't let me down. Bang. It's gone high. It's gone very, very high. Well, the fielder, this is going to take some catching. And in the end, he's going to have to come back for 2. Surely there's a run out here, and there will be. So it'll be 1 and a wicket off the last ball. And so the total for Ravel Sporting, after being sent into bat by the Kings captain, Moshi Rahman, they've ended up their 10 overs. After their 10 overs, they are 97 for the loss of 6. And Rico, tell you what, we saw some action here in match 49 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. It was a good piece of fielding early. It's Moinul Islam who made sure he held on to that chance at long off. We saw some promising signs from Kishtish Patel as well as Karan Datta at the top of the order. And Devinder Singh also hit 1 good blow, but just losing wickets at crucial times just curtailed the momentum in their innings. You see this one, when things were going. And this was a crucial moment for me when Datta, well, was never on. You can see he was just trying to be careful and take the single and retain the strike, but in the end, sparked a little mini collapse. Manwani, well, he's struggling for runs and confidence at the moment, and he's gone back to the Hall of Mirrors and having a good hard look at himself, and I'm sure we'll see him out there with the ball in the second half of this match, so he has a chance to make up for it. And then the Kings, well, they came to life, didn't they? Moshi Rahman with a catch, taking control in that situation. And the sun, well, not only is it a flaming super hot ball of hydrogen, but also it can get in the way of those high catches in cricket. But it was a nice piece of work by the Kings skipper. And then a bit of a rearguard action at the end as well, as we saw Amit Das and Newman Ali get them close to the 100 mark with some lusty blows. They batted very well. Then, well, a bit of a brain explosion from Amit Das there. He was going nowhere fast. He was run out in the last over. And well, very interesting game set up here. Let us know what you think in the chat. Who's in the box seat here? 97 on the board. The Kings, they'll need 98 to win.
Yeah, I mean, just looking down that scorecard, Chris Patel, again, he scratched around trying to get the big runs. Got to 31 of 17. And, well, once he was gone, remember the good bowling of Saqib Mohammed. We saw a little bit of a collapse. Devinder Singh, who opened the batting, played one very good shot, one big six. He didn't hang around. And then just rearguard action. That's what they relied on. Amit Das, well, you would feel he's done a job for his team. Numan Ali there with some big hitting towards the end as well. Well, that's helped them get to his score of 97. Looking at the bowlers, well, once more, Monsieur Rahman, he came back into the side. He took a little bit of stick, really. He did get one wicket. Then Muna Islam, 27 of these 2 overs. But the pick really has to be, once more, the bowling of Saqib Mohammed. He's bowled very well. He's looked very good. Just came through 11 of his 2. And Hussain Aminal, I do like the look of Hussain Aminal. Bowls very well, taking 1 wicket for 16. But it's all going to be a very close encounter, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, I also mentioned Safqul Islam there. Very important last over. He only gave away 4 runs in that over. So that could be crucial come the end of this one. But one thing's for sure, don't go anywhere wherever you're watching around the world. This is European Cricket Network. In about 10 minutes, we'll be back with you to see the Bangladesh Kings commence their chase. And sure, well, could be in for another big game, another close finish. So we do appreciate your company on ECN. And we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool. We'll see you then. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Bienvenidos. Y vale, ahora volvemos por the Fan Code European Cricket Series aquí en Barcelona. Y vale, hay un partido, un partido fuerte porque Raval Sporting, vale, él pongo 97 puntos por carreras. Y ahora los Reyes de Bangladesh Kings. Their turn to go out and bat. Well, there's no change from the team that beat the Barcelona Gladiators with ease, chasing 84. Mohamed Masood, 33 of 18, and Sufikal, he scored 48 of 20. So Sufikal Islam is in good shape. Both of those batsmen not out. They'll be hoping to do more of the same here and carry on the good work that they did for their team in the last match. Well, the man is going to try and stop them. The bowler. Let's give you his details now. It's going to be Amit Das, who had a good fight back with the bat for his team, Raval. And he'll be disappointed with the way he got out. He made 20 runs and then out to a full toss that he missed out on. Anyway, he sees opportunity now to get a few wickets and maybe be the contender for man of the match. Well, he does like to get that ball swinging in to the right-hander. Just some adjustments being made to the stumps before we get started, so we just have to wait a little bit longer. Just to remind you, we do have one more match to come after this as well. And no doubt Mr. Maximo himself will give us the details of that when he comes back into the commentary position, and no doubt when he does there'll also be a fall of a wicket, because that tends to be the trend. If I'm absent and I come back, it's 6 runs. So I think I know the batting team would prefer me to disappear and come back, and the bowling side would prefer Vinny to go away and come back. Anyway, here we go, ready to start. So a reminder, 98 needed to win. Swing and a miss, and interesting stroke. So once again already that swing coming into play. Let's watch this. There we go, look at that. Look where that started and look where it ended up. And all of a sudden, you know that the batsman's got to move his feet. He's got to come out to this ball. Oh, and that one just maybe just ended up more towards the legs, and the batsman able to get back onto it. So Mohammed gets off the mark, gets his team going. So remember, only 2 men allowed out at this stage, so we have somebody right back there, deep mid-wicket, all ready for that shot. And the other man is there in the on the boundary there, sort of deep backward square leg, and that one's gone. He sent that one packing. Doesn't matter where those 2 men are, because that's cleared everything. 6 runs, and that's a super shot from Sufikul Islam. Well, if it was the same innings as he was not out, that would have been his 50. It's not, it's a different match. Remember, he was 48 of 20 balls in that first game. And here he starts off very much the way he was batting there. 6 runs. Lovely shot. He is so strong in that area. And even though Ahmed Das is swinging this ball, well, you just get the feeling unless he pushes it right up outside the off stump and gets it to come in there, but full, he's not going to get any rewards here. Can't bowl it short. And once more, this one is angled in, but going towards the legs. Batsmen do well. Manish Mawani gets a good throw in. That's good cricket all round. Good running from the batsman. Good pick up and throw from the fielder. And nice cricket. Lovely to see in the Spanish sunshine. Cricket on live on the fan code European Cricket Series area. Spain to Barcelona. मजा आया कि नहीं? That one's probably too wide, and you can tell from the little look back from the bowler, Ahmed Das, when quick look saying, was it? He obviously does tend to do something a little bit different with those ones, because that no swing with that one at all. So it's obviously maybe holding it right across the seam or rolling his fingers the other way. And well, that's his normal delivery. And it's a little bit of mix-up. Good throw. Again, nice pick-up. Good throw. A little bit high. I think the batsman comfortably in. It's all action here, and that's what this is all about, this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Action-packed entertainment. That's well bowled. Very well played indeed. And that is also the end of the over. So the over gone, 9 on the board, and Mr. Maximo himself is getting ready to take the hot seat. Welcome back, sir.
Thanks. I think the curse is broken, Rico. There was the curse.
No, you got to wait. You got to wait to see this ball.
Always be a wicket. I was walking back.
You're just deliberately doing this now. I can see you hovering before you come in here until the end of the over. Then you come in. So it's not over until whatever happens in this next ball.
Did you hear that the Bangladesh Kings are up for an Oscar? Best new drama.
Best new drama, right?
Yeah. There's always going to be some drama in the chase. And, well, it's all set up here, isn't it? 89 of the last 9 overs hangs in the balance, and I don't know how to pick this one. What do you think in the chat? Let us know. It's great to be with you, of course. We still have one more match after this, and that will be Minaj against the Gladiators coming up in match 50. But for now, here's Manish Manwani. He's well bowled. It's full and straight and just a single. But, yeah, the news from the toss there was that Amar Shahzad, the Minaj captain, called correctly. Actually, didn't call. The other captain called incorrectly, but Minaj won the toss, and they'll be batting first in match 50. So I'm going to see some of their superstars. Asjad Butt, of course, in some prime form as well. Well, this is up in the air. Can it carry dust? Oh, and it just does. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to take 2 or 3 more steps back. He had to set himself and keep his eye on the ball. Just got over his fingertips. He thought he was in the game, but the breeze just carrying this a little bit too far. It was a good effort from that man.
Yeah, just eluded him, didn't he? A couple of inches more and he would have had it. So.
Manwani, can he snare an early wicket? Well, again, something running between the wickets.
Anyway.
Not really on the same page. Yeah, go ahead, Rico.
What do you mean drama? I mean, where was the drama in that last one? I mean, you can't get more convincing than that, can you?
The game before, I think, was the one I was referring to, where they're chasing a very similar target to this. They're chasing the 90s, I think. 94 they needed. This time they need 98s, and it's all set up for a blockbuster finish in match 49. This one's whipped with some very good timing. I'll tell you what, some very good fielding as well, and it was the captain down there, Karan Datta, who's on the wide long on boundary. This was timed sweetly by the batsman, but a nice bit of work on the boundary, and they're the sorts of things, saving 3 runs there, that can make all the difference.
I think we've already seen it. We've been in this European Cricket Series that's where one of your best fielders has to be.
I agree with that. Next one's a slow ball, hit down the ground. He's going to have to go the other way now. Date's got the chase on. Oh, and this time he can't quite do it. He went with the fancy footwork. That time, not as effective as his effort the last ball.
Yeah, feeling the कोशिश की थी बड़ा पजिया पैर रखा पर कोशिश तो की थी पर चौका हो गया. But he did his best and he did the hard work there, and then just his footwork let him down. That's why cricketers, we prefer to use our hands.
Yeah, that's it. They're on the end of your arms if you don't know where to find them. Here's the last ball of the over. Oh, it's a Spanish drive. That's going to be inside edge. Could go all the way, and it beats the fielder down there. So a fortunate boundary. We've seen some nice strokes. This one was all luck though. And Saqib Mohammed, big swing, just getting the right angle unintentionally down to that fine leg boundary. So that's the end of the second over. Bangladesh Kings, they're 20 for no loss.
Yeah, sometimes you need a little bit of luck. It's certainly been their day so far, hasn't it? Bangladesh Kings, and searching for a victory here, which will make it 3 out of 3 today. And you know what? That's a magnificent effort.
Yeah, another bat, unfortunately. Tell you what, if they do want a bonfire at night here, we can't gather more than 6 people, but there'd be a lot of firewood, wouldn't there, Rico? Because a lot of bats don't make it through the day, do they?
It's been a lot. In fact, you've just reminded me of a question that we were going to ask Shub Navjot Singh, the tournament referee, not to do with the bats. I mean, that's another one actually, the bats. Maybe you can see how many bats have actually been broken, and also how many balls we've lost because,
Yeah.
well, in some games like that last game here yesterday, so many have been disappearing.
Well, have a look at this. This is Sonny Jungra coming to the attack. Still within the power play. I was going to say the big 4 overs for me that will determine the course of this game. It will be the 2 overs from Jungra and the 2 overs from Mayavanshi, the little maestro. And here's Jungra bowling the 3rd. He's been very accurate, and his confidence to be sky high as well, the young man. Tall left armour, bowls wicket to wicket. We saw him take 7 dismissals all bowled, hitting the stump 7 times on Wednesday. Not a bad day's work for the bowler. And look, you'd love to get an early wicket and get Raval ahead in this second half of this very fascinating match 49. This time he's going to sneak it in, and not quite actually. It's called a wide, and that time not quite getting the movement back in. But what makes Jungra so dangerous, Rico, is he has the ability to swing the ball. You see that nice tall action, just getting away from that time. That was comfortably a wide in the end, but he does have the ability to kind of curve it left to right or swing the ball into the right-hander. And when you couple that with a variable bounce on this track, he can be a handful. But he has to get it right, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's right back on target this ball. Here he is now. This one is just pushed out the offside I should say, and a single. So again, I think the key, and I'm sure we'll see Mayavanshi coming to the attack possibly next over. So these overs 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're the Kings, you just don't want your chase to go off the rails here because they're up with the rate. Just need to try and keep those, even the high single figures or low double figures every over. Just keep it ticking over, keep up with the rate, and see where you're at after you contend with the 2 overs of those 2 key bowlers.
Yeah, Sonny Jungra, he is the leading wicket taker in this series. Started the day as being so, and still is. He's taken 9 in the matches before this one, so this in his 5th match. He'll be hoping to pick up a couple more.
Could be the first one to double figures. He's only 1 ball away, and a fascinating little subplot to this match. And he's done it again, and would you believe it? Wow, Sonny Jungra, we saw him hit the stumps 7 times on Wednesday, and he's getting in on the act. His 10th wicket of the tournament. And this one, well, just been a little bit of a quiet period for the Kings. And it was Sofkul Islam going for that expansive stroke. And once again, Jungra hits the target.
Yeah, we were just talking about him, just giving you some of his details. Top wicket taker on 9. Would he be the first to double figures? Oh, yes, he would. And would indeed, because he likes hitting the wood, doesn't he? Because not only is he the leading wicket taker, he just likes to. I mean, the one day when he took 7, all 7 were bowled. That's what he likes to do. That's the benefit, and that's the key of bowling at the stumps.
Yeah, he makes wickets nervous, doesn't he, Sonny Jungra? And, well, he said how important these middle overs would be, the 4 overs of Jungra and the little maestro Gorang Mayavanshi. And the Kings, well, didn't see them lose a single wicket in that last game, but they lose their first one in this one. And who are you backing at home? Let us know on YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us again on ECN, the European Cricket Network. It's fantastic to have your company. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full in the commentary box today. Here's Jungra again. This one is going to evade the fine leg fielder. It was slightly outside leg stump, and a nice shot by Shakil Mia, who's come in at number 3. So he's immediately away with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. It was there for the taking, wasn't it? The only danger was he had that fielder there, the backward square. You see him just coming into play there in your picture, but it was well hit and well wide of him. And positive start for Shakil Mia. He's not been in the best of form. And, well, when you're not in the best of nick and the first ball comes off the middle of the bat and goes for 4, certainly makes you feel so much better.
Last ball of the over. Oh, this is very close to an edge. So Jungra gets the breakthrough for Raval. End of 3 overs. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, so that's the power play done with. Raval now can push the field back, and, well, if they're going to push it back, you might as well bring on the little maestro himself, Gorang Mayavanshi. And, well, he's another one that's been in on the wickets. Remember, we saw him, first time we saw him, I think we saw him bowl that in the day, the double wicket maiden.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen a triple wicket maiden, which included a hat-trick today. It all happens here in the Fanco European Cricket Series. It's the best entertainment that you could wish for, and it's great that the dreams are coming true of these players. Remember, being watched live by our worldwide audiences, our cricket family.
All right.
And don't they like to perform for you?
Yeah, they certainly do. And it's little Maestro trying to put on a performance here in match 49. Starts with a wide, a bit anticlimactically. But got some good comments in the chat as well. YouTube chat is open for business. Mark Lovell saying, on song again, Sonu. Absolutely. And Wazza saying, great delivery. Where are you watching from, Wazza? Thanks for joining us. It's going to be a very interesting couple of overs here. Here's Mayavanshi. And he's got the wicket, and he's done it again. The little Maestro. Well, he's conducting from the bowling crease. And this one was tossed up. And he took the bait, didn't he, Sakeem Mohammed? He was tossed up above the eyes. He just couldn't resist. He went to the buffet, but he came back with an empty plate and a big wicket. Another big wicket. And these two middle over bowlers, Jangra and Mayavanshi, well, they work so well in tandem. And so, Kings, they lose another wicket. 28 for 2.
Well, it's so wonderful to see. And, well, the young man is just full of so much confidence, isn't he? We saw that the last game that he bowled in, he wasn't at his best. He strayed down the leg side a little bit too much, maybe overflighted it. But even then, even in that game, though he was hit for a few runs, he kept going. He didn't get nervous. He didn't lose his confidence and came back with a wicket. And when he starts well, I tell you what, it's a worry for any team because he just gets better.
Yeah, you said it. And look, what I like about Mayavanshi is just the way he can get the ball to drift into the batsman as well. You see that one just drifting in from outside the off stump. Not really a lot of turn, but again, he's playing with the batsman's judgment. Sometimes as a batsman, you see the ball drifting up there and you just can't resist yourself. It seems like too good to be true. Again, a subtle movement and drift of Mayavanshi hitting the target. So he's already on song with a wicket off only his second delivery bowled. So there's another wide, so he's gone wide, wicket wide so far. But, well, tell you what, he'll also do this. He'll also have this quicker ball, which we'll see as well. And he doesn't really change the speed of his arm, and that's what makes it so deceptive for the batsman. This is Mohammad Masood, who's come in. He's in good form last game. That was the quicker ball, and you see that one just catching the batsman unawares. So these are little battles within a game that I really love to watch. Rico, you've got Mohammad Masood, who's hit the ball to all corners of the park in the last game. Also great about cricket as well is, you know, here we are, not that long later, and he's got his hands full.
Yeah, different ball game, isn't it now?
This one's just going to get away from Mayavanshi. Didn't really come back in like some of the others, so you can see what he was trying to do, trying to just drift it in from outside the off stump, but this will be a no ball plus a bye. That means the next will be a free hit, and I suppose this is one you won't want to miss out on as a batsman, especially chasing this kind of a target.
This will be dangerous, I think, with Shaquille Mia.
When he misses out, and they will get a bye in the end, but yeah, interesting on that one. I'll tell you something, let me be a bit out of the box for you. I probably would have stood back for that ball if I was keeping. Here's a free hit, can't get a stumping.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
It's an easier take.
Good thinking. You can see your wicket
keeper
mind coming into play, is it?
Looking the game, the system. Here's Mayavanshi again. They're going to scramble through for a single at the moment. Geez, they'll need every run they can get at the moment. The Kings, again, these two, Jangra and Mayavanshi, we talked about how important they were to Ravel Sporting in defending this target of 98. Here comes again, little Maestro. This one's tossed up and just locking the batsman up there, freezing him, as they'd say in baseball.
Yeah. Is it just me, or do I get the feeling that he's deliberately trying to bowl a little bit wider rather than bowling wickety? He's just bowling a little bit wider, so Some plan in motion here, I think. There again, see?
Yeah. And I think I think it's smart because the batsmen have always been trying to hit leg side, haven't they? And these batsmen, if you get too straight, you go the journey. So I don't think he minds giving away a wide or two on the offside. Just thinks if he can sneak a few in there, can get a few dot balls as well. So here he is again. This time he is a little bit straighter, but appeal for the stumping.
That's good work.
Last ball of the over. Yeah, so it was. You'll see this on the replay. Batsman just keeping his foot grounded. So it was a nice piece of keeping from Kish Patel, but safely back in the crease was the batsman's back foot. So a very good over from Mayavanshi. There were only 5 runs off it. And the Kings, after 4, they're 34 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, I mean, Mohamed Masood.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he, Mohamed Masood, in the last game. And I'll tell you what's also going to be good, Rico, is the ECL 21, May 31st in Spain. 4 weeks, and this is the 15 champion teams from 15 European nations, as well as the returning champions VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands. So make sure you put that in your diary, because that will be right here on the European Cricket Network, coming to you. It seems like it's far away, May 31, but be here before you know it. Tick over 3 months away at the moment. Here's Jungra returning for his second over. This one's gone up. It's very, very high, and it's going to drop and it's going to plug like a sandwich, and there could be trouble at the bowler's end. Masood, he should get back in the end and turned for a second, but was sent back by his partner. But, well, we said these middle overs would make or break it for the Ravel Sporting team, and it seems to be that way at the moment.
Yeah, Jangra been bowling very well. He's been impressive.
And he's done it again, Sonu Jangra. Well, unbelievable work. That's the 9th time that he has hit the timber in this Fancode European Cricket Series, and this time it was the middle stump. Jangra doing it again for Ravel Sporting.
What a beauty of a delivery that was. I mean, just look at that. You don't get better, do you? You just don't get better right on the spot. Now that man, just to remind you, they've been in very good form. And, well, it's as easy as that. Get it in the right spot and knock them over. Shaquille Mia came out with positive mindset, played a nice shot. But, well, he has to go back because of the brilliance of Jangra, who's taken his 11th scalp in this series already.
9 of them bowled as well. And, well, look, he's making a mess of the stumps. He's making a mess of this Bangladesh Kings innings at the moment. I tell you what, the national selectors might want to have a bit of a look at this guy, because he certainly has the touch and he's got very good control. Always think having a good left-arm paceman in your team adds value. And, wow, his overs 3, 4, 5, 6. I said this is where the game will be won or lost, and it certainly looks that way. Although we've seen the Kings come back from some rather unlikely situations to win games here in the ECS. Anyway, here's Jangra. Tahed Ahmed on strike. He's got a bit of pad, I think, on this, and he'll squirt away for a leg by. But, well, Jangra, what more can you say about him? He just keeps hitting the target time and time again.
I tell you what you can say about him. Sonu Jangra, he likes to do the Bhangra, and he certainly does a fair bit of Bhangra when he knocks those stumps over.
36 for 3 the score, halfway through this over. I'll tell you what, Mohamed Masood, he's decided to fight aggression with aggression. Trying to mix it up, coming down the pitch again. This one didn't miss by too much.
He's very, very lucky there, you know. I mean, if that ball was on the stumps, he was a goner.
We're going to have to start.
You see that a lot, Vinny, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
a lot of the batsmen who do come down the track, they come down the track the wrong line, don't they?
Yeah.
They go outside the leg stump and charge. And, well, if you're going to come down, you've got to come down straight.
This will be a wide. Yeah, it's a good point you make. And the other thing is you can kind of get in front of your stumps a little bit with your pads if you're coming down the track.
Yes,
because it's very hard to be given LBW if you are well down the pitch. And I think sometimes you leave yourself the risk of getting bowled. And so I think that's something, once you come down the track, perhaps you need to get it across a little bit as well. Yeah. Just to cover your stumps if it's not quite where you want it to be, if you don't make the contact that you desire. Anyway, 2 to come for Jangra. Oh, and he's done it again. This time he was assisted by an inside edge, but the stumps go down. Oh, and it's his 10th bold dismissal. Sonu Jangra, we're going to have to start handing out the Man of the Match awards before the match. With this guy in this kind of form, he's got 3 for 9 now, and this time You'll just see it on the replay. And it was fished outside off stump, Mohamed Masood. And he'll be disappointed with that stroke, just playing away from his body. But Jangra, wow, it's almost unbelievable the amount of times that this bowler is able to disturb the furniture. So another wicket goes down. And would you believe it, the Kings, they lose another one.
Yeah, when things are going your way, every bit helps. And that one, you saw the ball before, he was unlucky. I mean, it ended up being a wide, but you can see exactly what he was trying to do after being charged down the track. And we mentioned that Mohamed Masood taking the leg side route. He tried to get the Yorker in, just failed to get it right in swinging. He was trying to dart it towards the off stump. But this time round, put it outside the off stump, knowing that he had a chance, and it's been taken. So the captain coming in at a crucial stage for his team.
Last ball of the over. Mushu's going to turn it around the corner for a single. But what an over that was. Kings now, they're reeling. They're 38 for 4 at the end of 5 overs of play. And Jangra 3 for 10 off 2 overs. And 4 dismissals in this innings, Rico. 4 all bowled. And the Kings, well, we said they're a bit like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get. Well, we know exactly what you're going to get from Sonu Jangra. You're going to get bowled dismissals and lots of them.
Yeah, and well, he's bowled himself out. That's his 2 overs done. But this man, the little maestro himself, Gurang, he still has these 6 balls to bowl, and he's not going to be easy to contend with as well. So it's going to be the captain, Masur Rahman, versus the little maestro.
60 off 30 required, so 2 a ball exactly, 12 and over. This time we're going to go over this master. It should be caught. Oh, it's just not held on to. Numan Ali at point. He went up, couldn't really time his jump. Don't know if he's got the heavy boots on, but he didn't really get off the ground. And you see here, Masapa was in the air a long time. Just struggling. Was wrong-footed somehow. And wasn't able to hold on. So again, Mayavanshi making things happen. The little maestro, here he is again. This time it's down the leg side. They'll sneak through for an extra. So again, the Kings, they'll take that little bit of luck. And again, you wouldn't count out the Kings from any stage, really. They've got 6 wickets in hand still. And after this over, the 2 dangerous bowlers will be bowled out. So very interesting point of this match. Oh, in that time, Moshir Rahman. Well,
got to be careful, isn't he, the captain? I mean, he's got to negotiate this over, but he's got to stay there. We know he can. If he gets himself in, I mean, and starts to make contact, he can finish the game quickly. He is a big hitter of the ball, but just cannot afford to lose a wicket quickly now.
Well, he goes after this one on the front foot. It's going to be dragged out. There's absolutely nobody inside the circle on the leg side. And 4 men back on that side of the field, so it'll be a single. And again, slightly different. Mayavanshi bowling to the left-handers. I think they could probably play him a little bit easier, the ball turning into them. But still, Mayavanshi trying to keep it outside that off stump, making the batsmen go and get it if they want to hit it on the leg side. See there again. And he has erred on the offside. Like I said, don't mind that, but the risk of bowling it too wide like that is actually called a no ball. This makes this a free hit, and well, the Kings, they desperately love to cash in on this free hit because they need it at this stage. And he hasn't been able to do it, and it could be a run out. And in the end, just scrambling through. That'll be called a leg bye in the end, or perhaps just a little inside edge on that. So regardless, it's 1 to the total. Tahir Ahmed not able to cash in on the free hit.
Yeah, it's been signalled leg bye, so
2 balls remain this over. Mayavanshi, can he snare another one for Ravel Sporting? And he does exactly that, the little maestro. He's done it again. And the 5th bowl dismissal in the innings. And again, this time, it's Moshir Rahman, the big wicket of the captain. And he's upset with himself. He knew that Mayavanshi only had a couple of deliveries left in his spell, but he has to walk back to the pavilion now. He'll be disappointed. That ends his involvement in this match. And would you believe it? Bangladesh Kings are now 44 for 5.
yeah, superb bowling. That one, he just pushed that through a little bit quicker for me, and I think that was what done Musa Rahman, but prize wicket, I was just saying, he just needs to calm down. He needs to just stay there. Maybe even if it's seen through this, just pushing it through quicker. And well, he was nowhere near it in the end, and he has to go. And that is a big scalp.
Well, Wazza saying he's watching from Australia. We're in Australia, Wazza. Great to have you with us, and sure you're enjoying the action here. And well, ball to go in the over. Mayavanshi 2 for 10 with the ball to go in his spell. Moinul Islam has come out to face the last ball of Mayavanshi. And he's done it once again. Can you believe it? Seeing is believing. And Gaurang Mayavanshi, well, it's a socially distant celebration, but an enthusiastic one nonetheless. He can't be on a hat-trick because he's bowled out his 2 overs, but he'll nonetheless be very, very happy. He finishes with identical figures to Sonu Jangra, both of them finishing with 3 for 10 off their 2 overs. And the Bangladesh Kings, well, they might have cruised to victory in the last game, but it's a different story here in match 49 at the end of 6 overs. They're 44 for 6.
How about that? That is the Mavashi Airlines as we see that celebration. He's going to take off, and so he should. He's going to be on such a high. There we go, on the runway. But this is exquisite bowling from the little maestro.
Well, you wonder if they're going to have to rock, paper, scissors for the man of the match trophy. Because I tell you what, Rico, you can't split them. They've both taken 3 for 10. They both hit the stumps 3 times.
Yeah.
We've seen the stumps 6 times disturbed. We're just looking ahead to the next game. We'll probably come to that in a second. But we said those overs 3 to 6 will be so important. And we see it right there. And so now it's important to the other bowlers, though, to cash in on the good work of Jangra and Mayavanshi. This is going to be new bowler, Dawood Masood, going to bowl the 7th. This game, well, 54 off 24, but you wouldn't put it past the Kings. Seen them do it before.
Well, we have seen some massive overs.
Tahid Ahmed, well, he's had a bit of a fairy tale day himself as well. Tahid Ahmed, hasn't he? He's taken a hat trick, taken some great catches on the boundary. And can he be a hero for the Kings here late on Friday in Barcelona? 54 off 23, the equation. Again, swing and a miss. It's always difficult, isn't it? 2 new batsmen at the crease, and Ahmed, well, feels like he's been there forever, but he's still yet to score. The batsman at the other end is Cameron Ahmed for Bangladesh Kings. So Masood starting with a couple of dots. Well, this one's edge over the keeper. May or may not run all the way, and it does. It beats the fielder. So again, 4 runs, and they'll take them however they can get them at the moment, Bangladesh Kings. You see the difference. Masood just a little bit shorter than Jangra, giving the batsman the opportunity to throw the hands at it, getting a bit of a top edge, flying over the keeper for 4.
Well, that's all these runs very valuable at the moment. Of course, they need a magic over to really push them home.
Here's Masood again. Again, it's a little bit short, but he gets away with it. The difference.
Yeah.
Down the order a little bit. But yeah, Wazza saying play it all around it. Harley Jr. saying straight batting nowhere to be seen. Wazza also saying, wow, that was a gem of a delivery. The maestro strikes again. And it's so great that we get your comments and thoughts here in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. This time, there's a lot of bat on it, but there's a fielder down there, and he takes it. Oh, he's everywhere at the moment. There's Mayavanshi at 3rd man, and we haven't seen too many catches in that region. But obviously, it was a good field placing because if there was an edge, it was likely to fly away, and geez, everything going right for Raval Sporting. You just can't keep him out of the game. Down there, what a catch it was, and no easy catches. And that might be enough. Well, we said they were both going to split the man of the match trophy. The way it's going, well, now he's taking a catch. Maybe Jungle will take a one-handed catch or something and try and leapfrog him. But you know what, they'll be very happy with their efforts here. When we mentioned Raval, well, they struggled a bit in their first series last year, but they've learnt a lot and they worked very hard on their skills. One of the harder working teams in Spain, and you see the results paying off here in this series, the first of 2021.
Yeah, and they've, I mean, even in this one, didn't make the best of starts, did they? But they've come back strong, And they, well, I mean, this game is far from over, but they seem to be putting the results together at the moment here.
Don't think that'll be out, but I'll spare a thought for Bangladesh Kings captain Moshi Rahman. I'm probably wishing he stayed at the hospital at this stage, because it's all going fine for them in their second match of the day. And that'll be the end of the over. So end of 7, 48 for 7. They're a long way out of the game now, but again, a couple of big hits could take them back into it. Just a reminder, round the corner, match 50, the final match of the week, so don't go anywhere. Menage, 3-1. They're going to be taking on the Barcelona Gladiators. So watch out for that game. And Asjad Butt, well, 470 points. He is a standout performer. He's probably the captain of many people's Dream 11 teams, but a lot of good performers for Menage. Don't forget, though, the Gladiators, they'll be back again, and they'll be hoping to knock off the Menage team. We've seen some funny things happen in the last game of the day, so don't go anywhere. That game will be starting in approximately half an hour here on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget, you always get our fantasy dashboards as soon as they hit the presses if you follow us at social media, on social media at European Cricket. Anyway, here's Manish Manwani to bowl the 8th over. This will be a single, so, well, 49 required off 17 balls, so something's going to happen in fast for the Kings, but how much more can you say about Jungler and Mayavanshi, Rico? They've been absolutely outstanding for Raval Sporting.
Yeah, it's, you know, the two guys, they just come in, that's their position to come into bowl. Watch this ball, it's hooked in the air, it won't go, it's going to hit the deck and drop dead. And they've always done the job, you know, from that over 4 onwards. Over 3, over 4. Today it was from over 3. Sonny Jungler came in and bowled the 3rd one. Sometimes it's the 4th one. But as soon as they come on, everything changes. The game just changes. And, well, and the other thing here is to point out is, of course, these batsmen, they do know about... see this ball from Manish. And there we go. That's right on the money. And this is good for Manish Manwani. He's struggled, hasn't he, with bat and with ball. We've seen him spray the ball all over the place as well. When he's coming to bowl, he's struggled. Sometimes full tosses, not getting it on the mat. And he's come on and bowled here. 3 balls, good balls, and the 3rd one, too good. Knocking the stumps over, and it's all Raval Sporting at the moment.
Oh, there's ever Rico. Well, we saw them cruise to their target in the last game without losing a wicket. And they're in perilous danger of perhaps losing all of them for less than that total in this match. And again, the stumps go down. Well, Mayavanchi's kind of ruined it with the catch, because it's now 7 wickets out of 8 have been bowled, and it's just an incredible performance from Raval Sporting, and rifles them back into contention in this group. And see there, they need runs and they need them quick, the Kings, but if the bowling's on target, it's not that easy to get away. So Hussain Aminul's going to come out and see what he can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, see this from Mawani again. They're bold. Now, what I was going to say is, obviously, these players, they know the likes of Gurang Mabashi, what he bowls, how he bowls. They know the likes of Sonny Jungler. So even knowing it, they still are being snookered by them, aren't they?
This one's mistimed. Let's just get the single. Yeah, it's exactly right. But it's like it's a bit like, you know, facing someone like Shane Warne or something like that, and say, well, you know what he's going to bowl, but it's a different thing to actually have to play it. Yeah. I think Mayavanshi, you know, it's either going to be tossed up or it'll be the quicker one, but you still have to play it and make right decisions. And same thing with Jungler. You know what it's going to be. It's going to be around about the stumps. It's going to be, you know, pitch you on a good length, but it's another thing to actually play it. And Kings not having the answers in this match. The full toss and just be a single. So really something's got to happen soon for the Kings. Otherwise, they're going to end their day with a loss here in match 49. But yeah, geez, I tell you what, the entertainment factor is very high still. It's the end of 8 overs. It's 53 for 8. And they still require 45 runs off the last 2 overs. So you need, well, basically a couple of your magic overs would be handy, wouldn't it?
Certainly there would be. I mean, look, we've got to say it. We've seen overs go for 27, 29. So if anything like that was to happen here, all of a sudden it's going to be an exciting finish. The 9th over is always a very, very, very important one. It tends to all happen, either the 3rd or the 9th, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think you'll see Masood here. He's going to dig it in. See if the batsman can play a pull stroke. Well, this is actually a bit forward. It's a good length. And again, now that kind of takes it into some extreme emergency territory for the Kings. Needing 45 off 11, so they need really more than 4 a ball. Oh, we saw Minaj come back from this situation to almost get in the box seat the other day. Well, this one's gone very, very high. Is there anyone home? It's the bowler. And he holds on. Masood. Well, he's brought on. You said how important the 9th over was. And Dawood Masood, he got it up and just pitched it a little bit further towards the batsman. It was well bowled. It went very high in the air. He took responsibility, took the catch. Another one goes down, and now Bangladesh. Oh, I think I can hear the fat lady warming up in the distance. We heard some bagpipes the other day, but it could be some opera here in Spain. They're 53 for 9.
And don't take anything away from that catch, you know, that caught and bowl. That went a long way up, and you see as the ball was in the air, the bowler adjusting himself a couple of times to get under it. Eventually he did and took it cleanly. Very cool in doing so. We said before the start of this match, one of these teams would go on to top the group with 4 teams on 6 points. And well, it's looking very likely that Raval Sporting is going to be that team.
And we saw Bangladesh take us to an early finish in the last match. It could be another early finish right here, but very different circumstances. They're 9 out now with 53 on the board. We got Simon saying he's enjoying the commentary, so that's fantastic. We're glad that you're enjoying it, Simon, and we hope all of you are wherever you're watching. Here's Masood. Well, this is better for the Kings. It's gone almost all the way to the boundary. It's going to plug, and in the end, I think they're only going to get a single one. The batsman obviously thought they would reach the boundary. We've seen this happen before. Yeah. The ball just plugs in a slightly longer grass, I suppose. February in Barcelona, so quite heavy ground. Ali Jr. wants a twist, said, come on, bring a twist. Someone step up, makes one interesting. Well, that was a little while ago. Well, it definitely has been interesting. But it's the Kings. And many have come and abdicated the throne during this innings, Rico. But here they are, they're 9 down. Only the 9th over. This is dug in and worked away by the batsman. Maybe just a single, but well, you just wonder. Plenty more matches to go in this group as well, Rico, and each of the teams is about halfway through their campaign at this point of the tournament, and you just think it might be one of the more fascinating groups, don't you? Especially with the form of Raval Sporting after they dropped that first game against Minaj, but it'll be an interesting rematch coming up. Bit of pad, I reckon, that time, so it won't be a wide, but won't be a wicket. Yeah, make sure you can always check out the standings as well on our website, europeancricket.com, and also all the fixtures and scores are there. And on our social media as well, we have lots of good information regarding the tables and the match results. Well, this one's flicked away nicely. I think this will be 4. This is well timed by the batsman, so it's a little bit too little too late, you'd have to say, but nice finish to the over. The Kings, that's the end of the 9th over there. 59 for 9.
Yeah, that was a nice looking shot, but unfortunately at this stage of the game it's not going to do him any good. This game really is in the bag, and Raval have come out positive frame of mind, and again those 2 bowling stars have done the job, and well, they are the lethal weapons, aren't they, for Raval? The Sunu Jangra, the Bangra Master, and Gurang, the little spin maestro.
And look, I said this the other day, when the other team's 9 out, everyone's queuing up to bowl. But when you're the captain, you get to do it. So here we're going to see Karan Datta bowling his off spin for the first time in the 10th over. 59 is the score. He starts with a dot, but the Kings, still, I have to say, I'm entertained. I mean, we knew it would be an entertaining chase, and it started brightly. 20 for 9 off the first 2 overs, don't forget. Oh, that's very close, I would have thought, but perhaps just stepping across outside the off stump. But yeah, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time for match 5, the 5th of the day, match 50 of the tournament. This is up, and this could be the end of the match. Masood's underneath it, and he's grabbed it in the left hand. Well, go Gadget. And Masood finishes this game, bowling out the Bangladesh Kings. And well, we've seen some one-handed catches in the outfield. We've seen some highlights. What a highlight this was by Dawood Masood.
That was absolutely exceptional, and what a way to end this contest. A bit of, look at this. He looked like he'd come in too much. He had come in too much, and in the end, he takes a catch and then takes the bow and says, well, at this Olympic ground, I'm going to make my way to the podium and take my gold medal for that catch.
Wow, this one was incredible, isn't it? I mean, we saw plenty of highlights here, and we knew this middle of the road target would provide some action, and it certainly didn't disappoint here in the second innings of match 49 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. But we always knew that this would be important. The entrance of Jungra into the attack, and he met immediate success, getting past Sofiqul Islam to hit the timber, and it wouldn't be the last time. Jungra and Mayavanshi doing the damage, and the little maestro, it was his turn to go to work. That one crashing into the off stump, and that was the end of Saqib Muhammad. These were the overs. It was make or break, and it was Raval Sporting that made every post a winner. That time, nothing but middle stump. The batsman had to go, and time again, that one was assisted. That was the end of the key man, Mohammad Masood. He could have taken them past this target. And although one or two went down, for the most part, Raval held on to their chances. Mayavanshi, well, someone needs to have a very good look at him for higher honours, because he's got the skills, and you see him executing them out here expertly when it mattered for his team, Raval Sporting. And the batsmen were befuddled. And another one went down, and wasn't he happy? But he can't wait till celebration drill out again. But anyway, you saw then he was back in the action at third man, taking the catch. Again, a good field placing by Karen Data. He knew there was every chance an edge could go down there. Then Manwani got in on the act. And the Kings, well, it's a revolving door. This is Dawood Masood. Well, he went two hands this time off his own bowling. He's very wiry. He's all arms and legs, Masood. But this was an incredible piece of work. Slightly misjudged in the outfield, but watch this. Up and away. It was behind him. He had a good view of where he was, just inside the field of play. He said, I always had that one under control. So moving ahead to match 50, we'll have a look ahead just quickly. It'll be Manars returning to the stage. It's their first game of day 10. They're going to take on the Gladiators and Asjad Butt and Usman Mushtaq. They're likely to open the batting. Always Ahmed, I think I'm probably about somewhere in the middle order, maybe 4 or 5 today. That's the tip I have, as they do want to see Butt and Mushtaq at the top of the order and give them some time out there in the middle. Of course, we're likely to see Tanzir Rahman and Shahid Nazir. Now, is this the game that Shahid Nazir can get going? We've seen how destructive he can be, but he hasn't got going so far in this tournament. Also, the captain, Baba Bashrat, he is also a key player with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a fantastic contest. But you know what, Vinny, a lot of people ask us, what do we think? Which way is this match going to go? Who's your tip? And one thing we're going to say here is that you just never know in this T10 format. And if you ever needed an example of that, well, that game just proved it. The game before, the Bangladesh Kings chasing 84 did it without losing a single wicket. 85 without loss. Win the match. So they're going into this match as probably hot favourites, and then there you saw it. They couldn't even get to 60, 59 all out. So predictions, yeah, we can tell you this and tell you that, and we can have our own personal feelings, but on the day, yeah, anything can happen, and that's the beauty of this game.
Yeah, and you know that you just never know what's going to happen. That's exactly right, Rico. We saw them cruise to 85 without a wicket in the previous game. This time, all of them were out without even reaching 60. The 59 all out. You see the sorry scorecard for them there. Just the openers making double figures and no one else able to. They were destroyed by those bowlers. And you see the figures there. Well, twin figures for those middle over twins. 3 for 10 for Jungra and Mayavanshi. But also well done by Masood. 2 for 10 off 2. He came on after they had finished their spell and had to keep it going. Also, single wickets for Manwani and Karandata at the end, thanks to that outstanding one-handed grab. And that's the one-handed zone out there. We're going to have to rope it off, I think, because it's one-handed catches only at deep mid-wicket. We've seen some stunners in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And, you know, we've said this right from week 1, actually, that the fielding has really improved out here. And there's been some tricky conditions. First thing in the morning, it's cold, it's damp, there's a lot of dew on the ground, and, well, you don't really want that ball coming to you. We've seen some excellent bit of fielding, excellent catching, and, well, excellent run-outs as well, direct hits. It's all happening here, and
absolutely.
it's just amazing. It's so fantastic to be part of this, and the sun is shining.
Well, sun's out, fun's out, Rico, and don't go anywhere because in about 10 minutes' time we'll be rejoining you from Barcelona, Spain for the last match of the week, and this will be a very interesting one. We'll get to see some of the form batsmen in this tournament as Minaj have won the toss and elected to bat first in match 50 against the Gladiators. So we hope you enjoyed that game, game 49, but the final game of the week is just around the corner. So please join us whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you in about 10 minutes' time. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Hello and once again welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's time for match 50. Well, 50 matches already. We should be raising the bat here in Barcelona, but it's going to be a very interesting finish to the week. The 5th match of the day and of course the last match of week 2. It's going to be Minaj returning for their first match of the day. They're taking on the Barcelona Gladiators. Both these teams would love to finish the week with a win. Let's hand over to the match referee.
Head ball and tail is there. So Minhaj has won the toss. Yeah, I like the first bat first. Minhaj have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Yeah, so you see there Minaj calling correctly their captain Ahmed Shahzad. Well, he was telling me that perhaps Awais Ahmed hasn't quite had the success that he would have liked at the top of the order, so he might bat in the middle. I think they'll open up with Azjad Butt, who's been in some sublime form, as well as Usman Mushtaq. But they'll be keen to bat first, get a big score on the board, and of course they're 3-1 and they're flying, but they do need to win because this group is tightening up because of the results we've seen already today. Well, Barcelona Gladiators, they'd love to get another win, and it would be a big scalp if they could knock off Minaj. And their captain, Babar Bashrat, was telling me he did want to bat first, but again, he'll just do his best to chase down whatever Minaj set them as a target. So it's almost time for the 50th match of this series. It's the last match of week 2. It's over to you, Rico. Let's have a good finish to the week.
Yes, and thank you very much. 50 and not out. Still going strong. Yes, this is match number 50. And plenty more to come, but this is the last one of today, match day 10. And well, once more, that wonderful view, and I know we're getting loads of comments coming through to us saying how lucky we are to be here in a European city, Barcelona, in the sunshine. And yes, we are very lucky, but as some of you know, those of you that have been watching us all day, it doesn't start off that way in the mornings. It's pretty chilly here first thing when we get here. And during the course of the first match, there's well, quite a few cups of coffees that are going around to warm us up. But yeah, the end of the day in brilliant sunshine, and yeah, it's fantastic, and it's so lovely to be here in Barcelona. And well, with the weekend off, it's going to be good to take some time out and see and explore this beautiful city. Well, there's the dashboard there for you. You can see there Azjad Butt, he's flying high, and well, you also got Usman Mushtaq, and no surprise that it's going to be Usman Mushtaq and Azjad Butt opening the batting. Barcelona Gladiators, well, they've got to do the job here first in terms of containing this hard-hitting Minaj team. But then when they're in batting themselves, you're going to need the likes of Shahzad Nazir and Baba Bashrat to score a few runs as well. So, going to be an interesting game, and also going to be interesting because Minaj, well, they want to bounce back. They were defeated in a game earlier this week, and they want to continue to keep up the good form that they've been in, especially Azjad Butt. A victory here, they know, will see them level on points at the top of the table, and that will be ideal for them. Remember, next week we welcome back Groups A and B, so Group C and D, the teams we've seen this week, will have a break of a week, and Minaj would love to be coming back here knowing that they're at the right end of the table. We're getting ready to start here. The umpires for this final game this week, match day number 10, is Nilkesh Patel and Abdul Khan. And it should be interesting how this goes. I mean, I just get the feeling that Minaj, they want to go big. We've seen some high-scoring games last up. This the 5th match of the day. And I think this one's going to be exactly the same. And we all know, you just have to look at the scores that have been made by each of these two batsmen. If they get going, it's going to be big runs. And Azjad Butt, he hasn't failed yet, so sometimes we do say that sooner or later you're going to get that blip. Well, is this going to be a blip for Azjad Butt, or is he going to go on and carry on in the top form that he's in? I know that a lot of you have probably got him down in your Dream 11 team, and probably got him down as your captain because he does a little bit of everything. Anyway, let's see how we go. The first ball outside the off stump, a swing and a miss from Usman Mushtaq, dot ball. Bowler making his way back to his mark, and also Vinny Sandu making his way back to his mark as well. Going to settle down beside me in the commentary station. And I think he's been hitting a few balls. Is that right, Mr. Maximo? Did I hear you in the nets?
Yeah, just try and hit half a dozen balls a day, just in case I get a call up one of these teams. So that's always nice, and it's great facilities here as well. Of course, a baseball ground, but they've got the nets and hitting cages. They call them in baseball, but they double as cricket nets. This one's too short, and I tell you what, big trouble. Wrong end though.
Yeah,
Mushtaki took off, but again, we saw this happen in the last game yesterday, didn't we? We saw some terrible mix-ups, but it was probably Mushtak's call because it went behind the wicket. But Butt saying, well, hold on a second.
These two usually are very good runners. I mean, every time they batted very well together.
Yeah, but I mean, it's so important, the start, isn't it, for Gladiators, because we've seen always Ahmed opening the past for Minaj, but he's batting a bit further down the order today. And still, they want some early wickets.
And this time he just dropped the bat. Oh, there was a stumble. Oh, no. You just got the feeling if you could get there and hit it straight away. Now, Asjad went straight away himself. It was his call. But, well,
he overruled his own call. I think he said yes and then changed his mind, but it was too late for that. So Asjad had to go, and you see that it's good bowling, because the thing I would say about Asjad, he doesn't always come out and hit the ball fluently straight away. So he can be a bit of an edgy starter, but we've seen him get through those first couple of overs and go on to some really big scores. But a few nerves here early in game 50.
And that sounded like a slick to me. He's got to go. Usman Mustak is caught behind. Adios.
What a good beast of wicket-keeping this was. You watch this, I think it was a fairly big deflection. You see here, it was, and yeah, he's just 1 or 2 metres behind the stump, so give himself a bit of extra time to look at it. But Mushtaq, well, he's been pushed up to the top of the order. We know he's a big hitter. But the Gladiators, if they're going to be competitive in this match, they need to take as many of those chances as they can. And Nazir behind the stumps, well, we haven't quite seen him do his thing with the bat, but he does a nice bit of wicket keeping to take the first wicket for the Gladiators. So, some early jitters for Minaj after the first over. They are 2 for 1.
Yeah, and it's a good observation from you, Vinny, about Asjad Butt, how he doesn't get going straight away. We saw that in that game against... Let's watch this delivery first. He's gone after this one. He doesn't like going straight away. Well, that has sparked him off. It's gone out of the ground. 6 runs.
Well, he might have scared himself straight, Asjad Butt, and he's surviving the slightly dodgy running last over. And this one, well, first one from the new bowler, was sent out of the ground. So he's up and away, and if he gets going well, there'll be a lot of runs on the board for Minaj.
Yeah, I mean, there was talk there, wasn't there, Vinny, from you, thinking that Oasis Ahmed maybe dropped a little bit lower down the order, but he's coming at number 3. This one's hit straight down the ground. It'll probably just, yeah, oh, well, I thought probably just hold up there for the fielder just to knock it back into play. The effort there from the man running, trying to do the job. Couldn't quite get enough onto it, so it does go for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was Harun Selek who came around from his position on the boundary and just blaming the sun, which is difficult when you're looking straight at the ground. But he was kind of looking to the sun initially, so maybe saying he didn't pick that up straight away. But he said Awais Ahmed coming in at number 3. I think it might be a lot to do with the fact they lost the wicket so early. They wanted to get him in there. Well, this one isn't coming back. It's lifted up over the long on fence, and Slick, he just has to watch that one go over his head. That's a Maximo! And watch out, because Asjad Butt, he's on the loose.
Well, something's happened here. Something sparked him off going. Don't know what it is. He didn't even allow me time to say that the last time we saw him against Karai, and he took a long time to get going. He was quite happy to play out dot balls as well, etc., etc. And the game they ended up losing by a couple of runs because they allowed Karai to chase him. Well, he started here with a bang in this over, and that one's just dropping short of the man there at point. Somebody's had a word with him, and he's got going.
Yeah, so there's a couple of comments in the YouTube chat, and we do encourage you to leave your comments and questions in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, no matter where you're watching around the world. Just watch this ball from Nadeem Mohammed. Ooh, and this is very fortunate this time for Asjad Butt. And he just gloves punches himself in the helmet as he said, "What are you doing?" Because he took that one on and is fortunate to get away with it. And he'll get a run. So we'll see Awaz Ahmed for the first time. Jahangir making some comments about the ground. Well, what I would say is that we're very lucky to be able to play cricket in February in Spain on this baseball ground, basically. And it is a temporary pitch at the moment. But of course, if you come from an established cricket playing country, you perhaps don't realise what the situation is like in Europe, as we see Ahmed off the mark, turning this one round for a single. That'll be the end of the second over. It's 20 for 1. Yeah, but Rico, some people, I come obviously from Australia originally, and there's you can't look out your window without seeing 2 or 3 cricket grounds, but they're quite rare in Europe, and so we're very lucky to be able to have this facility available to us to play these matches. And although it's a temporary pitch at the moment, we plan to have a permanent pitch in here soon, and it's nice to see more and more grounds being opened up for cricket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you talk about new wicket, the talk is, and I'm pretty confident it will happen that in March that we will have a permanent wicket being put in, and that of course will be absolutely fantastic. And then in time, some more work done around the baseball part of the ground, on the outfield as well. So lots of positive signs, but you know what, you're absolutely right, we don't have enough grounds. We do have some beautiful grounds. We were talking about La Manga earlier when we had the ECL 19 there, and well, it was as good as anywhere in the world, I think that looked. So we are lucky with some great places. Desert Springs as well, as we watch this delivery. Let's start going after the wide one there. Desert Springs, excellent facility there in Almeria, and Cartama towards Malaga. But of course, Spain is a massive, massive country, and it's very difficult. You can't be asking teams to be travelling these huge distances. He's picked that, but there is a fielder there, and he's had the catch. So Ashad Butt has been removed. Well, he's come out blazing in this innings. It's almost like he thought he was perhaps invincible, but he's not. The catch has been taken. That was key, that was crucial. He does give a chance early on, and if you don't take it, he punishes you. But, well, the Gladiators are fighting here, and they've taken him. The big man, the Gladiator himself, top of the rankings at the moment, scoring the most runs in this series up to now. He's on his way back.
Yeah, huge wicket, and it was a great catch down there on the boundary. And who was that down there? I think it might be Aslam Mohammed down there on the square leg fence. Did very well, kept his cool. I mean, the sun might have been an issue as well in his eyes. Was pretty much out of the middle of the bat, but not quite the power required to carry that man, and picked him out. And he was fortunate once or twice, you'd have to say, during that short innings, Ashad Butt. But the Gladiators will be so happy to see the back of him. And, well, Minaj, it'll be up to someone else now. Awaz Ahmed, we know how destructive he can be. He's there at the moment. This looks like Jafar Iqbal, who can also hit a long ball. Starts by nudging one out to the offside.
Yeah, and so what we'll finish off by saying, Vinny, and you've come to this part of Spain, Barcelona, you've seen it yourself, is though there are not a lot of grounds out there for the kids to play on. There's no shortage of kids playing cricket around here, and that's the positive side.
Another defensive stroke for no run, so cautious start for Iqbal. Yes, Shubdeep Deb, he's putting in his 2 cents as well, saying Menorca is also an excellent ground. So, don't know too much about that ground. Perhaps Luke Belgium saying he'll Google it after the game, so check that one out.
Yeah, I've heard about Menorca. I've never been to the ground myself, but I know that they entertain a lot of touring sides there. I've seen some pictures of it, and it does look beautiful. So yeah, we are very fortunate to have good grounds all over the place. But the key thing, once again, I underline, I mean, we may not have the grounds, but we do have the passion out here, and especially here in Barcelona. You know, any bit of open space, all right, there's football being played, but there's also kids playing cricket, and we know all about that because we had a few games ourselves amongst some of the kids.
That's great to see. And you know what the plan is? You know, we've got the new stumps this week. The plan from the head office at ECN, we're donating the stumps that we were using. They're going to go to the kids in the street that we were playing with last week. So I'm sure they'll be thrilled and they'll be watching.
Oh, that'll
nice
be
little surprise for you, Eric and the gang.
That'd be absolutely fabulous, wouldn't it?
It's great to see cricket being played in the streets in Barcelona. And again, the demographic changes and just the change in kind of nature of the sports which are taking over in Barcelona. And yeah, cricket's still on the up and up, but there's plenty of passion, and it's great to see these guys out there. Now this guy, I'm very interested to see him bowl, Mohamed Umar, because he can be a dangerous customer, and they've just held him back again to the end of the power play. But they would love 1 or 2 more wickets and try and keep this Minaj total under control.
Another chance, and it's gone through him. A little bit slow getting down the fielder. And well, when you've got Minaj in trouble, if you can just take another wicket or 2, those half chances, you take those and you've really got them on the rack. I mean, they haven't had the best of power plays, 23 at the end of the 3 overs it was with 2 wickets down. You just think, yeah, a couple more wickets, and Minaj, well, they're going to have to really dig deep for their runs. And that one has just been smashed away outside the off stump. And, look how much time he had here. He was banged in short, just waited for it, and top shot.
Just a quick hello on the YouTube chat. Spin2147 saying hello everyone, I'm back. Well, hello Spin2147, saying you'd love to play here, and it's great to have you with us, of course. We've got Jamie Bundy saying, but to hit another 50. I hate to break it to you, Jamie. Perhaps that was before he got out, but nice to see someone else jinxing a batsman for a change. Luke just saying, I think he's out already, Jamie. That's absolutely right. Here's Mohamed Umar. All right, so, you know, it's game 5. You know what that means, Rico. Time for MMBC, Mr. Maximo's big call.
Yeah.
Would have liked a few more messages last night congratulating me for picking the Hawks in the last match of Thursday. Here's my big call. Just got a feeling Always Ahmed to score 50.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it at the moment. Just 2 off 3. Just remember that. MMBC, hashtag MMBC. Follow me at Mr. Maximo. Here's Mohamed Umar.
It's nicely played, I think. It's angle that down, soft hands, lots of oohs.
It's a big call, isn't it, really? Because we're only the 4th over. Oh, now he's going to not get the strike. Come on. What happened there? An extra run given away. Just Mr. Maximo's big call. Would like a couple in a row. There's a lot of buzz about Mr. Maximo's big call. You
want to finish the weekend, or the week on a high. Go into the weekend knowing
There's
that.
There's the man. There he is. Come on, Always. I have to charge him up and get him to go, because he can go big, can't he, Rico? We haven't seen it so far this series.
Yeah, when he starts timing the ball. Yeah, when he starts timing it, he is a joy to watch. I mean, it's a little bit, likes to play a lot on most of his shots down the leg side, it has to be said. If he's given width outside the off stump, he negotiates it really well, but that short of a length outside the off stump, that's the one that tends to get him. He plays, tries to play it over the top, out on the off, and tends to
right, here he is.
Wick it up in the air, so we shall see. Let's see how he gets on.
Well, I know how Mr. Maximo's big call normally goes. So let's see if he survives this ball from Mohamed Umar. Last ball of the over. Go on, run. Yep, he'll keep the strike.
Close. He had to dive to get in, but he doesn't get in. And well, he succeeded in doing here is a runner. I don't know who called it. I'm guessing that Jafar Iqbal would have had to have called it. He was the man at the non-striker's end, but he ends up being well short.
Yeah, look at this from side on. I think he, like you say, made a dive, but I think he might have still been in the air. Watch this. See this one, and well, I'm not entirely sure if the ball went onto the stump. Let's see this one again. Again, the ball might have been dropped onto the stumps. Let's have a look at this one, Rico. Again for the wicket keeper.
No.
Hold on a second. I think the ball did hit the stumps. Well, maybe we can slow that one down again. You see here, look, he does drop the ball onto the stumps. It's a matter of whether his gloves knocked the bails off first. Look. Well, yeah, I think it was the gloves that knocked it off. I mean, it's a tough one for the keeper. Normally, I'm quick to be critical of keepers in that situation, but all he would have seen as well is the ball did actually hit the stumps as well, so perhaps he wasn't sure. And obviously, the umpire's obscured, so I mean, that's one that could have gone either way. And of course, we've got slow motion replay as well. So again, the ball hitting the stumps, the gloves hitting the stumps, and it was just a matter of which one broke the stumps first. So again, how's the acrobatic work in the background? Jafar was doing everything he could. So at normal C, that wasn't an easy one to call. Always trying to run himself out as well. Obviously heard Mr. Maximo's big call. But, well, look, all I will say about that, Rico, is that another handy wicket for the Gladiators, and they need to get as many as they can if they're going to keep this target under control. And could we have a boil over? Game 50, we had a big upset last night, didn't we, with the Hawks getting up? Let's see if the Gladiators can be giant killers in match 50 and throw this group wide open.
It's all happening out there. I mean, that run out. Well, maybe your tip has to come into fruition now.
Well, that's an absolute gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was falling on the leg stump, and always, well, maybe it's good after all. There's 6 of the best, and handy runs for Minaj.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're not being in good nick, and he hasn't been, you need to hit the ball clean a few times just to get in the rhythm, just to feel yourself getting into the groove again and thinking, yeah, okay, I think it's back. Well, that gift there and finding the middle of the bat, that certainly will help him.
Well, this will help as well.
No, it won't, because I think that's another wicket. That's unbelievable. We've seen this before. I mean, it's just not good running. If you're going to go, you got to go quick. Direct hit, and I think it's Khalid Mahmood is run out without facing a ball. He's on his way. This is unbelievable.
Well, how about this for a bit of fielding? It might have been a no ball, but tell you what, you're not out of danger yet. And a great decision by the umpire that time. There was no doubt about that one. He had to hit him. The keeper was nowhere. He was stranded. He had to do it all himself. And what a nice piece of work that was. Tanzir Rahman. Well, making something out of nothing in the Gladiators. Well, they believe. And was nothing worse. And we were talking about our street cricket game, and I ran out the Big Mac without facing a ball, didn't I, last week? I wasn't very happy. And you know what? Khalid Mahmood, he had some struggles there. Just a reminder, European Cricket Championship coming to you 13th of September to the 8th of October, 15 European cricket nations. But for now, back with live action. Ali Raza.
Hit straight back down the ground. And one thing that you do notice here with Awais Ahmed's running, he's always trying to look to find out where the ball is rather than listening to the call. Now, okay, on both those occasions, he's not been running to the danger end, if you like. But yeah, he's just maybe just a little bit wary, but they need a big knock from him now here.
Well, I called it, didn't I? Mr. Maximo's big call. Got Wakas Bashrat out there with him at the moment. We've seen a few come and go, but tell you what, it's good for the contest. A few wickets for Minaj. Let's see what they've got down the order.
It's just amazing, isn't it? I mean, free hit, as he said, and he said, well, we'd be happy with this. Well, he wasn't even going to be there to face it, as they were trying to.
Oh, I'll tell you what, a few nervy singles around, and you've got a few chat. Well, look, there's some chat about the first run out, and a bit of controversy there. And like I said, you know, it's with the slow motion replay, it did look to me maybe perhaps the gloves just breaking the stumps before the ball hit the stumps, but the ball did hit the stumps as well. So that's why the keeper, I think he was being honest in thinking that's what happened. And again, the umpire obscured, and normal speed, it was a very close call. This could be just over the fielder. And there's some comments about the match referee intervening. Well, it's not really the match referee's job to get involved in making decisions. He's actually in the tent, and he doesn't have the benefit of the replays either. His job is to just make sure the rules are followed, and it's up to umpires to make the judgment calls and to make the decisions. So that's the way it is at the moment. We don't quite have the resources to have the third umpire and DRS in play. And look, if anyone wants to send several 100,000 euros, we will take it. We are more than happy to do that. Of course, we would like to. But of course, we're still developing the broadcast. Of course, we've improved a lot, of course, from where we started here on ECN. But we're still not quite in the position. Now, ECL, that is something that we'll have the third umpire starting the 31st of May. Here's Mohammed Umar again, starting a new over.
That one's hit very well. Good footwork this time. Gone into position beautifully. That's a top shot from Wakas Bashrat. Let's watch this. Got into position so well. I'm liking that. And well, we just start of the 6th over. So halfway stage, there were 46 for 4. So needs something to happen here, Minaj. They'll still be eyeing up 100, 110. That is well hit. There'll probably 4 more. There is a man giving it chase. He's not going to get to it. He wasn't that far away, but so well timed. And isn't it nice to see a batsman playing nice, authentic shots outside of that off stump? That's quality, top class.
Beautiful shot from Waqas Bashrat. He's rocked onto the back foot and stroked this through cover point beautifully. And tell you what, Steve Waugh would have been proud of that one. Beautiful back foot drive. A few questions in the chat. I'll come to this after this ball from Mohamed Umar, but a nice rearguard action. Menage, the run rate's still pretty good.
Yeah, the 50s come up.
Oh, ouch. That's ouchies. I reckon he's straight onto his toe, I reckon. Watch this, we'll see this on the replay.
Yeah, they're nasty, aren't they? I mean, we keep saying how those Kookaburra balls are quite hard, and you can see he's getting the gloves off straight away to try and relieve that pain. It's shooting all the way up his leg.
Come on, you got a shoe on. Let's have a look at this. Where does this go? I reckon it's big toe. Ow. Ooh. Right on the big toe. And watch out. He's doing the hop along dance. I tell you what, it's not a happy dance, tell you this much. This could have gone anyway. It's really in some strife, isn't he, at the moment? These balls are very, very hard, Rico. We'll say that, but perhaps we'll answer some of the questions while he locates the bones that used to make up his big toe.
We need that magic spray, don't we?
It has to be very magic.
The 12 man coming on with that.
We got Luke saying that I'm wondering if there's been decided when the ECC will be held in September. Of course, that's 15 nations that are competing in that T10 competition. Well, it hasn't been decided just yet. Now, the word is it could be in Spain, but it's not confirmed as yet. But if you follow our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and you'll have all the up-to-date information with regards to the European Cricket Championship, which will be played in September and October. Also, of course, the European Cricket League. We know that is in Spain, and that will be starting on the 31st of May. And both of those tournaments, they are 4-week tournaments. So we've got Jamie. Very good question. Vinny and Rico, who are your cricketing heroes? ECN's jumped straight in and said James is Vinny's cricketing hero. It's obviously James behind the desk there. Do some work, James. And what I would say, probably my favourite player of all time, Viv Richards.
Yeah,
big fan of Viv Richards, and
just Viv, yeah.
Yeah, the swagger. When I started watching cricket, it was West Indies were touring Australia, and they had a galaxy of stars, West Indies at that point. But Viv Richards, just the way he was kind of ahead of his time, I think, with the way he attacked the bowling, and he just seemed like a really cool guy.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like he was. He was a cool guy. I mean,
still a very cool guy, I'm sure. Hello, Viv, if you're watching. Glad you're enjoying the telecast. Anyway, here is Mohamed Umar. He's back, and Bashrat, I think he's recovered enough. Let's see how he's running though. Wide, so he's off the hook this time. Mohamed Umar is quite a pacey bowler, but that pace has been turned against him a couple of times today. He's gone for over 20, still with 3 balls remaining in this spell. So again, he'll look to improve, and I'm sure he'll watch this tape back and see a couple of things might be able to do differently.
Well played. It goes past the infielder, but not the deep. And that's one thing that you still have to sort out. The calling. They've got to sort the calling out. Cannot afford surely another run out. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I do like all-rounders, and there's been a few in my time, but I suppose I would have to probably go with a couple there, purely because I think he's really been an inspiration, I think, to Indian cricket at the right time when they needed it.
Yeah, the 83 World Cup, they came from nowhere, didn't they? And that really sparked a resurgence of cricket in India, didn't it, Rico? And you still see the fruits of that today.
Mm-hmm.
The way that people are excited about cricket. And of course, they hosted the World Cup in India in '87, which Australia won for the first time. That sparked a resurgence of its own in Australian cricket. So India definitely very influential in the cricket world.
It's hit hard. And once again, over the top of the infielder there. But he has got back up. And, well, I think we heard a waste all around the ground over here. No!
Well, how's my MMBC going? Because at the moment, he's running out of time. He's on 10, Awais Ahmed. It's the end of the 6th over. And it'll be 58 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, Vinny, as we've seen, and batsmen with the ability of the type of Awais Ahmed, well, 2 overs, 2 good overs from him, and anything can happen. And he is a big hitter off the ball, just needs to get into his stride, get into rhythm, And if you get a bowler that starts to stray onto his legs, he's going to punish you. So I think you're still okay, mate. I think there's still the opportunity of it happening. And certainly Minaj will want it to happen because they need to find at least another 50 runs from somewhere in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, well, it makes for a very entertaining run chase, that's for sure. Minaj struggling to get the kind of score they would have hoped for. Here's the captain, Basharat, to bowl.
It's hit straight to the fielder and the catch is taken. And captain comes on, gets his man. And another batsman, this time Waqas Basharat, disgusted with himself. You see him just before he walks off, he gives his bat a little bit of a punch and says, what did I do that for? And he's on his way, so a wicket at a key time.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And again, the importance of holding your chances. And we've seen a couple of half chances taken by the Gladiators. And this one, well, would have hoped to have held on, but those flat ones, again, he's contending with the sun. That would have been the old eclipse, as the ball would have been right in the sun from that position. So he did very well to hold on. It was Aslan Yusuf taking the catch for the Gladiators. Another important wicket. I'm not sure they crossed, so new batsman on strike.
Yeah, yes, in Javid. Well, it's interesting here now what must be going through the head of Awais Ahmed there, the non-striker's end. Because he's got to start thinking of getting some sort of plan now together with any batsman that comes out to join him, whereby he tries to get as much strike as possible here.
Yeah, well, look, the other thing that's interesting about this, and there's some chat in the YouTube chat, which we'll come to in a second. This is probably a bit high. This one is hitting on the top of the pad. Yeah, we've got Lamanga Cricket Club in the chat, Lamanga Torrevieja Cricket Club, and they, of course, are playing Minaj in the ECL playoff. And I think we have confirmation now that that will be on the 28th of February. I'm not sure, it might be best of 3 or best of 5. But that will determine who represents Spain in the ECL this year. It's Basharat again, once called a wide. So the reason for that, normally the domestic champion plays in the ECL, but of course because the ECL was cancelled last year because of the pandemic, Cricket España decided that the champions of 2019-2020 will play off for the right to play in 2021. So Lamanga watching very closely how Minaj are going in this game, trying to pick up some tactics.
Well, he's got hold of that one, and of course Lamanga Torre will know all about this guy. They've got a couple of national team players in their team as well, so they know all about the abilities of Awais Ahmed, and well, they will not want him to get himself into any sort of form. That was a big hit, top shot.
Yeah, and I know that because he's just come to the new club, I'm not quite sure if he's even allowed to play in that qualifier, but anyway, it's still interesting to see how Minaj are going in this one. Well, he's away with the Maximo. This one, he's got a free swing at the next one because that one's off the pitch, and well, the captain, Basharat, he was a bit dirty at himself for letting that one get away. You can see he doesn't want to get on his legs, does he? But you can overcorrect, and that one, well, not any wide, it's no ball, which means it's a free hit. And what do you think? Is it a hit or a miss? Quick.
Oh, he's going to hit it.
I'm going to go miss.
You're going to go miss?
Betting against myself. I'm always wrong. Here we go. It's a redo. Doesn't count. It's a wide, so that'll be another one. He can. I'll give you the chance. This is like
no, I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it.
The game theory. You know that?
You
heard of the game show mathematical thing where you should always change your choice. Anyway, look that up. Here we go. I'm going miss. Rico's going hit. Let's have a look. Oh, I don't even know what that is. You know, he's got to pick him up and pick. Well, I don't know what to call that. Awais Ahmed not really making the contact. I think I'm going to win that one. I think that's a miss.
Yeah,
it definitely wasn't a hit.
Considering there's no runs come off it. I mean, he did hit it, but I think he may have broken the bails as well. And well, we were talking about this sort of thing yesterday, how the ball coming straight back at you, and this was going straight back at the umpire. You see him moving out the way, those stumps exploding there.
Yeah.
And we can probably see that the bails, instead of being 2 bails in the ground, is probably 3 bits of wood.
That was just take cover. And yeah, the stumps, well, they were powerless to stop that. It was just perfectly placed to knock them over, and then there was almost a situation with the non-striker, Yasin Javed, who taken off for the run, but then had to scamper back just in time. Here's the last ball of the over. He's going to intelligently just keep the strike, and that'll be the end of the over. So, well, game very interestingly poised at the moment with Awais. Well, he's just struggling to get away.
Yeah, 69 now, I think. Is that 69 or have they moved on to 70? 69, I think, for 5. And, well, that's what Vinny's been talking about there, ECL 21. You can see that's going to be awesome. So the 31st of May, that all kicks off.
Minaj would love to qualify. I know Lamanga, Tori, like you say, they'll be desperate to qualify as well. So it's just a shame that one of those clubs will be disappointed. Of course, they'll be the last entrance to be determined because we already have the other 15 clubs already selected. So we'll know the answer soon. Here's Ali Raza to bowl the next over.
It's hit in the air, shouts to catch it. And he's taken the catch. Now he's done very, very well there because there was a lot of things going on around him there. I mean, the batsman, not at all trying to put him off, was running towards that end as well. I mean, let's watch this again. He said to come from one side of the pitch. You see he had to step on the deck and off the deck and still takes the catch. That's very, very good cricket quality. And Vinny, just don't say a word. Just don't mention it. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
MMBC, well, one in a row. It was fun while it lasted from Mr. Maximo's big call. But Awais again, just never really getting going today. That one was very high. It was an excellent catch, you'd have to say, because the wind was kind of pushing it away from him. And he also had to contend with Awais Ahmed. I think the sound of those footsteps would be pretty off-putting to me as well if I was Ali Raza. But again, the Gladiators hold on to a chance. This next one's cracked through point, and the sweeper will do the work. So, yeah, so what I would say there, Rico, I thought originally that Awais Ahmed was just kind of getting, without putting the fielder off, he was trying to get close enough to maybe have it enter his mind, but when I saw the replay, no, I was trying to get out of the way. I was getting off the pitch. But Ali Raza, another good bit of fielding, and Gladiators, well, they've been their own best friend in the field, taking the ground, making the ground, I should say, and holding on to the chances when they've come. Here's Raza again.
That's well bowled. Asking the question. Not sure was was leg by, just drifting down the leg. He's asking the umpire the question, and Abdul saying, yeah, it's going down the leg side.
I was missing. So who's your tip then in that Minaj versus Lamanga, Tori? Is it a pretty close one to call, or do you favour one team or the other? You're the expert.
Just see this delivery while I have a think.
Sitting on the fence, that's a surprise.
Nicely played out for the single. Vinny, it's going to be an exciting game. I mean, Tori Lamanga, or Lamanga Tori, whichever way you like to say it. I think the right way is Lamanga Tori. They're established side, been around for a long time, and I think recently, the last couple of seasons, they've picked up some good players as well. Got a good young squad. Delivery. Let's hit that out. There is a man out there. It's going to be an interesting competition. An interesting. I think there'll be 3 matches played. Best of 3 will go through, and it comes down to match practice as well. You've got to say the guys down that end at Lamanga Tori, they haven't really been able to, though they're doing a marvellous job with the fitness. You know, they're raising a lot of money for charities as well in doing so. They haven't got match fitness, so it will be interesting. But
yeah,
it's going to be close. But they're a good, strong team, and also don't forget they've got to prepare themselves to be playing on a surface they're not used to as well. But my tip, I'm just gonna throw one out there. I'm gonna say Lamanga Tori.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm sure they'd be very excited. It's just a shame that one of them has to miss out, really. But expert comments there from the local here, Rico Full in Spain, and that's the end of the 8th over. It is 74 for 6. So, yeah, Minaj, they've lost wickets and never really gotten going. They were 20 off the first 2 overs. That big over of 18 in the second over. It's the only over that's any note for them. They also had 13 in the 4th and 11 in the 5th, 11 in the 6th. They had some okay overs, but you see here at the back end of the innings with those wickets down, 6 wickets down now. Bottom order trying to lift them to a total, and they might end up with something around the 90 mark which I think, again, we said it before, makes for a very interesting run chase. Already had some cliffhangers today on ECN, and hopefully we've got one more for you before the week's done here in match 50.
That one is too wide. And, well, they're just, you know, is that evenly poised? We're in that special over where anything can happen. Got to keep it tight. 16 plus runs here will mean that United will fancy themselves perhaps to get to the 100 mark, and that's a milestone really for them. Their innings have never really got started, so if they can have a big finish here, they will feel they've done enough, giving themselves something to bowl at for sure anyway. But they're still a long way from that. They need somebody needs to play some shots. Both these batsmen relatively new.
Here comes Yusuf again.
And well, that's 4 of them. It's out there just straying with his line a little bit to the left hand there, and he's latched onto that well, punished 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, and he went with it, didn't it? Didn't he, Amir Hamza? It's outside the off stump, and there was no one back there, so he just had to make contact, and he did. Found the gap, and 4 more runs. We've got Jahangir saying, yeah, he hopes to see a proper pitch soon, next season or whatever. And yeah, obviously it's a slow process, Jahangir, but thanks for your support, and we're glad to have you as part of our European cricket family. Next ball, swing and a miss, and there'll be no run there. And Jason saying, good afternoon. Hello, Jason. He said he's just catching up on all the action. Well, thanks for joining us, Jason. Where are you watching from in the world? Let us know. Ali saying you missed half the match, totally forgot. Well, that's okay. Forgive you for that, Ali. Welcome back, and we might have a very interesting second half of this match, match 50. Here's Arslan Yusuf.
It's gone up in the air. Fielder is coming across. Shots of catch, but it was too much on it for him. He did well, I think, to get close to it, but it's 4 more. Nice looking shot. You see their fielder just getting close, but not close enough, not able to get anything onto that.
Yeah, handy runs, aren't they? They'll take him any way they can get him at the moment. Minaj, well, how the hunters have become the hunted in this competition, Rico. And we saw Minaj, a very high scoring game the other night, 148 to 149. They went down, but it looks to be more of an arm wrestle.
He takes the single.
That'll be the end of the over. So it'll be 85, the score at the end of the over, with 1 to go. So, very interesting point of this match. So this kind of middle of the road score, they do make for entertaining matches.
Well, I mean, 85-15 is what they'll want of this last one. Previous over the 9th, which we've seen sometimes being the magic one. Only the 11 runs coming from it. 2 nice boundaries played by Hamza.
So just some chat, yeah, confirming the chat. Lamunga telling us that 28th of February will be the playoff for the ECL. Here's the captain back to bowl last over. Baba Basharat steaming in.
Get out straight to the fielder. Slight misfield or fumble, but not enough that can be capitalised on by the batting side. So single off the first ball.
Yeah, another couple of boundaries however they can. Javed, we've seen him be able to clear the fence before, but Basharat, well, he's quite a clever customer. Won't be giving too much away. Well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled. He saw the batsman move early and fired it in going straight through for a dot ball.
Jason Wild watching from Costa del Sol Cricket Club. That's actually my club, Jason, even though I've never been there, but I have an auntie that lives in just near Fuengirola. So I've decided if I ever do play in Spain, would you welcome me, Jason? Need a wicket keeper. Here's Basharat.
Slow ball, smashed away, but once more, no real damage done. Yes, hello Jason.
Nice part of the world down there as well. Fuengirola, and she was at near La Cala de Mijas.
Yeah.
Beautiful part of the country.
You'll love it there. I mean, beautiful area, lots to do. It's got a bit of everything for me, but a fantastic ground there. The Cartama Oval What a beautiful place to play cricket. Of course, go on their website. You can check it out. Or go on the Cricket Hispania website, cricketspain.es, and mix up there.
We got back in the end.
Yeah, the shake off the head. The umpire saying no, not out.
89 then with 2 balls to go. Yeah, European Cricket Network just letting us know that all 3 matches will be broadcast live on our YouTube channel. Well, I guess we're working on a Sunday, Rico. But look at this, nice. That was pretty close, wasn't it? Again, we didn't see the reverse angle where the ball went after the keeper tried to throw it onto the stump. So don't give the umpire the benefit on that one. 2 balls to go anyway, so 89 the score. How many can they get? Yeah, I think they'll be satisfied just to concede the single on this occasion. So 90 with the ball to go. Yeah, so stay tuned. Plenty to keep you entertained here on the European Cricket Network, that's for sure. Jason Wild, you got competition for the gloves, Mr. Maximo. Oh, sorry, Jason, I'm not here to take anyone's gloves from behind the stumps. All right, 90 the score for Minaj. Last ball of the innings. This will be 1. They've got to try for 2. And get your skates on here. Good throw to the keeper. Oh, look at what, mate. And I think he is out, yeah. So again, look, they had to go. And you can't blame Amir Hamza there. He's got the run out off the last ball of the innings. That'll be 1 and a run out. So Minaj, they won the toss. They elected to bat. They didn't have it their own way, Rico.
No, they didn't. I mean, with that, this one will start getting out early. Ashad Butt, then all of a sudden, flicked the switch, went into supercharged mode. But juice ran out quickly for him today. He went for 1 shot too many, called on the boundary.
That was a good piece of work behind the stumps with the Mushtaq. He put that by Nazir. He hits the gloves on for the Gladiators. On the way to this total of 91, there were a few thrills and spills. They didn't spill too many, the Gladiators. You have to say that was a nice piece of work. They had a bit of untidy cricket, but also some good cricket as well. That was a controversial moment. You see here, the gloves and the ball both hitting the stumps, and again, in normal speed, it wasn't as clear-cut as that. And we saw a couple of lusty blows. Just every time you thought they get going, something weird would happen. Here's a moment. Off a no ball, and he was run out without facing the ball. Unfortunately, Khalid Mahmood, he had to go.
That was wonderful, great cricket there. And he was alert all the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, and Always Ahmed, well, he hung around for a while. But again, he never quite got going. He ended up going for 17 off 15 balls. Ashad Butt, of course, we should have mentioned earlier in the innings, top scored 18. So, tell you what, they had a few teenagers. 18, 17, 14, 14, 12. So a few contributions, but no one really stepping up. That was a free hit. Always Ahmed said, well, that's just the way things are going for me at the moment. And look at this. This is a very, very difficult catch. It was up in the sky. Almost bouncing off the International Space Station, and back it came into the Earth's atmosphere. And a nice piece of fielding by Ali Raza off his own bowling. And then you see there, well, they had to go for the run, didn't they, on the last ball. The run out was affected, so Minaj winning the toss and electing to bat, and they finished their 10 overs at 91 for 7. And look, Rico said it before, and I'll say it again, these scores between 80 and 100, they always make for very, very interesting run chases.
They certainly do, and the proof is in the pudding. We've seen it so many times. And Minaj, well, they're not going to go down without a fight. They understand the importance of this match for them, and we know that Raval Sporting are up there, top of the group at the moment with 8 points. Minaj know that a victory for them gets them up there. The Kings also are on 6. We've got Karayan on 6, and Minaj are also on 6. So can Minaj pull something out of the bag? They'll have to bowl and field brilliantly to get a win, which takes them on joint top space with Raval. So they'll have to do it in style. Or will the Barcelona Gladiators get another win under their name and take them on to 4 points? Well, it's going to be interesting to see. It's all shaping up, this final match of week 2, to be a classic encounter, I think, and it's going to be close. And the Gladiators, they need to have a good start in the power play, not to lose any wickets. Now we know they can do that They have the ability, but are they going to be able to perform here today in this match number 50? Will match number 50 be special for them? Will it be lucky for them here in the Fancode European Cricket Series?
Yeah, we certainly hope it is a milestone game, this match number 50, and lots of great comments in the chat as well. We've got Jamie saying, I said Minaj to post 90. Well, I did post 91. He said a close game to finish off the great week of eye-opening cricket, as well as Luke saying, if Gladiators got off to a decent start, this might get very interesting indeed. So, interesting stuff, and I think a lot of people are very fascinated with this contest, and we're going to see a run chase to finish the week. It'll be the Gladiators chasing 92 for victory, so don't go anywhere. Perhaps you can make yourself a cup of tea, but don't go too far, because in a few minutes we'll be rejoining you for the chase. It'll be the Gladiators chasing 92 here in match 50. It's Vinny Zandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. This is European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. Wherever you're watching in the world, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN along with Rico Full. We're here to call the second half of match 50. It's the final match of week 2 for the Fan Code European Cricket Series Barcelona. And the Gladiators, after being forced to field first, it was Minaj that got 91 runs on the board. So the Gladiators will require 92 from victory. And Rico, everything set up for a very interesting run chase to finish the week.
Yeah, it certainly is, and no surprise with the bowler. It's going to be captain himself, Amar Shahzad. He's going to be opening up, and likewise with the batting, Nazir. He wants to really get in the act here. He'd love to finish this day in top form. We know he's got the ability. Shahid Nazir, and he wants to take this opportunity to show you at home, wherever you're watching, welcome. Hope you've enjoyed not just the cricket today, but all this week. I know we've had some absolutely fantastic games, fantastic excitement. The game swinging in the balance from one team to another, and this one could be one of those. It's got the makings of being. Minaj need quick wickets, and the Gladiators will want a good power play. Remember, if they can keep going around 10 and over, that'll do it. And that will help. It's far too wide, a no ball. It's going to be a free hit to start off with, and what a nice way to open your account if you can get onto this. Remember, can't be out unless it's run out, and some of you may be thinking, well, that's unlikely. Well, just have a look back at the first innings. That's what I say to you.
I'd say so. Well, here we go. Strap yourself in. Free hit. Free miss. But more importantly, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, no damage done. And Shaba, yeah. Let's watch this again. It's a beautiful delivery, in fact. Now, how did he go from the first delivery, which he couldn't get onto the pitch, couldn't get on the pitch, to that one? That was a juicy one.
You give the bowler a warm-up ball, but I always think you should bowl the warm-up balls in the warm-up, because once you get out there, you only got 12 of them. So, well, we've got some more comments. We've got Sean Wheeler saying Barcelona to win this. I think. Where are you watching from, Sean? Are you in England? Just refresh my memory. Lamunga saying quality stuff from all the team up in Barcelona. Well, it is a team effort, isn't it, Rico? Lots of people here. We might mention them in a second. For now, here's Amar Shahzad.
Oh, I don't know. He's played this so early. And, wow. Not so what he was seeing there, but he's had a swat at that.
He was early to the party, wasn't he? He hadn't finished setting up. Shahid Nazir having a go early on in this one.
It's got hold of this one and it's going all the way. And bangs over the commentary.
Take cover, Rico.
Smashes into, yeah, here we go.
They've already got an emergency procedure lined up for if the ball comes at all our electronic equipment. I'm going to be a hero. But that one was well over us, and on Nazir, we might have missed out on the free hit, but there was nothing missed out about that one. That was right off the middle of the bat and crashing in for 6. So it's more good chat we've got actually tonight, and I'll go back to them in a second, but there's a lot happening out there in the middle at the moment. Amar Shahzad to Nazir.
It's a better ball, and you'd have to hurry, but got in comfortably in the end. Yeah, Shahzad, he certainly is varying it around. You get one ball, I mean, like the delivery that we bowled on the free hit was an absolutely super delivery. And then he goes wide outside the off stump, then he goes short. Just, I don't know whether it's a deliberate ploy just to keep varying around, or he's struggling to get it line. But he has this little skip and a hop. There it is there, and he's run up just to get himself in the groove, in the rhythm.
Yeah, so apart from the 6, it's been a pretty tight start. He's getting the free hit, obviously the no ball. It's cost him the 1 in the end. So with the ball to go, score is 7. Obviously, approaching a target like 92, you're shooting for 9 and over throughout the innings just to stay on course. Here's the last ball from Amar Shahzad. Oh, it's a sharp chance. Yeah, knocked down, but would have been a miracle catch if it stuck, Rico. But that'll be the end of the over. End of the over, 8-0. And I just mentioned in the chat, we've got Jamie Bundy, Brother Bundy, asking what team should we look out for next week then, Vinny? Well, it's a very good question because next week we go back to Group A and Group B. If you weren't with us last week, Jamie Bundy, there was a lot of good cricket played, and we've got Group B playing Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We've got Group A playing Tuesday and Thursday. Probably the teams to watch. Well, Pack I Care, they were very strong last week, weren't they? And likewise, some of the other teams in Group A. We had, well, the Tigers, they're normally pretty strong. Catalonia Tigers. Men in Blue, well, you couldn't take your eyes off them either, could you? Because they won that golden ball match. As we start the second over. Another one belted back at the bowler. Good piece of fielding, so no run. Yeah, but I'd also say, you know, watch out for Gracia. They're always good. Bengali, well, they won their first 4 matches before dropping the last match of last week. That was a week ago now. So plenty of teams to watch out for. For all the fixtures, of course, you can go on our website, europeancricket.com, Jamie, and you can check out the standings as well, so you'll see the teams to watch.
Yes, well, that's interesting, wasn't it? The last ball of the previous over, very difficult caught and bowl chance. First ball of this one. You see the bowler just looking at his hand, and they're those sort of things that when things are going your way, they stick. Bowled quite wide. Happy to push it out there and take the single.
Good running though. I think at this stage of the game, you don't want to absorb too many dot balls because it puts pressure on you down the stretch. So as soon as that got past the field, it was close in. It was very quick to take off. Amir Taimur.
Khalid Mahmood. Just adjusting his field. He's bringing the fielder that's on the boundary on the leg side in, and he's pushing the man out on the offside. So he's obviously really confident in his line and length. This one's been smashed away, and it's going all the way over the top. Out of the ground it goes. 6 carreras, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6. Que fuerte, que grande.
Well, keep your eyes on the game, Rico, because this one is another one straight over our heads in the commentary box. And Nazir, well, there was some chat that if he stays in for 5 overs, this game could be over. Because once he gets going, he's a very destructive batsman, and you see there, hitting the ball straight through the line. 6 of the best.
Yes, and I just need a response. This one is short. He's hooked up. There is a man coming across. He's not going to get there. And you see he was probably struggling to get in line. I don't know if that was the sun. He was, just have a look at him on the boundary here. Didn't look confident. His feet looked all over the place.
Yeah.
He didn't quite get it there, but it's gone all the way. 2 6s on the trot. And, well, Nazir is taking the charge to Minaj here.
Well, clear the runway. He's taking off, and the fielder out there, he was just contending with the rope. He was trying to trip the light fantastic around the boundary line. Couldn't keep it in. Here's another one.
It's gone a long way up. Ajad Butt coming across. He normally likes to take him. He said it's mine, and it is his. Top catch. That is quality. And, well, we've seen him take 2 brilliant catches simply there. As soon as that went in the air, he said it's mine. He went a long way to get there. That is super duper.
Well, what flavour do you like your ice cream, Rico? Because this was another ice cream cone for me. Watch this one, Asjad Butt. It was probably closer to the captain, Shazad, wasn't it? But Asjad, he called it. And it was slightly easier for him coming in, I think. And you see this one almost popping out of the top of the hands for Asjad Butt. Was thrilled about it. And he might have actually done himself a bit of an injury taking the catch. But it's a huge wicket in the context of this game. And Asjad Butt, wow, you saw that, and it's applauded by his captain, Amar Shazad. And sometimes it's easier, and this again is my baseball background. Normally if the ball goes up between the infield and the outfielder normally calls off the infielder and comes in and takes the catch. Exactly what happened, and he actually might need to go and get some medical attention. You see this one, it was so high in the air, and it's actually on the onside of the pitch. And you can see Amar Shazad was under the ball, but then he got called out, and good communication between the 2 fielders. And this one, I think it just might have injured the top of his finger. Yeah. You see him there, done some damage, but at least he's got something to show for it, Rico.
Yeah, I'm just looking the way that the ball was caught. I think he possibly could have maybe split the webbing, because when it did stick, it looked like the two fingers, they were really wide apart. And yeah, I mean, you see, it looks like there probably is a little bit of blood there. So I think that's what he's ended up doing. So he may need to go and get some attention to that.
Yeah, I said it before, there's been some really high hit balls. This one was burning up on re-entry to the Earth's atmosphere, Rico, but Asjad Butt, well, didn't quite perform with the bat today. But an important catch for Minaj and an early wicket. 22 for 1, the score, and that was the end of the second over. As you see, the captain returns to bowl the third. Final over of the power play. A few comments in the chat. An unnecessary shot. Well, he was up and going, wasn't he? And made good contact with that, but just got too high, not enough distance.
Well bowls. He's got his rhythm here now. He commented that the captain did vary it around, probably a little bit too much in the first over. And now, well, he's got that line there where the batsman is struggling to get bat onto ball, Amir Timur. So just keep it there. Well, he smashed this one, and this one's gone out of the ground. It was too short. Well, they're just waiting for the right ball and punishing it.
Well, this
6 runs.
Came off his bat with some power, didn't it? He just stood there and delivered. All timing. And Tanzir getting it on the act. Picking up where Shahid left off. No 4s, all 6s this innings so far.
That's going to race away, and is the fielder going to get it? He does. Are they thinking about 2? Well, it was a terrible throw, but thankfully some backing up. Just getting overexcited. Maybe both teams getting excited. The batsman a bit hyped up here, as well as the fielding team, Minaj.
How could it be? How could it be anything but this in the last game of the week? An exciting match in match 50. Swing and a miss, and it's very nice from Lamanga. We see a late appeal for a stumping, but he was home. And Lamanga Cricket Club saying webbing is never nice. We wish Asjad a speedy recovery, and we certainly hope it's not too serious. Of course, one of the star players of the tournament, if not the star so far, with his efforts with the bat for Minaj. And he was so disappointed, wasn't he? He almost batted them home in that impossible run chase 2 days ago, needing 2 to tie, 3 to win for the last ball. He was run out attempting the second, so hopefully, well, what I would say about this group is he does have a week off after this.
Yeah.
And then we'll see them again on Tuesday week. So he'll have, I think, a 10-day gap or 11-day gap before we see them again.
It's a nice looking shot. There's the fielder there. They run the first one quick. But, no chance to turn that into 2.
And of course, hopefully he's right, because they'll have the, where are we? I don't know what day it is anymore. Well, we'll have the ECL playoff, of course, Sunday week, and that's about 9 days away. So hopefully he's all right, and hopefully it's just something that, external injury, and it'll heal up before too long. So we wish him the best. It was an excellent catch, that's for sure. That is the end of another over. It's 30 for 1 off 3.
Well, they're right on cue, aren't they? The Gladiators. Well, will they end this match day 10, the last in week 2? Will they end it being heroic, the Gladiators? Well, they're in the ring, they're in the centre stage here, and they'll want to fight. And wouldn't they love to register this victory here? Will certainly keep not just their hopes, but every team's hopes alive in this group, because, well, at the moment you're going to have 5 teams really, if they get a good performance in when they're back out here again in over a week's time. Any one of them could be top of the group.
We see Asjad Butt returning to the field, so that's nice to see. He's just had a bit of running repairs and a bit of tape. Looks like the webbing between his 4th and 5th fingers, so his pinky and his ring finger on his right hand, perhaps just being split, and it's been taped back together, so it's great to see him out there. Change of bowling now. Hamza into the attack. And you see here, 62 or 42 before the start of this over, and it's a tick under 9 an over required, but you can see it can get out of hand really quickly if there's a tight over or 2.
Yeah, the most important thing here is for the Barcelona Gladiators is just to keep their cool. And both these batsmen can hit the ball very well. I mean, Tanzir Rahman is the new batsman. We've seen him hit
I'll tell you something.
the ball a long way as well. They just need to keep the cool, no silly run-outs, and wait for the bad ball, because at the moment they're on cue, aren't they?
Yeah, one thing I would say, not really pushing the singles. There's been 30 runs, 24 in Maximos. So we've seen they're going large, going big, and they're going home. And, well, again, fascinating cricket here on ECN, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Here's Hamza.
This one is on the leg. He didn't quite pick it. And, well, I suppose it's a good arm, good throw. Look at that.
Yeah.
I suppose quite lucky he didn't find the middle of the bat there, because I think that would have gone straight to one of those fielders out there. And that is Usman Mushtaq. We know he's a great fielder. He's just waiting for it there. Difficult place to be fielding late on in the day, though, with that sun coming down. Oh, that's a Gandhi ball. Gandhi Sigi. Chokka ho gaya. Well, this stage of the game, you can't be bowling those. He got away with the first one, but that one, well, that's easy peasy. He's got to have a look at his field.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see there, the batsman was all over that, short down the leg side. Just had to beat the man in the circle. That's exactly what happened.
And Hamza, it was short again. It wasn't the best of deliveries, I have to say that, but it wasn't the best of shots either. That was ugly. Ugly cricket, really, but ugly cricket sometimes brings you success, and the success this time is for Minaj. Well, that was so short. Watch this. It's almost halfway down the pitch.
Well, he turned into a good length ball, didn't he, Rico? Because he came down and he had instant regret.
Yeah.
And he threw it away, Tanzir. Again, it goes at a crucial state in the chase as well by Hamza. Perhaps saw him coming and threw it in a bit shorter, so maybe some credit to the bowlers due. But Mark Lovell saying buffet open after the previous delivery. Well, and even Sean Wheeler saying poor bowling. And Mark Lovell coming back straight away saying better. So again, it can change very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And wow, what a chase you got on the cards as the Gladiators batting depth is going to get tested here in the last match of the week, match 50 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Hamza again.
And the new batsman is Aslan Mohammed. Just managed to get a little bit of that. Bat onto that, takes the single. A rare single, as we're saying. A lot of the runs have been coming in boundaries.
Even the singles they've got have been generally hit to the outfield. So, yeah, interesting point of this match.
And he sliced it. He's going to get lucky. He's going to drop safe. And look who's there to field the ball. Asjad. The other interesting thing, Asjad also does bowl a couple of overs for Minaj. I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to do so.
Yeah, you wonder. And if he's called on, what kind of a job he'll be able to do. Obviously in that right hand, slightly strapped up. That's the end of another over. So 37 for 2, the score after 4 overs. And well, it's all set up, isn't it, for a big finish. 55 required off 36 balls. So again, a couple of wickets, swings it to Minaj, a couple of Maximos. Gladiators be well on top, so hope you're enjoying this wherever you're watching around the world. Of course, we've got plenty more cricket coming your way. We'll have the weekend off, but then we'll be right back on Monday to Friday next week, every day with 5 more matches.
Khalid Mahmood comes back to bowl. He's second.
Yeah, starting at 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India every day on ECN. Make sure you tune in, whether it's through Fancode in India or through our ECN European Cricket Network live stream on YouTube. Here's Mahmood.
It's a nice shot, but unfortunately for the batsman, it's gone straight to the fielder.
It's an interesting one. They can't be too timid here, either, the Gladiators. They don't want to be crazy, but you know, if you're looking for those singles, put some pressure on the fielders. They're all way back on the circle. There should be one to them.
Oh, that's down the leg side. And, 1 run, 1 freebie. they're all gifts at the moment. It's not a lot in this game. I mean, you just think after that last over, we've just got 7 from it. That rate just creeping towards the 10, but if they can keep it under the 10 with wickets in hand, they'll be happy with that. Go for the single here, putting the pressure on the fielder. And that's what this is now, pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. He apologised that the score on the board, on the score on the screen's gone down temporarily, but I can tell you that the score is 40 after 4.3 overs.
Coming up, so going down the leg side, but good backing up again there from Arisan Mohammed. They take the leg by. There's one more to them, and the wicketkeeper saying, come on, got to back these up.
Yeah. They're 41 off 4.4 overs now. And if you're wondering what the score is, you can always just turn the volume up. That's one way to do it. Or I'll try and put it in the chat probably after this over. Here comes Mahmood.
Good work from Always Ahmed there, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, so 41 off 4.5 overs and 31 balls remaining. 51 required, so it's tightening up.
Yeah, more alert with, let's see this delivery first from Khalid Mahmood. Oh, that's got to be close. He's gone right across, yes. Dead straight. And the batsman crossed the line, missing out. Plum in front. We'll see this again just to confirm it. Yeah, absolutely no doubt about that. You don't get Plummer. So another wicket goes down, and the Gladiators, well, they did come out fighting, but now they're putting a little bit of pressure on themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there, was it? It's got a bit too clever. Shuffling across and trying to swing it away on the leg side. Well, it was open if he could make contact. And that is the end of the 5th over. And it's 41 for 3.
Well, halfway point. The end of the power play, they were going along nicely. They'd only lost the 1 wicket, but in terms of the run rate, they'd scored the 30. But you see, once the field gets spread, it gets that much harder. They're sticking with Hamza with spin here. Amir Hamza.
Yeah, we've got Mark Lovell saying plumber than man with copper pipes. Might have opened the wine a bit early tonight, Mark Lovell, but anyway, thanks for joining us.
Whoa! Balle, balle, balle. Now that is what the Gladiators need. He's hit that many a mile. Seis Carreras, game back on.
Well, that ball's going to come back and it's going to need some serious trauma counselling, Rico, because this one was absolutely smashed. What a start to the 6th over. They move along to 47.
Oh dear, well, we've seen that so many times. He's just hit an absolute beauty, but the bowler, credit to him, Amir Hamza, he doesn't get put off, just puts the ball in the right spot and says, okay, try again with this one. He's not able to. Another one bites the dust.
Well, 6 and out, and how many times have we seen it here in the Fancode European Cricket Series? And like, who can blame it? It's addictive, Rico, the feeling of getting the middle of the bat on the ball. But this time, he fell for the trick again. And disappointing, Amir Taimur. He was there for a long time. He just hit that huge 6, but he has to go. And that'll make the score 47 for 4, 5.2 overs. They need 45 off 28. Sean Willis commenting that sounded good, nice shot. Well, I can tell you, I almost went deaf in my headphones there. That's how hard he hit that ball. A new batsman, it's the captain, Baba Bashrat. A bit of an inside edge on that. He'd be in trouble if he hits, and he would have been stone cold dead, the captain. But he survives. 1 run for the Gladiators. Wow. A lot happening out in the middle at the moment.
Well, you could feel the tension here. Something's going to give here now. At the moment, it's the Gladiators that are feeling it more. And they're losing their wits about them a little bit in this run chase. And Minaj just getting on top. But still, a couple of big blows here.
The scorecard's back up, which is good.
But, well, missing out, short, down the leg. Batsman not able to make the most of it.
So this game's thrown up everything so far, hasn't it? Hangs in the balance at the moment.
Oh, and there goes another one. You say hangs in the balance, well, that hung in the air a long time, deceived the batsman. Another one goes. Well, surely now Minaj will fancy themselves to wrap this up. Just watch this.
Nice bit of keeping, and Always Ahmed, well, wasn't quite on his game with the gloves earlier in the week. For this one, he was there, he was ready, took it. Bales came off, and again, kind of a nothing shot from the batsman. Arslan Yusuf, you'd have to say, at this stage, just searching for it, perhaps a bit of over-aggression. The rate not really out of hand. But some crucial wickets going down for the Gladiators. They're running out of reinforcements.
Yeah, good bowling from Amir Hamza. Brings the next batsman out. New batsman on strike, the captain. Oh, he's stranded at the other end. We know that he can hit the ball pretty well, but is he going to run out of partners? Harun Salik.
48 for 5 now the score. Last ball of the 6th over. Here comes Hamza.
Just pushing that out. And, well, they don't need to do anything silly here, Minaj. I mean, you see the captain there in the fielding, and he's a little bit upset that nobody was backing up, but really doesn't need to throw it away. Doesn't need to give the extra run. Hold on to the ball, play cool.
Yeah, but just 10 and over required, and a couple of extras. That's all that's required. So that's what Gladiators need to tell themselves. And well, how do you get 10 over? That's the question. Well, how you do it normally? Well, you hit one boundary, and then you hustle, and you don't have too many other dot balls, and you should get your 10 and over. It doesn't mean you have to hit everything for a boundary, but what it also means, I suppose, if you don't get the boundary, come the end of the over, you're looking for it, and well, you've still got 5 wickets in hand, 4 overs remaining. Very fascinating point of this game. Zaka Ullah's going to bowl the 7th over. So 43 off 24 balls. Here we go. Strap yourselves in.
That's it, up in the air. Shot to catch it. The fielder came in and now was making his way back, you know. Oh, well, I think his feet were, planted outside the boundary. He did take the catch, but he walked over the rope. He did throw the ball back in, but by that time, he'd already stepped over. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, and he's just querying it, but I think everyone saw it. He had the right idea. He just hoped for a second he might be able to hold on and keep that foot inside the field of play. But again, just losing his orientation for a second. The foot hit the ground, and so 6 runs. And again, could that change the game?
Well, this one's going to Asjad, and remember, he's already injured. How about that? That's quality.
Yeah,
absolute quality.
Fantastic fielding. And he led from the front here. You can see why he's such a professional player. The way he goes about his cricket, and with his batting and with his fielding, just doing everything right there, and well, making every effort to make it into a catch. But once he wasn't there, he smothered it with the body. So 6 and 1 so far this over.
Short and punished. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna, vada, shaka. Well, as long as there's shakas, then the Barcelona Gladiators are still in this match.
Well, look out. It's a bit short, and it's disappeared. And I tell you what, there's been some good fielding from Minaj, but you can't really field him when they're 13 rows back. So it's too short, and it disappeared. So Zaka Ullah needs to pitch it up. They need a wicket now. It's been a good start to the over. 13 off the first half of it.
And that's it hard. The fielder has to get down low. He does. Good job. Good work from him. And this is more like it. I mean, you were talking about how many they need in an over. Now, just remember, from the end of the power play to the end of the 6th over, they only managed to get just 19 runs. So it just goes to show how they slow down. They've got to accelerate, and they just seem to be pushing that button at the right point.
Well, 29 off 20. It's all set up for a blockbuster finish here in match 50. Well, it's a game that's worthy of the milestone. Of course, the half-century of matches coming up this year. There's plenty more. We plan to bring you 1,000 on ECN, but right now, it's Zaka Ullah for Minaj.
Well, they're asking a question. I think he's got to go. He does. The umpire took his time, went through the process in his head and said, you know what, I'm sorry, mate, you have got to go.
Well, this looks salmon trout. It's full, it's straight. Yeah, for me, that's hitting the stumps. It's hit him on the full. Let me hit in front of middle and leg. Yeah, well, I can't see that missing, to be honest. Just one part of that ball needs to hit the stumps. And for me, well, Good bowling and a good comeback. Getting the decision from the umpire, I think, was a fair decision.
Yeah.
And, well, another wicket goes down. And can you believe it? It's now 63 for 6 with the ball to go in the 7th over.
Well, this is just amazing entertainment. Como se gusta? Eso es cricket. The Fan Code European Cricket Series aquí en Barcelona. Qué deporte es cricket. Yo tengo mucho amor por cricket y mucho amor aquí por Barcelona. Vamos, chicos, vamos.
Couldn't agree more. Rico, whatever you said, last ball of the over.
Oh, he's got him. He's done him with a full and he played all around it. I mean, he probably turned a full toss into a Yorker there, the batsman. He's come out and he's on his way back. Well, there's drama here. Watch this. Yeah, it was full on the leg stump, and he's trying to just push it away rather than hit it. Steps across, which didn't help, and he's on his way.
Well, he left the door open, didn't he? Shuffled across, forgot to shut the door behind him, left it open, and the bowler said, yeah, I'll sneak it through that little crack. And there you go, another wicket goes down. So, amazing work. It was Ihsan Ullah Azhar who came and went, and at the end of 7 overs, it's now 63 for 7, and there's 29 required. 3 overs remaining, so 18 deliveries. But they're running out of resources, aren't they, the Gladiators? They've got the captain still there, so that's something. We know that he's capable of facing as well. So we'll have Yassine Javed to bowl the 8th over. Tell you what, we're standing still. We're out of breath, though, at the moment. You can't blame us because between twists and turns in this game, Mark Lovell asking, is Basharat related to Burt Baccarat? That's a very obscure reference, but I got it. Thanks, Mark. Here we go, 8th over. Basharat on strike. He starts with a wide, and so what's that? 28 off 18, Rico. Couldn't be, could it? You know what I'm going to say, right? We had a golden ball the first week. We haven't had one in week 2, although we've gone desperately close. Went pretty close this morning as well, didn't we? But
we did, yeah. This is key stage there. I mean, he's putting pace on it, and I'm sure, in fact, I'm absolutely sure that the captain, Babar Bashrat, would prefer pace. He's got to get his line right, though. And he hasn't. That's going to be another wide. So that's 2 runs. There's still 6 balls to come in this over. Well, it's all very well charging in and letting it go, but you got to get it in the right area.
Yeah, and so I suppose one thing in the Gladiators' favour is they do have the captain there, Babar Bashrat, and he's very capable with the bat. So again, just a cool head required. Just need about 10 and over. So again, that 1 boundary and push the rest for 1s and 2s. Oh, that was so close.
It's better, isn't it? Better reply from the bowler. Well, it was so close. It was pretty close to the bat as well, Vinny. And I tell you what, if he got hold of this, it was still going to be going. That one would have ended up in the Olympic Stadium.
Oh, he's lucky there's not 4 stumps, tell you that much. So it's really going down to the wire here.
So that's still 5 balls to come in this over. First 2 were wides. And that one will be as well, I think, will it? Oh, he's been given out there. He got bat onto it.
Yeah, there's a little bottom edge you'll find. And again, Awais Ahmed, well, we saw his wicket keeping. Probably not up to the standard he would have liked the other day, but he was right on top of this one. This is a huge wicket. It's going to be really tough from the Gladiators from here. You watch this down the leg side. And throwing his arms at it. Would have been a wide for sure. Just a little touch on it. And in the webbing, one-handed, Awais Ahmed. Well, showing why he has played international cricket for Spain.
Well, you know, he's not been at his best. We know that. A few other people have commented, but I tell you what, sometimes, as we've said before, when it comes to the close matches, when it comes to the big moments, the big men have to stand and deliver. Well, he wasn't able to do it with the bat, but he's certainly doing a great job here behind the stumps. He's taken the stump in, and that was an outstanding take, one-handed.
Swings back to Minaj now, you'd have to say, 8 wickets down. Big trouble. And they need to score. He's going to line them up. Again, you need kind of minimum. Not easy to run when you got the ball that's crashed into your back thigh. But look, it's important they keep scoring and see how close they can get. Of course, you never know what might happen. We've seen extras. We've seen balls edged away for 4 as well. And look, these two, they're not recognised batsmen by any means. Ali Raza and Nadeem Mohammed at the moment. There for the Gladiators.
Wow, Chukka there, what there goes another one. And didn't he like that one, Javed? He was bouncing around, zibbity-doo, zibbity-doo, and the wickets go down, and Minaj are absolutely ecstatic. Watch this, absolute lovely ball, middle stump, thank you very much, and bouncing around with joy.
Well, could you believe it as well? Minaj, and for me, look, it comes all the way back. If I go to the beginning of this innings, Asjad Butt holding on to that catch at a crucial time when the Gladiators were going, and that one was so high, almost came down with snow on it, but he was able to hold on, and even though he injured himself in the process, it was such a big wicket. Now we've seen wicket after wicket going down. The Gladiators, now still the run rate required isn't really out of hand, but what is out of hand is our last two batsmen are at the crease. It's going to be Muhammad Umar coming out at number 11. Again, they're still within touching distance, but you feel like they're just going to run out of resources here in match 50. It's been a very exciting match. Here's Yasin Javed. And they'll be pushed away for a single, so it'll be the end of the over. But, oh, Rico, what drama we saw that over. That was a very good one for Minaj.
Yeah, it's looks like maybe there's one more to come. There was a,
Yeah,
there was
that's
a
right.
wide
Yeah, there's an
earlier.
extra wide there.
So when he comes, can he finish it off?
Got to go. I think that's what makes it so tough as well, because it's hard to push the running between the wickets when you know that one more wicket and it'll be the end of the match. So, well, let's need a miracle. You'd have to say the exact score for you. I think it's 68 is the score.
He's come back and bowled well, and he started terribly with two wides, and then he's come back and taken 2 wickets. So really, he's done the job for Minaj. So Minaj just a wicket away.
Yeah, just confirming the score, but 68 I'm pretty sure, and that means that 2 overs they'll need 24. So again, 12 and 12. You have wickets in hand. It's very, very possible, but the last 2 at the crease, still, they're big, strong lads. Let's see if I can send a couple out of here. Zakaula's on a hat trick. He starts with a wide. Wow, it really is all happening, isn't it? I tell you what, there was some discussion about a couple of beers before this 5th match. I'm glad there wasn't, because we're having to keep track of everything here. We hope you enjoyed the cricket here from Barcelona, Spain.
It's full of ball, gets bat onto it, they'll come through for a single, but of course singles won't do it for them. They need, as that one comes through, oh, they should be watching, and they're not.
Maybe it's a trick to try and get them to run and finish with a run out. But what I would say, guys, is enjoy your weekend, but make sure you join us on Monday, because we have 5 more matches every day for week 3. It'll be groups A and B back in action. You can recap all the results and, of course, see the scorecards on our website, europeancricket.com. There's also the preview articles that'll be up, I'm sure, over the weekend. So make sure you tune in, and we hope to have your company next week. Myself and Rico will be here again. Can't go anywhere. No one can travel at the moment. So
Yeah, we
we'll be here. We'd love to have your company. And thanks again for joining us. And if you have tuned into ECN for the first time, hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Certainly a lot of cricket and a lot of very close games as well. And we think we'll have plenty more next week. So, yeah, Rico, all geared up for week 3 and still 3 weeks to go.
Absolutely, and well, we got this weekend, and I tell you what I'm doing this weekend. If you want a tip from me, do the same. Just go back and watch match number 38, Minaj versus Karai, and also match 45, Falco versus Hawks.
Well, this is going to go for a single. Don't think they can really push for 2, but it's a very good fielder. Watch this, rifled back to the keeper. And again, that's the professionalism that he's brought to this Minaj outfit. Jamie Bundy saying before we finish this week, it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to joining all of you for more next week. Thank you. Well, Brother Bundy, it's been a pleasure getting to know you, and of course so many in the chat. It's been wonderful. Any ball can be the last. I tell you, this one's out of here. Well, I'll tell you what, get the jaws of life, because this one's still alive, Rico. 6 of the best, and hanging in there are the Gladiators.
Well, this is a nice shot. He just decided he was going to give himself some space, made himself some room, and just smashes that over. And well, all of a sudden, Minaj, we're thinking, hang on, boys, it's not done yet. We still need to get this last wicket.
Oh, that could have been it. 15 off 9 it was. You know, they're just within touching distance. It's almost like You know, it's like you got the claw machines.
Yeah.
Where they're just there and they're just trying to grab it. It's close enough for them to pick it up. 15 off 8 now.
It's 3 big shots, isn't it?
It's
Big shots.
Could be 3 balls away. I'm talking like this game's over, but I tell you what, I don't take anything for granted right here. Match 50, 15 off 8 required. Wow, especially the confidence it'll bring. The fact that he's able to hit one out of here. And who's that?
They'll target this batsman now here.
Yeah. It's Nadeem Mohammed who came up with a big shot when it counted, but here I think honestly doesn't get out this ball. Leave Nadeem on strike.
But he's hit it well.
Oh, jeez.
Is it going to go all the way? It has. It's gone for 4 runs.
No way.
And it was, well, Ashad Butt running across. Well, you put money on him to stop it. And the ball going under his foot there.
Well, I tell you what, number 11, that was shot of the day for me, straight down the ground. And would you believe it? It's 82 for 9 with 6 balls to go. This would be the real miracle match, I think. With the last 2 at the crease, they need 10 off the last over, 9 to tie and 10 to win. And Rico, a minute ago, we thought this was dead. Now comes the defibrillator, and suddenly this game had a pulse, has roared back to life. So don't go anywhere, Jamie, because this is not over. Who will bowl last over, says ECN European Cricket Network.
It's got to be Javed again. He's just got to be careful about the extras because he does spread around a bit. He bowled so far that last over of his. He took 2 wickets for 4 runs.
Wow, I mean 2 balls and it could be over. All right, 10 runs to win. Last over, here we go. Got to run. You got to take everyone. Both these guys, they've shown they can hit the boundary. They can't be refusing runs. We saw some confusion earlier in the day, so that'll make it 9 off 5. And this is where the 9 wickets down comes back to haunt you, doesn't it? Because 1 wicket, and the game's over. Again, 9 off 5. So, well, as the sun sets on week 2 in Barcelona, hope you're enjoying this barnstorming finish in match 50.
He's hit that, but hasn't timed it. And most important thing for the fielding side is just to keep it to 1, get the ball in. That's what they've done.
8 off 4, 7 to tie, 8 to win. And again, we're in a situation where if there's a boundary from somewhere or there's an extra, Enrico, we couldn't believe it. We'd already called the taxi, hadn't we? But I tell you what, this game is alive. 8 off 4. And it's Nadeem Mohammed on strike. Javed to bowl. 8 off 4 required. Oh, he swings and misses, and this was just so important that they scored something off every delivery. Just takes the pressure off. Now it's 8 off 3, and now
this
really
one, something has to happen with this ball. This ball has to really go to the boundary, really.
Oh, Jamie says he's not going anywhere. Steve McVeigh says a drop back in here at the right time. Well, you're not wrong, Steve. And don't miss out next week. Of course, we're starting Monday morning from 7:30 a.m. GMT, but don't worry about that for the moment. I tell you what, I'll definitely be stopping in for a couple of extra beers after this one to settle me down. So 8 off 3 required. Nadeem Mohammed on strike.
And it's all over. Well, it was a great fight back, really, from the Gladiators. We just thought for a moment they were going to upset the apple cart there. And in the end, some fine bit of bowling from Yasin Javed there at the end. He was a bit wayward when he started his first over, came back with a bang, and well, he's also finished this with a bang.
Well, Bhupinder Singh coming in at the right time as well, saying just tune in and gosh, this looks intriguing. Well, that's the understatement of the century, Bhupinder. But thanks for joining us. That ends the action of match 50. Stick around because we do have the highlights, and there were quite a few highlights, but Minaj will end up going on their merry way. Only dropping the 1 game in this series. You can see there, chasing this target of 92. The Gladiators, well, they made a bright start. They were 22 off 2 overs, 30 off 3, and they were cruising along, but then wickets falling in the second half of the innings. In the end, they go down 91 to 84. But Rico, can we see some action? It was Nazir early.
Yeah, this was the match winner, wasn't it? That was a match winning catch of the main man, Nazir. He was on 19 of just 8 balls and needed something special, and it came in the form of Ashad Butt. He didn't perform well. I would say he didn't perform with the bat, or not to what we expect from him. And then these wickets, he just kept taking his hits at crucial stages. That was great bowling there from Hamza. He bowled very well indeed for me. He took 3 for 15. But once more in the game, good work from Away's Ahmed. And if you thought that was good, just hold on and wait what he does a bit later. Takes an absolute beauty. And well, cleaned him up there. And that was Ula.
Yeah, I was going to say he shut the door but left the window open, didn't he?
This was a bit of magic as well. Look at that. One hand diving to his left. Beautifully taken. And there he was doing his zippity-doo-dah bit. And this one here, well, the rear error from Achad Butt in the field.
He'd already broken one webbing. He didn't want to break another one. You can't blame Butt too much for that. He was outstanding in the field for the most part. But in the end, well, holding the nerve, and you see Jermaine, what the pressure on him in the last over. You can see just a recap of what you saw today. Match 46 first up. Bangladesh Kings, the last ball thriller. Scores were tied. And we saw them tied in the last over a couple of balls before they snuck a single off the final delivery to win 94-93. And it was Safiqul Islam who helped get them home in that one. Tahir Ahmed taking a hat-trick, the second one of the tournament. He was an outstanding contributor for the team. And then Karia getting over Skyways again. Well, not too much in it, 98-91. There's another low-scoring game. Shireen Bashir for Skyways. They were looking good early, but the wheels fell off towards the end of that. And just not quite having what it took to get across the line. Dillarif was the man of the match with his 3 for 11 for Skyways. Also Junaid Ali and Jahanzab Asghar chipping with 2 wickets. And then, well, we saw this one. This is probably the most one-sided game of the day. The Gladiators held to 84. And then with the Kings, well, we said, they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And they cruised to that target within 6 overs. The loss of no wickets led by Safiqul Islam and Mohammad Masood, who scored 48 not out and 33 not out respectively. Hissan Ullah Azda, well, he made some runs there in the Gladiators game back in match 48, but didn't have as much luck here in match 50. So again, that game was over pretty quickly. The Kings, that took them to 3-1. But then they dropped this game to Sporting. So it was the other side of the Bangladesh Kings. The Sporting, they were sent into the bat. They scored 97, led by Kishtish Patel with 31, and Amit Das, who was batted intelligently to make 20. But then the Kings, after not losing a wicket the previous game, they lost all 10 to be all out in the